twice since the first time I saw you standing there. But it seems so long ago now, yeah. It's paradise, but no map can show us how to get there. Come on up, baby, let it love. We made our way out of long, long darkness, and we made it this far, such a long road. So let's go, shining all the way. Oh, we're on our own path now. We can take it anywhere that we wanna go. Ooh, sweet songs of love. Oh, can you hear it too? I am always looking
we doing today? What are we doing today? We are doing another episode of Just Press Play. I'm about to join Pisco's Discord. I think. Yeah, he's live.
They're all just bangers. Whoa! You made it.
I did. Bangers.
Stop. You always like try to make fun of the last thing I said.
Not making fun. I'm just interested in hearing what you have to say.
Holy shit. Are you feeling better?
Do I sound better? Fuck no.
Oh shit.
The show must go on though.
Yeah, it should. Wait 1 second. Transition. Boom. We did it. Hang on. We did it. Amazing.
I'm surprised you didn't start singing
How are
the
you?
We Did It song from Dora.
Loisimos, we did it. Everyone's trying
There
to
we go.
make Dora. Like I saw recently, I was like multiple parodies of Dora. There's only one person who has the best Dora parody though. And
Who's
no
that?
one's going to know who this person is. Her name is Emmy OK. She does the best Dora parody voice. And because I watched this video of this guy who like does these VR things. He does VR like skits. I don't remember his name. Drumsy is his name. I do remember his name. He does some like funny skits and she does a very good Dora impression.
Don't you have DJers in your audience? Why wouldn't people know who Emmy OK is?
I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking of. Isn't she also like Emia and her boyfriend was like a 4chan Nazi dude?
What? I didn't have that lore.
Okay,
Guys,
if this is who I'm thinking of, then that's
people. I support the Jewish community. I do.
You know that 4chan goes after
people
more
are
than just
saying-
Jewish people, right?
You said he was a Nazi dude.
Yeah, but if he's a 4chan shitter, there's lots of different things that could be going on there, okay?
Okay.
But fair enough, I did say Nazi,
Uh-huh.
didn't I?
You did. Yeah, but like Dora was the shit back in the day. It was like interactive. It made you think. It wasn't just like you're sitting there and just receiving the content. You're actually yelling at the TV screen. And that's
I'm sure your parents love that in the same way that I love when you burst out in song while we're covering politics. Love it.
Isn't that, wouldn't you rather have someone who bursts out in song than someone who's just like a potted plant? And
You
sits
know,
around?
it's not one or the other. It's like a false dichotomy that you've just set up there.
No, but if you had to pick,
If I had to pick?
you had to choose, yeah,
A little potted succulent wouldn't be so bad, you know?
a succulent.
Yeah, they don't
I had a
require any
succulent that
water,
lived
any sun.
forever.
Can't they like, I think they can't die, nothing. They're very low maintenance. Unlike you,
I think
high maintenance.
I think succulents are some of the best plants for college kids because they're just like you just get it and you don't even have to just water it when you remember to. What other living being is like that? Like imagine you had a cat that you could just feed when you remember to.
So succulent is the perfect plant, and 18 is the
Yeah.
perfect age.
You can't just say that apropos of nothing. That's like a callback.
You're the one that said that. You're right. You want to fill everybody in on what you were talking about?
The perfect. I don't know why you need to go back to it. In fact, this is supposed to be a political stream.
You
We're supposed
wanted
to
the
be-
context. You said that the context needs to be brought up, so I'm giving you the
The
opportunity to.
the implication is that you shouldn't bring it up at all. That's the implication.
Fuck your
you
implication.
choose to.
Explain it. Explain yourself.
All right. So yesterday we were having a conversation because UK has lowered the voting.
wasn't
age.
yesterday.
I was thinking about it. Wasn't it yesterday?
No. Maybe you're sick.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Tuesday. There's something in my I'm having like a nose thing, like a nose. Like I tried to I was going over the Trump versus United States case for like the 1,000th time, and I was like having trouble like breathing. It's weird. I don't know. Also, I went to go see this thing, and it was very interesting. I'll tell you about it in a second. But UK lowered their voting age to 16, and we were saying, what's the perfect age for the voting age? And I said, it could be 16, but everything else, perfect age is 18. It's the
Not
perfect
quite. See, the first thing that he actually said is that there should be one age of majority that allows you to do everything. Get a gun, go to war, buy drugs, buy lotto tickets. And he decided on 16. That goes for the age of consent, apparently. It also could go for voting.
I didn't say that. I realized that there was a contradiction.
No, you did,
and
but you retracted it.
And my higher principle is 18 is the perfect age for everything else. And so I adhere to my higher principle. Sometimes you, like Econoboy explained, he really wants to end the means of production being in the hands of the capitalist class, right?
Okay.
But he has a higher order principle, and that is have a democratic system. The way he explained that was it was a really good explanation, I think.
Okay. Too bad he's not on that
Sometimes when
podcast
you talk-
anymore, right?
You're really going to bring that up?
He
You're
left.
really trying to fuck. Yeah, I know he left, and I'm still sour about it. I'm still sour at everyone who talks shit about Econoboy and gets away with it. They get away with it, Aaron.
Where are they talking shit? In your chat?
They'll never, ever have to face the consequences for what they did.
Name names. Who are you talking about?
No one. I can't name names.
Econoboy was easily the least controversial member of Live and Learn.
He's a communist. He voted for communism.
As long as he's not a Marxist-Leninist, that's fine.
Like you mean?
Unlike me.
Unlike you?
Mm.
What would you say is the most authoritarian government you support? And don't say...
No fucking clue. I
Like,
don't.
if you-
So what a question.
history-
I mean, what government is that for you?
Is it a hard question for you?
It's just one that I've never considered.
Most authoritarian government I support in history?
Oh, in history? I thought you meant right now.
In history.
I don't know. Why?
I thought King Arthur was good.
You're a monarchist.
No, he's just a good king.
So you support a monarchy. You're like the
Alexander
least
II,
American
free
motherfucker
the
in this.
serfs.
There's
Free
two
the
of us in
serfs.
this call,
And you
and
communists
you're
killed him.
somehow
You killed him.
less
You freed the
American than the
serfs and you killed him.
communists.
You killed him, even though he freed the serfs.
So because a king does a noble thing, they should be able to rule.
No, I'm just saying, if it, like the kings that existed, I thought King Arthur was pretty good. He grabbed the sword.
Did he do prima nocta?
What does that have to do with anything?
Isn't that a
So you always have to
standard
take it
thing
there.
for kings or
Isn't
something?
that a standard thing to prima nocta?
Yeah.
Only in your sick, twisted fantasy. Pro Genghis. Genghis is like one of the worst murderers there is. Jesus. But by the way, did you know that that Christ and Messiah, they don't mean like a religious figure. They mean king, right? They thought Jesus was going to be the king of the Jews. He was even referred to as the king of the Jews. And that's what Messiah means. Only now do we have this kind of religious, heavy religious connotation to the word Messiah. But as it used to exist, it was the king.
You thinking of converting?
It was
First, you
anointed
come out and
oil.
you want to say, I am a friend to the Jews. Now,
just
all of a
asking
sudden,
why
you
you
know
deny- why
about
you
like
deny the
specific
divinity of Christ.
the finer points of theology. Something on the
you deny
horizon.
the divinity of Christ. Do you?
Do I deny the divinity of Christ? No,
You don't?
I don't. It's like, it's an absurd question. I'm an atheist. It's not even
An
something I
atheist?
think about.
You don't? Okay, nice dodge. I also don't think about the perfect age, but it's something you brought up.
You do. You literally said that 18 was the perfect age. Do you want me to pull up the video?
So in World War I, of the different empires that aligned themselves, people try to make it seem like, oh, it was the democracies against the autocracies. But in fact, there had been some reforms in the German Empire. It wasn't purely authoritarian. There were some democratic influences there in the Kaiser situation. And Russia, if any place was an absolute monarchy, it was the Russian Empire. Even though they had that revolution in 1905, the Russian Empire had gone back on a lot of that, and they pretty much lived in this totalitarian or semi-totalitarian state. Thoughts?
You think we're living in a totalitarian state right now, especially if you're in DC?
Hell yeah. Yeah, in DC? Well, that's one of the news stories.
If you're in DC and you're homeless, probably. This is the closest that you're going to experience to totalitarianism, but it's far from the end. Can you believe
Have
really?
you ever gone to the other side of the street because there was a homeless guy?
No? Why?
Me neither.
And if I had, what would you say?
I'd say, why do you hate homeless people?
Because moving away from a homeless person means you hate them?
It could. It means you don't trust
Even if
them.
what if I had feared for my life? What if I told you that they looked menacing or that they had a weapon potentially or that they were
Until-
approaching me? You didn't give
Until
any
they do some
qualifiers. You
kind
just
of-
said, have you ever
until
moved
they do
away
some
from a
kind of-
homeless person? And then if I had
until they
said
do some kind
yes,
of-
you would have said I fucking hated homeless people, and you didn't even care. What if the circumstances was that I was in harm, potentially?
If they do some kind of criminal act, then okay, now you can move away. But until they do that, it's viewpoint discrimination for you to move out of the way. And
You really need to you're going too far with this viewpoint discrimination shit. I was
It's a
thinking
joke.
about this.
It's a joke.
No. Unrelated
It's a
to this,
joke.
I was already thinking about this and how it really doesn't make sense, I think, to protect viewpoints in a lot of different ways. I mean, or unless is there not something that's implicit in viewpoint discrimination that isn't just about being free from discrimination because of your viewpoint or on the basis of that, but also there kind of being this affirmative aspect to it where the government has to protect that? Do you know what I mean?
no, not at all. You'll have to explain more.
I don't know how to put this into words. It's
Just try.
it was
We'll
when
do
we
it
were
one word
talking
at a
about
time.
the gerrymandering thing, where you
What
were
about that?
saying it wouldn't be fair because it's on a partisan basis, effectively, that they're
Yeah.
creating these maps.
Yeah, so I think that
And I
government
think it's
action
unfair,
would
but not for the same reason that you do.
say more.
It's unfair
Why is it
because it subverts democratic will in the state. Because what you're effectively
Because it
doing
favors one view over the
is-
other. That's why. Come on, don't try to get me in my own game. I know my own game. I know what I'm saying. It's not unfair.
no, it's anti-democratic.
Except-
That's how I see it.
But why? Why would it be anti-democratic unless it was anti-democratic because it's favoring one partisan over another partisan? That's obviously why it's anti-democratic or wrong, right?
There's lots of different reasons why it could be. So I said it's hard to put into words.
So say one of them.
Well,
Say it's
you tell
impossible to
me
put into words.
it is impossible in this moment. Exactly. I got to think about it more. Maybe it really is coming down to that, but it just seems strange because that just seems like politics, you know?
Well, seems strange isn't an argument. You just got owned.
I never
Poole
said it
saw
was
that,
an
by the way.
argument.
Mike
I
Poole's
said,
in my chat,
I'm
not
just
in your chat,
characterizing
in
it.
my chat. Mike Poole, the father. Think about what Mike Poole did. Mike Poole changed the nation. When he had Tim Pool, he changed the nation. You ever think about that?
Oh, this is Tim Pool's father?
Yeah, Tim Pool's father.
He's literally in your
He's a
chat right
member-
now.
He's a member of the Peace Corps. Yes.
Love that.
Always
for
has
him.
been. Who the fuck is Mike Poole? The thing is, people, this happens in history. Some of the most.
How do you know it's the real
impactful
one? How do you not? How are you sure it's not
Because I know it's Mike Poole. Stop.
you've talked to them?
You think I would say? I haven't talked to them on voice, but I know it's him.
Yeah, nobody on the internet has ever pretended to be anybody else. That's so true, King.
No, but I'm not saying that they have.
Here, I'm gonna pull up. Actually,
This
hold
is
on.
Mike Poole.
Texas, electoral maps. I'm gonna show
Wow,
you
Dylan
why.
Burns is raided into us. Dylan Burns. I definitely thought I fixed this raid noise. And here I see it's still going on, and so I have to filibuster. But Dylan Burns, guys, Ukraine is the frontier of democracy. I can't even talk. It's the
Democracy.
frontier of democracy. It is needing to be protected. America needs to support Ukraine. And Dylan Burns, he's a base lib who supports Ukraine, always has, always will. And he gives international politics as the kind of lens of his analysis. And both domestically and internationally, he applies that lens, that lib lens. So we really appreciate Dylan Burns. Dylan, thank you so much for the raid. Check out Dylan Burns.
What you just said was
on
word
YouTube
salad.
and Twitch. Yeah, I was trying to filibuster. I did my best.
Speaking of, okay. Oh, but look at I shared my screen with you. Look,
All right, one sec. Wow. Look
So-
at this, guys.
these are older Texas redistrict maps, right? And if you look at the bottom, you can see how the electoral maps have been divided. So some of these districts go all the way from South Texas all the way up to as high as San Antonio. So the reason why it should effectively be unconstitutional, in my opinion, is because if the entire purpose of congressional representatives is to be able to serve their constituents, the needs of the constituents in the South, in the very, very South, are going to be significantly different than the needs of people in between. It also makes campaigning very, very impractical because you're having to go all the way up and down. It has this chilling effect on candidates even being willing to enter into the electoral process, because if you set up maps in such a way to favor existing candidates over the over any other candidate, and you're facing down districts that are
Garbage,
less than
come on. All right. So I'm going to try to distill what you say. Put up a map of Michigan before you do that. Just Google Michigan.
Just Michigan?
Map. Yeah, just Google Michigan, Google Images. Like, look at this shit. Open it up. Yeah. Enhance that image.
I can't
Look at that.
enhance it.
There's 2 pieces of land, but no one really gives a shit. That's not why it's anti-democratic, I think. The reason why it's anti-democratic...
Okay, you just said no one gives a shit. I'm telling you why I give a shit.
I'll grant you the following. I'll grant you...
I'm giving you my explanation. I'm not speaking to anybody else's.
Let me grant you the following. I think the issues that you're talking about, compactness, sort of the integrity of a community, to the extent that you are making and facilitating districts that are so wildly not compact, not bound by other municipal lines, not really according to the notion of a community, it's undermining the really purpose of having districts in the first place. So, you know what? On second thought, I think that is a genuine concern. So I'll give you that. I'll give you flowers. It's a concern. I'm much more concerned, though. The reason why they're doing it for partisan benefit, that matters to me more because they're substituting what should be the kind of compactness, the trying to self-contain municipalities, trying to draw things up in a way that accords with a quote unquote, representative district or something that is more representative.
Right, like that is the purpose of these districts
I get it. Yeah.
Right. So to me, if you are constructing them along lines with anything other than the best interests of the electorate in mind, keeping in mind all of the different practical concerns, not only of like campaigning for the candidate, but also how you serve those people, then what are we even doing? And at that point, I'm really not even like interested in adjudicating like why they're doing it. It's just like it serves this purpose. It was created for this purpose. It needs to be in line with that purpose at all times. That needs to be the primary reason they're ever changing those lines in the first place.
Okay, let me give you what you want. I think that there is a set of concerns that are unrelated to the partisan desire to gerrymander that are kind of grounded in the very reason we have these districts in the first place that are undermined by partisan gerrymandering. But I would argue that the reason they're undermined, like if Texas had partisan gerrymandering in a way that maintained those interests, then they would do it. But it's because of the partisan desires of these people that those interests are being put on the back burner. But I do agree with you that there are interests of these districts that are not contained solely in the partisan makeup of them. But so that's a good point. Aaron, you know what?
What was your point about Michigan being 2 parts?
Well, just look at this. It's
yes,
crazy.
I see it's 2 parts, Matt. What argument were you trying to make or what?
It should be a part of Wisconsin. Now pull up Wisconsin real quick. Just Google Wisconsin.
Love Googling Wisconsin, Matt.
Yep. Now, make sure you get that top part of Michigan. That part should be Wisconsin. Pull it up.
Why?
Enhance.
It's as enhanced as it's going to get.
It could be more enhanced, but why split up a state like this? Speaking of which,
that's my argument. That's my argument about why they should not be dividing electoral maps along these lines.
Water changes everything.
But I would have like so many different, well, not just the water. I'm saying that the geographic, there's ways around like even the geographic constraints of a state.
Do you know the history of why Michigan's like that?
No.
Wikipedia
Please don't tell
Michigan
me.
Real quick.
No, I'm not doing that.
Why not?
You need to know this from recall. We're not going on a Wikipedia journey.
Okay.
For this.
The Drew Pavlou. I can't believe you're right about that, by the way. That really fucked with me. Fuck with my head. What can I say?
I wonder who I could get you to talk to without knowing any of their history. It seems like you don't do any sort of like cursory background searches on like anybody. Yeah.
Really? You think this?
I mean, you didn't do it with Drew, and it was very easy to find lots of Drew's past controversies. So I'm saying, what wouldn't you do it with?
During the War of 1812, the United States forces at Fort Detroit surrendered Michigan territory after a nearly bloodless siege in 1812. A U.S. attempt to retake Detroit resulted in a severe American defeat at the River Ricin Massacre. This battle, still ranked as the bloodiest ever fought in the state, had the highest number of American casualties of any battle of the war.
Isn't that stuff in Breaking Bad?
Americans in 1813. Huh?
Ricin? The rice and
and
more.
cigarette.
The rice and cigarette.
I
That's
think
why.
Better Call Saul is better though.
No. It's
What?
surprisingly a good sequel, but no, it's not better. And that's not even because Breaking Bad is probably not even in my top 5 favorite shows, but it's not better.
You haven't even seen The Wire.
Okay. But maybe once I have, it would be in the top 5. But I have seen Breaking Bad and I have seen all of Better Call Saul, and I'm telling you, neither of those is in my top 5.
But you would say Breaking Bad is above Better Call.
Yes, just slightly.
But you rank them kind of similarly.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right. I just like to make sure I understand. Do you like Real Housewives or something? That's
No.
what one of my chatters asks.
Mm-mm. Should I get on that
Some
shit?
people like that show. Some people like that shit. Do you condemn Walter White?
No. And I'm not condemning Skylar either, the hero. Who's your favorite character in Breaking Bad?
Saul Goodman.
Of course
What
it
do you
is.
mean? What do you mean? Of course it is.
Of course it is.
He's
You're a lawyer,
funny.
so you pick the lawyer. Do you see yourself
other
in
lawyers.
Saul? You're like, he's just
No.
like me, for real, when you watch it.
No, he's just my favorite character. I think he's a dynamic character. I think that he has an interesting backstory. I think he's cool.
But he participates in the drug trade, which harms lots of different people.
Yeah, well, and he
Do you condemn
ultimately,
that?
you know,
Do you condemn that?
I think drugs should be legal and they should be
Including
regulated by the
methamphetamine?
state. It already is.
Methamphetamine? No, you know what I mean. For recreational use,
already
not
is.
therapeutic. And not
It already is.
higher, like a higher schedule.
I think weed should be not scheduled at all.
You got any meth laying around? Why don't you smoke it on
Never.
screen right now?
You think
Perfectly
anyone's ever
legal
smoked-
behavior. Just do
Do
it.
you think anyone's ever smoked meth on stream, like on a Twitch stream?
I'm sure it's happened. Crazier things have.
I don't think it's happened.
People have literally fucked on this platform and gotten banned. So why wouldn't they have like smoked
People
crack
have had sex
or
on Twitch.
yeah? There was
I don't
like
believe
two. I know that somebody went live and they didn't realize that they were, and they were doing a lewd act. And then there was another person who was like getting railed by her boyfriend, and he was like, it was
Oh, is
they
that
were.
Ricada?
I have no clue. Oh wait, no. That's not what I'm talking about. But he did also
Okay.
do that. This was a woman that I was thinking about, but I can't think of who it was. She was like an adult creator, and like I think she meant to hit start recording on OBS, and she started streaming, and she didn't realize it.
Oh, she was trying to record a sex act.
Yes,
And she
through
streamed the
OBS, and then
sex
she
act.
streamed it, and then she got
No,
banned.
can't be doing that. Can't be doing that.
You just hate when that happens. And then
It's
another couple
impossible
was
to
like,
do it.
they were like fucking, but again, like you couldn't. They were clothed, and it was like off camera, strategically. But that's what was happening.
I see.
There's people in my chat who
Tell me
maybe
something.
know the name. I'm not gonna say. I don't know.
I'm not going to say the name. I would never say a name like that. And not only would I never say a name like that, I think it's a little bit gauche that you've brought it up. I was talking about meth. And meth, they're both dangerous acts.
Meth appropriate topic. Sex on Twitch or other violations of TOS, not appropriate topic.
That's a violation. That's a violation. Okay, so we're going to start with our news stories of the day. And we each have brought some news stories.
Why are
I
you
guess
saying
we're
it this
starting
way?
with
We've never, we're not doing it in this way. You
mine. We're
don't.
not doing it. What do you
This is not
mean?
going to be like the
This is a
permanent
formal-
format. This is
like-
the way we're doing it for tonight.
Well, it's just because we both had some news stories to bring to bear. I thought I would lead in the segment like you do. You don't want to do a lead into the segment?
Okay, you're the host. Go ahead.
All right.
Do it.
So, wait, now.
Lead the show.
Okay. So we each brought some news stories. This is the first news story. I thought you were going to start with something else, though. Didn't you have something
We
else?
were
you
just
wanted to
talking
show
about
first?
congressional maps. Why are we going to move off of another story
right,
and then
yeah,
return
good
to
point.
it? Come on.
Good point. Good point. Good point. All right. So the first
Your
news story
brain is so fucking cooked.
the redistricting fight that is happening right now. The redistricting fight that was started when Trump, the president, supposed, of the United States, went to Texas and said, hey, I need 5 seats. You need to find me 5. Not unlike what he said to Brad Raffensperger. You need to find me 11,000 votes. You need to find me 5 seats. And the Republicans in Texas, led by Governor Greg Abbott, basically called a special session to try to make this the case. And we have a story from the New York Times that says dozens of Democratic lawmakers, I was reading it, but go for it,
Well, I didn't know if you wanted to read the headline.
we're preparing on Thursday to return to Texas Texas early next week after fleeing the state to temporarily block Republican leaders from adopting a redrawn congressional map. So like I said in the previous debate I had, you need to expect the Texas gerrymander is going to go through. This was always going to go through. This was a temporary measure to try to get some attention on what was happening in Texas. And I think it worked and it had that effect. And so, yes, the Texas Democrats are coming back. And the first thing that Abbott is going to do is he's going to call for another special session, and they are going to pass some fuckered map. So first, a reaction to that, I don't really see it as capitulation. I kind of viewed the fleeing the state as a kind of temporary measure to bring attention to it. And I think it served its end. What do you think, Aaron?
I mean, fleeing the state. I mean, that is literally what they did, right? Mm-hmm. What's so insane is, I don't know that it mentions this, but apparently O'Rourke was campaigning for them because every single day that they miss, they have to pay $500 fines. So even if they have donors behind them, donors want to pay for your campaign materials. They will fundraise for anything that's going to help you keep your seat. But I don't know that you could like hit them up to pay your fines related to missing quorum or whatever. That's what it is, right? A quorum violation, or that's what the technical reason why they're being fined for this in the first place.
They instituted these fines, I think, for earlier stuff too. It might have happened with the abortion law that they were trying to pass, or some of the other like kind of big ticket Texas state laws that they tried to pass. But yeah, there's some fine associated with missing or breaking quorum. Yeah.
So not only that, it's also politically risky for them to be doing this because their constituents are just going to see this as partisan politics that is in their, like, none of their concern, obviously. And it's at a point where they've just suffered all of these floods, right? And people are in need of relief. And every single day that they don't attend, they're actually putting their own reelection on the line because they could be, like, constituents could get mad that they're not addressing the needs of their communities related to delivering legislative relief. So
there are a bunch of reasons why you need to show up for your job eventually, and they're doing the responsible thing there. I think I don't really see, like, there was no way to delay this forever. And also, I think there's another reason as well, is it gives the kind of political room eventually for Gavin Newsom to go through this process to get that plebiscite or to get that ballot initiative and to schedule it, because the whole idea behind Newsom's effort is that it's reactive. It's reacting to what Texas is doing. And so presumably if you just kept on delaying it, you're going to face all these local political effects in your own constituencies as a state member in Texas. And also it kind of undercuts Gavin Newsom's whole argument about this being a reactive response to Texas. And it just is, I think it's not a bad move in my opinion.
This is what I was talking about. Judge blocks O'Rourke from financially supporting Texas Democrats who left the state. The order came at the request of AG Ken Paxton, who O'Rourke accused in a separate lawsuit of going on a fishing expedition. Constitutional rights be damned. This was August 8th. And then he asked a judge to arrest him for, redistricting battle fundraising. But yeah, I don't understand, like...
Here's the notion, right? Like if there is some illegal action happening in a state and someone says, hey, let's help it, let's facilitate it, right? So for example, imagine that there was someone from the state of Michigan who was like yelling when January 6 people were in the middle of what they were doing. And let's say that they were planning to finance these kind of illegal action. So that's, I think,
they see it as like a bail fund practically.
Yeah, it reminds you. Remember when everyone was like, Kamala Harris supported this bail fund for
that was base. That was base. That was base for her to do that. All she did. Yeah, of course I do. All she did was retweet it or something.
So first of all she did was retweet it. Second of all, I think that funding bail is not the same. You'd have to have an intent. You have to show an intent for her to specifically want to increase
further a crime or something.
Further a crime, and especially when you support. There were a lot of innocent people who are targeted.
Isn't everybody innocent until proven guilty? BLM.
But people like genuinely.
Yeah, they were detained for literally like a very, very flimsy basis.
Yes, and who lost their eyes, who are just genuine reporters because they were shot by these people. So there's a legitimate reason. And by the way, I don't people who supported bail funds for Jan Sixers, people who said Trump should pardon Jan Sixers, even though I think what they're doing is reprehensible, I don't think that they're furthering a crime. I think you'd have to show an intent for them to want to bring out further criminal acts. And so
don't you hold Trump responsible for it in a significant way? He incited it.
That was incitement before and during. But if afterwards, right, Trump pardons these people, I think that is an impeachable action, but I don't know necessarily that it is a criminal action. Yeah.
I just see how I find it so hard to disaggregate those two. Because it's hard for me to
Impeachment
believe
versus
that
criminal.
somebody who was involved in a premeditated plot, an insurrection, would not have already been thinking ahead of time that like, yeah, I'm planning on like pardoning these people or helping assist them with their bail funds or whatever it is.
I think
it would be hard to prove. It's just one of those things that you have to
show
know
that.
that's what's going on.
But think about this, right? Like in the Civil War, there was massive amnesty for the traitors and rebels that attacked the Union and that tried to break up the Union. And no one would say, well, just because you have this policy of mass amnesty towards hundreds of thousands of insurrectionists doesn't mean that you're doing something criminal in response to it. If, however, maybe there was some plot
Beforehand.
that facilitating a pardon was part of the plot, I would say that it is evidence towards engaging in an insurrection. But I don't think that we have the evidence there. But it's a good point. Good point, Aaron.
Even with the
So that's
immunity
Texas.
ruling, it's like
Yeah.
a lot of that is based off, one, there's like nothing in the Constitution. All of this is just like a continued interpretation of Nixon versus what's the Fitzgerald.
And Youngstown, yeah.
And like Nixon, I mean, Ford was going to pardon Nixon, right? Like it was already a given, right?
Oh, this is separate, right? So Nixon versus Fitzgerald is a firing of some Navy guy, but so it's not the Nixon. Nixon versus Fitzgerald is someone sued Nixon for civil damages related to his termination from a Navy position. I understand.
Oh, I don't know why I thought that it was
involving
related to the pardon. I would have assumed it's related to the pardon because you could see how, like, again, like this promise of like, yeah, once I get into the office, I'm like, as president, I'm going to pardon you. Seems like inappropriate, you know?
There's another. It's confusing because there's another Nixon case that is also cited in the situation, which is like Nixon versus United States, and that case is involving a subpoena for a criminal subpoena of Nixon. That was also cited in Trump versus United States, and that did involve like Watergate shit and obstruction of justice stuff. So it's a little confusing because there's multiple Nixon cases.
Just seems bizarre to me that like a president could be preemptively pardoned.
He wasn't preemptively pardoned.
No,
Well, I
I'm
don't know what you
saying
mean by
aside. No,
preemptively
I'm
pardoned.
saying aside from that. I'm saying aside from that because like doesn't this immunity ruling kind of lead into these sorts of things being possible and like not they would go unchallenged because they've pretty much already been decided by a court.
I wouldn't say that it's preemptive pardoning. It's like a grant of immunity that will trivially make it easy to do otherwise clearly illegal shit. So it would be trivially easy, and this is the example I use, and I don't think anyone has a good counter to it. If Trump said to the military, go and take Congress by force and make sure that we have a garrison in Congress as a means to institute an illegal coup against Congress, why would that be a criminal act by Trump to do? I don't think under the current immunity doctrine it would be, because you have to imagine, like, let's say the Confederacy took Congress and Lincoln ordered his military to take it back. Everyone would say, yeah, of course, he's the commander in chief. It's his core official power to order the military in a time of an insurrection to take hold of the Congress and take it back from the rebels. Well, if all we're doing in the immunity decision is looking at the power in a vacuum and not looking towards the intent or the sham motive behind why one would use the power, then there's no distinction there. And so I literally think under the current immunity doctrine that there would be no criminal consequence, even though it would be illegal, there'd be no criminal consequence to Trump ordering the military to take Congress under the current theory. Because it's part of his core official powers is to command the military. That's what happens when you have a doctrine of immunity that doesn't rest on like motive or intent. It lets you like just in the nature of the power, just basically say that anything that the president puts through some kind of trivially easy like government machine, as long as it's government actors using and facilitating.
It's an official act.
It's an official action. Yeah. The Nixon problem, the whole problem with what Nixon did, he should have just used the FBI to spy on the Watergate. He shouldn't have used like these plumbers. He should have just ordered members of the FBI directly to plant an illegal wire in the Watergate. And if he did that, it wouldn't be criminal.
I fucking despise Richard Nixon, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
You want to hear my like spiciest take yet?
Yeah, go for it. You like him.
No, that he was actually probably a victim of Watergate instead of the perpetrator.
Yeah, I think that in some ways he was. In some ways.
Yeah, his CIA was like totally against him. And there's like everybody, there's a soundbite that is clipped out or whatever but like right before, nobody pays attention to the fact that he's like, this is some spook shit that we're probably stepping into. We should be like steering clear of it. And so he was on to like the CIA.
But he was also on to the obstruction. He was also onto the obstruction, and he tried to have members of his own CIA fuck with the FBI and get them to basically stand down on
the few that were on his side.
Yeah. So it's like,
but this is when the CIA was a lot more adversarial to the American president.
Sure. Yeah. I think that there definitely is some reasons to think that the CIA was acting a little deep statey during this era, during the Cold War era, for sure.
They were. They also
and
fucked over JFK related to the Bay of Pigs.
The Bay of Pigs stuff. Although there's back and forth on that. But I will just say, regardless of all that, Nixon was definitely involved in the obstruction. I don't know that he was aware of planting the wire and specifically trying to break into the Watergate. So I haven't seen like great evidence of that, but he definitely was involved in the cover up. But I don't even know what he did wrong now. Like firing the special prosecutor because you think that he's like doing something wrong. Like how is that obstruction of justice? That's his core power. It's the core official power to remove people. Can you imagine?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff like now I don't even think we could get like if seatbelts weren't already legally mandated, we would not be able to get them passed to be legally mandated. I'm sorry, we couldn't even get like we were struggling with vaccines or whatever. You think that people are gonna like be interested in seatbelts? You'd hear people saying, actually, it hurts you, or actually you don't really need it, or it's my constitutional right to not, you know, like wear a seatbelt. Who cares about safety? Like the government doesn't have any compelling interest. If I want to fucking drive reckless, drive in accordance with the law, but risk dying by not wearing a seatbelt, that's my right.
Yeah, I think that like
I have the right to be ejected from a car if I get into an accident.
We're in a very lucky period, we're in a very fucked up period in the United States history where anything new, if there isn't like on point, and even if there is sometimes on point, like historical record of this happening in the past, the American people just like don't accept any kind of new safety paradigm or anything. Like they're rejecting lab grown meat, a lot of them, right? They're rejecting mRNA vaccines.
Right, that's a Twitter thing. I don't know about I don't know about the general American public. I know it's causing a stir on Twitter.
But the people in charge right now are like the Charlie Kirk, RFK Juniors of the world. They want to like go back to the old light bulbs, right? The old light bulbs, the old stoves, back to dirty coal. It really is like a bringing you back to childhood type phenomenon. I don't know if it's like if it's specifically a nostalgia feeling.
They're degrowthers.
Nostalgia. Yeah.
Between this and the tariffs.
Yeah, who knows? But anyway, this is the Texas part of the story. However, I also linked to you, and Aaron, if you don't mind bringing up, what Gavin Newsom is doing in response. And I don't think we'll watch the whole of it, but let's watch some.
Do you want Newsom held an event or like the Reuters one?
Yeah, let's do the news story first, and then we'll go into the clip, and we'll just read a little bit of the news story in the New York Times. So this is the Border Patrol. Trump sends, right? His government sends Border Patrol agents to kind of like a fucking brown shirt, like a black shirt from Italy or brown shirt from Nazi Germany. They're sending their Gestapo, they're sending their brown shirts to political rallies to like intimidate the sitting governor when it's about to do some state action. Like, it's so obvious what they're doing. They're doing a show of force to try to scare Gavin Newsom and Democrats.
Here's what a Republican in my chat yesterday said in response to all of this. They were like, so why did Trump mobilize the National Guard? And I said, because he wanted to. Literally, as far as I can tell, big balls is the fucking thing that is motivating this. Is there any other evidence that it's anything else?
Fire. Yeah.
Right. Like it's big ball. Like who cares how many people die of COVID because you're not wearing a mask or you're unvaccinated? But because one person that was in Doge that we being the Trump administration, got beat up. We must declare effectively martial law in order to contend with this one incident. Again, no, it doesn't matter how many kids die in school shootings every year. It doesn't matter. Like, who cares? Second Amendment. I'm not giving up my guns. We're not regulating any of it. And this one incident mobilized the fucking police, right?
I gave you the other story, so can you bring that up real quick, and then we'll go back to this one?
Yeah.
Because since you brought up the big balls thing, so big balls is one of the geniuses, one of the Doge geniuses.
I'm guessing it's the Fed court changes.
Or no, not that one. It's I think it's story number.
Troops chilling, redistricting.
Yeah. Okay. The troops chilling.
Is this not this?
This is in
Oh,
DC.
okay.
Like the troops are just pretty much. Let's read some of it. Do you mind reading some of it?
Yeah, troops in Washington remain largely unseen so far. Federal agents are assisting the local police, but a surge in National Guard troops hasn't hit the streets. So Trump promised an overwhelming presence of federal agents and military troops on the streets of Washington when announcing a crime crackdown earlier this week. 4 days in, however, National Guard soldiers have mostly been seen massing in parking lots and taking photos of tourists. Federal agents have made a larger show of force, mainly through traffic checkpoints and immigration-related arrests. National Guard soldiers were seen Thursday morning at Union Station, the transit hub near the Capitol, where the sight of armed security is not uncommon. But the impression of a major military presence across the city has yet to materialize.
So it's like these people, they're doing the shows of force, but
Thank you for the bits,
it's kind
Clearwatch.
of, in my opinion, making us more unsafe. It's wasting these people's time to do these big displays or whatever, and these big shows of force. And instead of the FBI agents who they're sending on these streets, investigating crimes, going after people who are, the most criminal, the most dangerous illegal immigrants, instead of using our resources efficiently, it just feels like they're interested in basically doing these big
LARPing.
displays, like the parade that they did. Remember the LARP parade that they did
For his birthday, for the birthday boy.
Yeah, the birthday parade. Like, this is what they do. This is what they're doing. And the American people, I don't think, are buying it. They did a poll of this deployment, at least in DC, and it's highly, highly unpopular. And they're not doing jack shit.
So he wants to be able to say that he's done something, but they can't actually really get it underway without facing significant backlash. I mean, they're even facing backlash from some conservatives and like Fox News. So they know that there's this has to be done in a limited fashion. But he says that this is only the start. He wants to do it in all of these other cities across the United States. He talked about like Baltimore. He talked about doing it in in cities like in Chicago and stuff like that. But that's what it was. This chatter for like how they explain or like justify this. So I said, like, that's literally the reason crime is at like a 30-year low in DC. So you can't even say that there's some argument that because there's like a trend upwards that you should do this in order to prevent crime, to step in. Like, nothing like that. And he was like, well, what if he can't say the reason because it's a security threat? So he has to keep it to himself.
Yeah, you can.
So that's the code.
You can do that. You just don't say shit, right? Like, they declared a national emergency and they said what it's for. They said it's because of crime. But if that were the case, then shit, we need to have federal deployments all over these red states.
Well, that's what he's trying to do. He agrees with you.
Yeah. Well,
because it's only going to be the start.
Like, what happened to states' rights? What happened to let the states decide it? It all goes out the window. And that's why none of these people are really consistent when it comes to big government, when it comes to infringements on states' rights or states' liberties. The second that their dear leader wants to do something, that goes all out the window, and they just want, federal control, mandatory control, martial law, that kind of shit. Thankfully, though, it seems like they're just, twiddling their thumbs for now.
Perhaps the highest profile arrest during the federal crackdown involved a man charged with assaulting a federal officer earlier in the week by throwing a sandwich at him.
Oh, yeah, they're going to charge him with a felony.
Do you remember, this was years ago, in North Korea, there was this American who, there was like a poster of a North Korean leader, then he like ripped it down or something like that. And then he was like subsequently jailed for a long time and then went missing.
Brain damaged him and then he died or something?
And yeah, he came back and then he fell into a coma and he died not long after. But right before he was like fucking pleading for his life or whatever, like in tears, like apologizing for what he had done because he didn't realize the consequences were going to be. Like, when if we see something like that unfold here over a fucking sandwich, like for throwing like a sub, a Cuban? What other kind of sandwich is there?
Subway sucks. Can I say that?
No.
Fuck.
You're not allowed to slander Subway here. I obviously have a vested interest in defending Subway. Why wouldn't you be able to fucking talk shit about Subway?
I do find it funny, though, that they care a lot about assault. They care a lot about assault of Capitol Police officers, of DC, and federal assets, except for January 6th. Then when you're getting struck by batons and bats and aerosol shit and just beating the fuck out of police officers, then we pardon you. But if you get hit with a sandwich, we got to charge you with a felony. I will say, if we have a Democrat who takes office in 2028. They should take 2029. They should take a hard look at this sandwich guy and see if he deserves a pardon. I
mean, if it was a meatball sub, as opposed to
that could scald you. That could burn you.
That's heavy. Sandwich. That's heavy stuff right there. If he had had the bread toasted and then it cooled subsequently, it could have been extra. That's like having somebody throw like a rock at you. Really, it's like being stoned when you think about it.
Hating Subway is very elitist. I'm someone who loves Dunkin' Donuts.
He loves Subway. He loves Jared Fogle.
No, this guy, my commentator, maybe, but not me. Not me. I don't like either. I think both are bad. I think both are. Well, one is worse. One is much worse. Sorry. You can go back to the Gavin Newsom thing.
Wait, somebody said that this person who threw the sandwich worked at the DOJ. Is that true?
Wait, really? He's a paralegal. No. Why is a paralegal doing this?
They're an American hero.
Oh no.
They're active resistance.
This is Remember that op-ed during the first Trump administration? The guy's like, "We are the internal resistance. We are."
No, I don't remember this. Who penned that?
There was this guy. There was some guy. I forget actually his name, but he made an op-ed anonymously in one of these. It might have been the Washington Post or something, where he goes, "We are the resistance from the inside." This guy, this is the new resistance. Just have some paralegal fucking throw sandwiches at police officers.
Shame! He yelled from across the street. This is an opera. This should be adopted
Holy
into
shit.
an on-stage adaptation. At some point, the video shows he got closer to the officers and warned them to back up while berating them. Little did they know, he had a sandwich that he was ready to fucking yoink at their face, okay? After minutes of yelling, the man paused briefly, wound up, and threw the sandwich into the chest. Center mass. He hit center mass with a Subway sub.
If he said Kobe, and it's like, I'm doing this for America.
Yeah, for America. Like, there's a... For Pelosi, like, if it was like explicitly partisan, this man would be like, they would be entertaining the death penalty right now.
For Hector.
After minutes of yelling, okay, so he throws it center mass, then ran into the street as officers chased him.
He got caught.
And then, like, you talking about, this is like literally
like
comical. Them having to chase. It's like, again, can you imagine these like Oakley wearing hot dog necked motherfuckers trying to run after this guy who's thrown a sandwich at them and they can't fucking get him?
Shout out to Pepe Frog in the chat. He has the best comment. He goes, "Hero."
He threw a hero. What if he threw a hero?
Yeah, it's good, man. It's good. What can I say?
A transit police detective, Dana Henry, included screenshots of the video in an affidavit that was included in the criminal complaint.
We're kind of laughing. I just want to say I totally disavow.
It's funny.
It's funny. I totally disavow attacks against our law enforcement. I just want to say, since I'm not a Marxist-Leninist, I don't support you guys doing illegal assaults against federal officers. And I'm not just saying this as a meme. I just very much disavow.
But if something were to happen hypothetically and you were arrested subsequently, he might fund your bail.
Your bail fund.
Because that's unrelated.
I'm just joking. Remember when Trump was like, beat the crap out of that guy and he'll pay your legal fees live on stage?
Yeah. And he said, I told them, like, this was during BLM. He was like, I said, you know, yeah, like, throw them in the back of the vehicle. And I said, please don't be so nice.
Don't be so nice.
Yeah, don't you remember that?
Or something. Yeah, I remember. I remember this. This happened.
The detective wrote that the man charged in the crime, identified as Sean C. Dunn, 37, had confessed after he was apprehended. I did it. I threw the sandwich.
I threw it.
It was me, officer.
But I didn't have provolone in it.
That, like, what is it? Black Forest ham was mine, okay?
That was me.
The detective quoted him as saying, "If you touch any law enforcement officer, we will come after you." He didn't touch. He launched a sandwich in his general vicinity, and it happened to hit him in the chest.
It happened to?
Innocent until proven guilty. Innocent until proven guilty.
Like with this Wisconsin judge or whatever, you support
Dugan? Yeah. I supported her even if she did something fucking illegal. Believe me. Ms. Bondi wrote on X, adding that Mr. Dunn was an example of the deep state we have been up against for several months as the Trump administration worked to, quote unquote, refocus her department. You will not work in this administration. Okay, you say it. Go for it. Your line.
My bad. You will not work in this administration while disrespecting our government law enforcement.
You just can't help but do a woman voice without including kind of like a lispy queer flair on it.
Whoa. How dare you? So you're assuming that people who talk like that are
No, you are.
queers?
I'm pointing out that you are.
You're saying I'm a lispy queer.
I'm saying that you use the lispy queer accent when reading the voice of a woman.
How would you read it? You read it then.
I'm a woman, so I can read it in my own voice and it registers as a woman's voice. I only need to adjust my voice for a man.
I'm just following the fucking... So first of all, it says you will not work in this administration while disrespecting our government and law enforcement.
Why don't you do this while you're at it?
You will not.
Can you not snap and like do this? Are you not like nimble? Jeez.
I just did it.
No, you did it. You're like not really snapping.
I am snapping.
Yeah, okay, cope.
Snap. That's a snap. You're coping.
Mr. Dunn had served as...
turn this into some kind of negative thing. This was like a story we were all just enjoying, and you have to make an attack like you can't snap.
Think of this like a table read, and a good director, or even like a actor who is also participating.
You a drama kid? Name one production you've ever been in.
The Lottery by Shirley Jackson. I can't remember who I played, though.
Never heard of it.
How have you not heard of The Lottery?
No one's heard of that.
I also was in Do Black Patent Leather Shoes Really Reflect Up?
The 25th annual Putnam County Spelling Bee.
So I'm guessing do I even need to ask if you were a theater kid?
I wasn't. Never did it. Never been on a show. Never been on stage.
Nerd nonetheless.
I just enjoy song and dance.
Speaking of stage, did you see?
You will not.
What? I will not what?
You will not. Wait, what did I see?
Did you see Miss Maisel, Rachel Brosnahan, getting a bunch of shit because in an outtake she like gave Superman a peck? The actor who played Superman. Did you see this discourse?
So they're fucking.
Well, she did that after they had yelled cut. Or the director had yelled cut. But people are interpreting this to mean, and she's married and not to him. So hold on, let me just pull it up.
That shit is cray. You can't be messing around with that shit.
Hold on.
You cannot be messing around with that shit.
Apparently not, because the internet's losing their mind.
You cannot do that.
Okay.
And I like Rachel.
They had already, like...
You wouldn't understand.
Oh, wait, no, this is copyright music, sorry. So they had already said cut.
That's a love peck. That means you're in love.
No, it doesn't. She's in character.
It means you're in love.
I'm not going to pretend like most people are going to see it my way. Okay? I know that they're not going to.
This means you're in love.
But this is not... It means you're in character. I don't think it matters really that they've said cut.
This is love. Look at this.
I mean, they have chemistry, yeah.
You think that chemistry comes from nowhere?
I mean, he doesn't even give a fuck.
No. He's just so shocked and surprised. And she can't help herself. That's love. That's crazy.
Is it cheating? Is she dishonoring her husband by doing this?
If you're in love with another man? You tell me.
You're already assuming that she is by this, and I'm not. I don't think that she is.
That is love.
I'm saying, I granted that they have chemistry. I don't know that they're in love.
You don't think that those... Look at her eyes. Look at how they light up.
Well, she's at a professional studio where they're lit to make them look maximally attractive. So correct, yeah.
I want to know what love is. One of my Hazen Horizons, shout out Hazen Horizons, says the chemistry comes from their characters. Hello? Do you agree?
The chemistry comes in their characters?
And then another one of my mods says, I think assuming love isn't fair. I'm just saying those are... You
can't back off of that. You're not just saying anything. You explicitly said she's in love. She's in love.
I'm saying that
So there's emotional cheating and I guess probably physical cheating, right? Because they've already said cut. She doesn't need to be doing this. It's
just the fact that she's in love that is the most problematic thing, and they're gonna spend more time together. You'll see. So
is this cheating on her husband?
It's on the line. It's on the margin, isn't it? What would you say?
I see no difference between doing.
Let's look in your eyes. Number one, is this love or is this just being playful?
I think it's being playful. I have no reason to assume it's love.
Would you be surprised if it was love?
No.
Yeah.
But that is not an assessment of this individual interaction. That's because in Hollywood, it's very, very common for these people to cheat, for them to leave each other, like partners or whatever, over. And like find out like that happened. That's how Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt met. He like left in Jennifer Aniston for her.
They stopped filming. Look, they're not filming right now.
I know, and she hasn't left her husband. And this ended months ago.
Okay, be honest.
Okay,
what are the odds the husband's like, Rachel? What is this? Huh? What is this? What is this, huh?
I think you were a very naive husband to think that this sort of shit wasn't going on a set. If your wife is an actress.
No, what are the odds that he came up to her, shows her the Insta, and is like, "What is this, huh? What is this? What is this?"
An
Tell me what this
outtake.
is.
An outtake from this movie that I was
what
in.
What are the odds that he went and said it and he did this?
Oh, I don't. I think it's. I don't think so.
What is this? I don't know. I think that this is.
So I'm guessing that feels like a self-report. So you would do that. You would do that
this, huh?
if your partner was caught doing this in like an outtake, and they'd already said cut.
Listen, I would just be like, "What is this, huh?" I would say it differently.
And then,
I'm not jealous.
Then they'd say, "I'm in character."
But is this in character or is this love?
Yes, this is in character.
Okay.
Like this stuff is going on constantly. Like you rehearse lines off camera when you're not. Like even when you're outside of like formal rehearsals.
You make out when you're off character and you.
This is not making out. It's a peck.
Why peck?
Because they don't actually. It's like so. Literally, this looks like the motion of a chicken. It's perfectly described as a peck.
I understand what a peck is. I understand.
You didn't 2 seconds ago. You just said, "Why is this a peck?" If you know what a peck is, you should be able to clock this as a peck.
Oh wait, there's an update. I'm gonna send it to your Discord. 1 second.
Oh God, to this specifically?
Yeah, it's an update. And this is thank you to Blonde Philosophy for providing this screenshot.
Yeah, maybe she has anxiety and physical touches as she deals with it, like another actor we know.
There's an update.
Okay, let's see. Rachel Brosnahan's husband, you're gonna be dealt with. Watch your back. It's genuinely sad to see your career being tucked out to be remembered as a cuckold because your wife couldn't handle herself with her co-actor. Like, bro, let's have some self-love and stand up for yourself, man. Leave her to be with him if she wants that much at the end of the day. So her husband like this or what?
I don't know. What is this?
Well, I don't know because it just says, I'm assuming this is a random commenter and I'm assuming the author is the husband, Rachel Brosnahan's husband.
Wait a second. He liked it.
Yeah.
So I was right.
That he's upset?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was wrong. But what I said is that if he's upset by this and you were a moron to even get with somebody in Hollywood in the first place.
Oh, Joanna wants to call in. Is that okay?
Of course it's okay if Joanna calls in.
Okay, yeah, just jump in.
She knows the tea.
Oh my God. We're going to have some insane knowledge right now dropped on us. I know it. I know it. Where has this political stream become? Listen,
it's all related. It's all related.
This means love. It does mean love. It does. You both are talking about two separate parts of the same story. See, now this is crazy. It's crazy how I'm being gaslit, even though I was right the whole time. I was right the whole time, and I'm being gaslit.
You always think you're right. Everyone always thinks they're right.
You have one sign that is the person's intent on the kiss. Yeah. So I think. Oh, we have Joanna. Joanna, thoughts?
I'm so sorry. I'm sick, so I'll only stay for 2 seconds. But I want you to know, he did like that comment. And there's also a picture of the three of them where he is standing on his tippy toes to try and be taller than David Cornfleet or whatever. Yeah, it's really embarrassing. But I also want to say, from a professional standpoint, just because a director calls cut doesn't mean that the camera has stopped rolling. And often actors will use that space to improvise for like cute little montage takes, or if they get something cute to include in the film. And so it's not necessarily, if you're on set, like if this was off set in a dressing room, that would be different. But this is on set with a camera on them with like 50 people standing around. It's not like they're doing something in private. They're doing it very visibly in the open, and it's part of their job. And I'm fairly sure that Rachel said that the very first scene they did together was like 15 hours of them making out.
Yep.
So a lot of that sort of thing is because you meet someone and then you're forced into doing these really intimate scenes. So you do little fun gestures like that to create a comfort and an intimacy and an ability to do those more intense scenes where it's like, hey, we're friends, we're having fun, this is fine, right? Like, we're
No,
good.
but did you see the
So it's
light in
not-
her eyes? Did you see the light in her eyes
Yeah,
of
because
true love?
she's trying to make it playful. She's trying to make it playful to be like, we're here, we're having fun, this is easy. Oh, we're just going to kiss all fucking day, I guess. And it's not her being like, I fucking hate my husband. There is nothing worse.
The
because
husband
this
didn't like
never
it.
happens.
That's his problem.
The husband doesn't like it because he doesn't like being compared to Superman. That's why he doesn't like it, because he's jealous of the man.
He has
It
the
has nothing to
tiptoe.
do. Yeah, and now he's
He
like,
wished she
oh,
didn't
my
do that.
girlfriend has a bigger career than me.
He wished she didn't do that.
Too bad. It's her fucking job.
I'm not saying that it's too
I
bad to
bet
do it.
there are
I'm just saying
lots of
he
firefighters'
sees what I
wives that
see.
wish their husbands didn't run into fires.
And you know what? They shouldn't.
I honestly don't even think he really has an issue with the action. What he has an issue with is people don't know what you're talking about, Joe. The fact that, like, just because the director has said cut does not mean that everything stops immediately and you're out of character and you just snap out of it, right? Like, there's still things that continue. It should almost be like it's like a rehearsal, you know, and there's not like it's not as neat as like an on and off switch. So I feel like he's okay if she like explained to him like, yeah, this is what it's like on set. He's like, oh, okay. But because of the internet backlash, now he's not okay with it. But it's almost unrelated to what it is.
Explain that. Explain the tippy toes.
Wait, Aaron, Aaron, it's worse than that because he's an actor in his own right. So he knows. He knows what it's like on set.
And
but he's
still, he knows the love. He knows the love.
No, it's not the love. It's that he's feeling like, in the comment he liked, he said he feels like he's being made out to look like a cuck. He's being compared to Superman. He can't handle the heat because he's insecure in himself. And now he sees his wife giving affection to anyone else as a slight against him. He's on his tippy toes because David's taller than him and he can't stand being made to look out like the small man. But if you can't deal with that shit, don't date an actor. Just don't.
Whoa. It's not, you know, he's just ass mad that his biggest thing is like a sci-fi TV series, okay?
No.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, he's married to Mrs. fucking Maisel. He's married to Rachel Brosnahan.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait a second. I just want to say, you guys are making me out like I'm a red pillar. I'm not a red pillar. I'm just noticing a chemistry come alive in real time. And when there was a peck on the...
Because that is literally, that is an actor's job, is to create chemistry. And there are elements of that are real between the two of you because you're creating something that is real. But the boundaries exist when you leave set, not in between takes, because she would have been there kissing him all day. And that's an offer. What she's doing there is like, this is kind of cute. Do you like this? How would this work? It's not her
Explain
being
the
like,
tiptoes.
oh, I actually want to kiss you in private.
Rachel should dump her husband.
No, her husband should reevaluate why he has to project his insecurities onto his wife.
Well, I'll say it. She should fucking dump his ass if he's this insecure, publicly like liking posts like this.
I've never seen someone out femcell Joanna. That's
She
crazy.
could absolutely do better than this motherfucker. Are you serious?
Joanna despises most men, but holy shit! Wait, you want her to leave right now before a conversation?
Yeah, of course.
That's too far.
She should have left yesterday.
I think she deserves better, but I'm just saying it's not her responsibility. It's his responsibility to sort out his own issues. And I would be furious if my husband was out there liking comments about how me having my big break in the movie world was making him a cuck. Like, can you be any more self-centered? But I'm going to go and leave you guys back to this. I just knew the tea on this. I've been very invested in this particular cultural moment, and I just wanted to give you that little extra insight.
I want Rachel to end up with this other guy. I think, because, listen.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean, what am I talking about? What do you mean, no? This other guy?
Okay, this is like Glenn Powell and Sydney Sweeney, right? Where they had all that chemistry for anyone but you.
Isn't Glenn Powell... Oh, okay, never mind.
Who did you think he was?
You have chemistry for marketing purposes. But the point is, you don't have to end up with every person you have chemistry with. Otherwise, no actor would ever have a long-term relationship.
These
ever.
two.
Oh my God. That's love right there. That's love.
Okay, I'm leaving.
That's Glenn and his Nazi queen.
Wait, is Sydney Sweeney... Wait, before you go. Joe, is Sydney Sweeney a Nazi? Is she like a...
She's a registered Republican.
Oh, no.
In Florida. In Florida.
Oh,
so
no.
do with that what you will.
Holy crap.
With MAGA family members.
No. She probably voted for Kamala anyway.
No, she didn't. The cast of Euphoria, Maud Apatow, Jacob Elordi,
Hunter.
and
Hunter Schafer.
Hunter Schafer, they were all out without her. Basically, the entire cast went out without her,
no.
which suggests a misalignment.
I like
on
Hunter
something.
Schafer. I like Zendaya.
Yeah,
good
so
people.
basically the cool members of the cast who did vote for Kamala went
Well, then
out without her.
after this happened, then she started hanging out with them again. She was seen hanging out with Hunter.
And they realized it was too on the nose.
Yeah.
What is it with blonde conservative Nazis?
I know. On that note, I'll leave. Okay,
All right.
bye guys.
Bye. Okay, so we've met like a happy medium, which is she needs to leave this guy, or this guy needs to leave by himself.
And I'm not saying she needs to leave him for Superman. I'm just saying that this is not gonna work out if your fucking husband is liking posts like this in response to like Joe said, the biggest moment in her career up until this point.
Can we at least admit, Aaron, go back to the video real quick. Can we at least admit that her eyes lit up and she transformed?
No,
into
we cannot. You know, somebody like when you were like, I'm not a red pillar, somebody just put like he's a hopeless Pisco, the romantic. Okay, that's what I'm seeing here by you insisting that there is something going on here other than just manufactured chemistry for her on-screen performance.
Were you in pro Edward or were you pro Jacob? Which one?
I was not. I never got into that until I was like an adult, and even then, it was like I can't. I've never even finished the Twilight series.
If you had to pick, pro Edward or pro Jacob?
Who's who? Robert Pattinson or Taylor Lautner, right?
No. The characters, Jacob and Edward.
I don't know. I have no basis to like know any of this. I'm guessing you've made up your mind already, because which team were you?
I was Team Jacob.
Trump had a team. He would tweet at Robert Pattinson because of like how Kristen Stewart. Yeah, you didn't know this? Hold on. All of the tea tonight.
All right, let's figure this out. This is important.
This is the segue back to politics, you guys.
Yes. I just hope that we could agree that the light in her eye transfixed him, and they're showing true love in that little peck. I wish that we could agree on that, but
here, look.
Even if it's just an act.
Robert Pattinson should not take back Kristen Stewart. She treated on him like a dog, and we'll do it again. Just watch. He can do so much better. Lots of responses to my Pattinson / Kristen Stewart reunion. She will cheat again. 100% certain. Am I ever wrong? So many tweets and stories on Stewart / Pattinson. Look, it doesn't matter. The relationship will never be the same. It's permanently broken.
It's so true. So true. King.
Everyone knows that I am right that Robert Pattinson should dump Kristen Stewart. In a couple of years, he will thank me. Be smart, Robert. Miss Universe 2012 pageant will be airing live on NBC and Telemundo December 19th. Open invite stands for Robert Pattinson.
He's gay for Robert Pattinson.
He is, absolutely. Our first queer president. What an icon.
Our first gay icon president.
Robert Pattinson is putting on a good... Could you imagine? Like, again, it's Obama that gets accused of being gay. It's Obama that gets accused of having like a transgender wife. Meanwhile, Donald Trump tweets out the queeniest fucking shit imaginable. Not a peep. Not a peep. Nothing. Again, he hosts a pageant and then open invite for Robert Pattinson.
Come be my guest to my pageant.
Robert Pattinson is putting on a good face for the release of Twilight. He took my advice on Kristen Stewart, I hope. Everyone wants me to talk about Robert Pattinson and not Brian Williams. I guess people just don't care about Brian. I guess this must have been around the time where it was revealed that Brian Williams had like fabricated that he had actually like been on the ground for certain news stories that he had claimed to be on the ground for, right? If that's who I'm thinking of.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
This is Allison Williams' father, I think. After Friday's Twilight release, I hope Robert Pattinson will not be seen in public with Christian. She will cheat on him again.
Our queen.
That's my president. That's my president.
What if Trump announced that he was like transitioning? I don't even like. That would be insane. That would be insane.
Why would it be insane? It would all make sense. Suddenly, everything would make sense.
President is Trump.
It's like, oh, he wasn't a fascist. He was just like an egg and having a hard time dealing with it. Like the second term, he was just like, oh, he was like trying to crack. Okay. We forgive him. It was like. Can
we go back to politics?
It was dysphoria related fascism.
Many cases. There are cases of such.
Being a Republican is egg behavior? I mean, can you
There are
argue with that
cases.
really?
There are some cases.
I can't believe you didn't know about this.
I didn't know.
You have to know. You have to know more about your like Trump lore.
I don't know. This Rachel thing really messed me up because I do think that they should be together. Because I saw that one of the best scenes in the Superman is when they're just talking, and I really love the part of them just talking. I think that was cool.
You were the worst viewer. You were the worst viewer thinking this, that they need to actually be together. This reminds me, I'm sure you don't know who this is, but what are you laughing at?
I'm memeing and you're pretending that I really want them to end up together.
You do. You 100% do. As much as Trump wanted Robert Pattinson to leave Kristen Stewart, that's about the same energy that you have for her getting with Superman.
I just think that there's love there. I think there's a lot of, there's love.
Do you know who Tessa Virtue is? It's got Muir, I think. They were a couple that did pairs figure skating, and everybody just thought their performance was so romantic, even though they both had their own partners and spouses. And they went on Ellen to address that, like, yeah, we're not a couple. We like have dated in the past, but it's not like that between us. But everybody shipped them because they were very, very good at pair skating. And that's exactly what you're doing now by being like, again, they're a good actor and actress, and so you're like, no, they should be together IRL.
I generally think that there are performances that people give. One that comes to mind is, I don't know if have you ever seen Hadestown?
No.
So those of you who've seen Hadestown, the lead in Hadestown like fell in love. He was the Spider-Man for the Spider-Man musical show. So search Hadestown. Hadestown romance.
This?
What does it say? Yeah. So go to the lead. Go down to the cast.
If they have it, they might not name the.
They're gonna have
Oh
it.
wait, here. Okay.
Yeah. So go to Broadway. Reeve Carney.
Okay, this guy. What about him?
And now go to Partners. Ava.
Okay.
So
Did they act together?
they acted on Hadestown together. He played Orpheus, and she played
Eurydice.
Eurydice. And they're just some shows. There's just some chemistry stuff.
Okay, but they were single. That's different if they're both single, and then fine, like you fall in love with your co-host or whatever,
Wait,
or like
look, it says divorce the spouse. Wait. Go to personal life. Divorce 2019. Then Reeve Carvey.
Oh, you're right. Okay, wait. Oh, okay, I assume because he was single. It seems like he was single, as far as we know, or he didn't have a partner that was listed.
Yeah,
so okay.
Superman what's this guy's name again? I forgot his name. The Superman guy. Is he single?
I don't know. I can't think of his name either.
Just search Superman.
I am. David
Can I just point out,
Cornsweat.
this is from Blonde Philosophy. Can I just point out that most people meet their spouses at work? Actors work such intense schedules, they almost invariably date someone on set.
It's also a good point.
Oh, he's married.
He's married, and he was recently.
Oh, no. See, he was a king in that. So if you go to the
His
kiss.
beautiful wife.
We're not going to show the kiss again. Oh, wow. Yeah, they are a beautiful couple. They're a beautiful couple. That's going to be tough. I wonder what her response is. We need to know her response.
No matter what, they both stay winning. She can't lose. She's at like the peak of their careers. They're at the peak of their fucking careers.
This is great. And the best part about that whole movie is when Superman confronts Netanyahu. Sorry, I'm just getting back to the battle.
The curve of the Mediterranean.
Wait, it's the Kev. It's the Kev. It's the Kev. It's the blue. Then why did they put the color blue? It's the Kev. Pisco.
Just really quick before we move on, I've got a chatter.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can we revisit to a few minutes ago? And Pisco said, "I'm not actually red pill. I'm just noticing." What did you mean by this?
Wait, what's that? Is that a dog whistle?
That's what you said. So was it a dog whistle?
Is noticing a dog whistle?
I think they're asking you what you meant.
I'm noticing their magical on-screen chemistry come to life before my eyes. That's what I'm saying.
From the river to the sea, Jarheim 4 will be free. Okay, I'm going to show you this video on the final subject of whether or not Trump is gay.
Donald Trump is old school gay, where he should have been like a red carpet fashion advisor or something.
Got it.
He should have been standing on the side and being like, that dress, honey, I don't think so. That would have been amazing. I would have watched every night. Instead, he ran for office on a platform of mass deportation.
Got
So
it.
that's where things got tricky, obviously. But I do think he's very gay.
I mean, is the fact check true or what?
He's gay.
Donald
He is gay.
Those tweets, man.
He's those tweets.
Just could you imagine if that was like in Obama's like Twitter history before he ran?
Yeah, I mean,
Just saying.
Obama has rumors of being gay too. You know, there's accusations of that, right?
Yeah, I read about this. Like he said like a
crackhead guy.
no, well, not just what's his name, Sinclair. I can't think. I always forget his name. It's something Sinclair.
I think probably most of our presidents have been gay.
Okay, but that guy has like been in and out of prison, and he can't corroborate the story. But what PBD knew, this was a deep cut because they were reacting to it, or like they were reacting to Obama saying that he has like a gay. No, not just that. This was recently. So he made those comments about like, oh, listen to your gay professor or something like that. Like I look up to a gay professor that I have. He said something like that. And they were like, yeah, I bet you also, are thinking about your gay lovers still from college. I was like, what are they talking about? This is probably not real. But apparently Obama did.
Yeah.
It's not like an accusation. There's correspondence that Obama had between himself and another male student where he was like, maybe I am gay. I don't know. And like the New York Post reported on it and they reached out to Obama for comment and they didn't respond to it.
Oh, no.
I think it's real.
Oh, yeah. Obama's probably a little gay. So the theory about Lincoln being gay, I will say one thing. I just listened to a Lincoln podcast about Lincoln, and apparently Mary Todd was like a huge B word. Like she would always talk shit whenever someone would try to sit next to Lincoln in a carriage, especially women, if they sat next to her, like him in a carriage. She was like super, super rude to Ulysses S. Grant and Grant's like family or like wife or whatever. That's apparently why Grant wasn't at Ford's Theater when he was shot by John Wilkes Booth. And then after, she was like wailing at Lincoln's bedside when he was dying because he just got shot. The Secretary of War, Edward
What is
Stanton,
this historical tea that you're dropping right now?
Get this woman out of here. Get her out of here. And they got her out of the room because she was so hysterical next to her husband dying. And when she left the White House, she stole all the silverware. She stole the White House silverware. That doesn't look good for Mary Todd. I'm just saying.
Honestly, you have to cut her some slack. Wasn't like they were viewing a play when he was killed, right?
Yes, My American Cousin. That's the play in Ford's
Okay,
Theater.
he was probably the same experience that you had watching Hadestown. It was probably a romance, and he was probably watching it
wasn't a
unfold
romance,
before
it was
his
a
eyes.
farce.
No,
It's a
I'm
farce.
sure
Why
it
did you
was.
say
No,
romance?
I'm sure
It's
it was
not
a
a romance,
romance,
it's a farce.
and she was
It's a
watching
farce.
him be transfixed, wishing clearly that he was actually the male lead, and it was real. And really, secretly, she was like, you deserve your untimely fate. Because you were
wow.
you were micro cheating, as the TikTok kids say.
The silverware from the people of America.
Well, she was just getting a
stole a
bag.
bunch of shit.
She was just getting a bag at that point.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't
then
she?
Tad Lincoln died at 18, and Willie Lincoln had already died. There's a lot of death.
Why can't she have the silver? Can't a girl eat? Okay, her husband was killed. Let her have the
You sound
fucking
like Trump.
silver.
You sound like Trump. Why can't I have these documents, these classified documents in Mar-a-Lago?
Explain how
Because it doesn't
these
belong
are
to you.
related.
Because it doesn't belong to you. You're not allowed to have the silverware. You're not allowed to have the documents. Those are
Okay, but
documents
he wasn't undergoing trauma when he took those documents.
Trump?
Yeah, no. What trauma?
I don't know. Like, his brother died of alcoholism.
Okay, his wife died and he like buried her at like the back of a golf course, right? And her grave looks like
he
it's
could be
completely
close to her.
unkempt, so he doesn't give a fuck about people that are close to him,
So he
clearly
could-
when
so
they
he could
die.
be close to her.
No. This is what it
Have you
was. New York.
seen-
What have I seen? What?
Go. No, go.
Nope. What have I seen? Or have I seen what?
Have you seen the movie The Apprentice?
Yeah, I have. Very good.
He was very sad when he died, his brother.
Why are you about to crack a smile? That's not even how I remember it. I mean, they portray it that way, but there's no reason to assume that.
Well, he magically transformed into Trump on screen, and it was a brilliant performance.
There are some artistic licenses taken in that movie. Like his wife never leaned over or like it wasn't Ivanka or I think Ivana. Yeah, Ivana never said to his lawyer, like, that those are
Wait.
pewters, right? It was
Barack
after he
Obama
died.
told X, I make love to men in my imagination.
We're getting there. Hold on. I'm doing
What the
media
hell?
analysis of a movie that you brought up. Listen.
Okay.
So that scene where Ivana leans over and he's like, look at this like Tiffany like cufflinks that he gave me. And she's like, you know that those are pewter, right? Like they're fake. He never actually, and it was never verified that they were fake. His partner, after he died, came out and was like, I don't think that they're real. So that's
why he.
So I'm saying that they were.
A lie. The movie's a lie.
No, I'm saying that there are artistic licenses taken, and that might be one of them. It may not be. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Barack Obama being gay.
Would love to. Barack Obama told X, I make love to men daily, but in the imagination, letter shows. This was reported August 12th, 2023, so practically 2 years ago to the day.
It's an August surprise.
Yeah. Former President Barack Obama wrote of his own androgynous mind and making love to men daily, but in the imagination, according to the redacted portion of a now notorious 1982 letter obtained by the Post. The more than 40-year-old letter to an ex-girlfriend recently resurfaced after Obama biographer David Garrow gave a long and winding interview on the one-time commander-in-chief. In regard to homosexuality, I must say that I believe this is an attempt to remove oneself from the present, a refusal perhaps to perpetuate the endless farce of earthly life. You see, I make love to men daily, but in the imagination. Obama, then 21, wrote to Alex McNear in November 1982.
He's a bi king.
He may be, in fact, be a bi king or pansexual. Who knows? My mind is androgynous to a great extent, and I hope to make it more so until I can think in terms of people, not women as opposed to men. But in returning to the body, I see that I have been made a man, and physically in life, I choose to accept that contingency, he added.
He's trans?
Maybe. McNear, who dated Obama during his year at Occidental College in LA, later redacted the salacious paragraphs, which Pulitzer Prize-winning historian Garrow hunted down and included in his tome Rising Star. The letter is currently owned by Emory University, which doesn't permit it to be photographed or removed. Instead, Garrow's friend Harvey Clare transcribed the paragraphs by hand and sent them to the author. Clare provided the redacted portion of the letter to the Post. Obama, a father of two, has been married to his wife Michelle since '92. Garrow said there was nothing unusual about Obama's youthful musings. I'm a historian, not a psychologist, but I think it's public record news that a vast majority of human beings have sexual fantasies, he said via email. Love that he had a exclamation point. A rep for the former president did not respond to a request for comment.
So basically, it's confirmed that Obama had gay fantasies as a child.
Well, they said date. It says date here.
Or as a young man.
McNear, who dated Obama during...
It's a woman.
Oh, Alex McNear. Can you blame me for making that mistake? I thought I didn't see that.
Yeah, I
okay,
can't
there you go.
Fucking picture of her right there.
Yeah, I didn't know that's who it was, though. I didn't see the thing.
A lot of women named Alex. I bet there's 5 in the chat right now.
I'm not saying there's no women named Alex. I'm saying it's an androgynous name, so it's easy for me to... Or gender-neutral name.
Botez. Do you know Botez?
I do know Botez, right. You think she's androgynous looking or what?
I didn't say that. You said that.
I was asking you. I didn't say it.
I don't think she looks androgynous at all. I think that she's wonderful. She's a great chess player.
Say she's womanly and feminine. Affirm that.
I just did.
No, you didn't. You're dodging.
I don't, you don't have to.
Is Alex Botez womanly and feminine, yes or no?
Yes, of course, yes.
Is that so hard?
Okay.
Really?
Is Obama a gay man?
Yeah, I guess so. Queer would be more, it would be the way that I describe it, not gay.
He's a Q.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
Isn't everybody a little bit gay? You know?
Everyone is a little gay on the Kinsey scale. So I would say Obama is like a 5.9.
So that's like, it's a really gay. It's a really gay.
Let's just get to the news. Redistricting. Guys, the redistricting. All right.
Let's take it all the way back. No, we were on like Newsom or whatever, right? Or this is related to the redistricting.
Yes. So all of these
what do you always say?
Shirts,
let's linearize.
Let's linearize. These ice brown shirts show up to have a show of intimidation against Newsom during his speech. And let's watch some of his speech. I gave you the link.
Love that you took the time to pass me the links instead of just having them ready yourself to pull up.
Yeah, I passed it along to you. I just wanted to prepare before all.
Yeah,
this.
for once.
Yeah, for once.
This is the first time he's ever contributed.
And for now on, I'll just contribute even more. All right, let's hear some of this. Yeah, we'll speed it up.
Where does he start speaking? Okay, woman.
Ready to go.
Couldn't lie.
Don't get you slipping up.
You like that song?
Time to defend.
Yeah, this is America. Is that Shifty Schiff?
Thank you, everybody.
Woo! Full screen this. Oh, wait, you can't. I'll do it.
Thank you.
Means yes, we can.
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you.
Little awkward pause.
Thank all of you. In the spirit of that African proverb that Senator Padilla was referencing. You want to go fast, go alone. You want to go far, go together. And I look back at this audience, and I look at all of you, united in this cause, and I'm reminded where we are at this precious moment in time. We are in Los Angeles. The most diverse city, in the most diverse county, in the most diverse state, in the world's most diverse democracy.
Hell yeah.
And I've long believed that the world looks to us, to all of you, to see that it's possible to live together and advance together and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. What makes LA great, what makes California great, and what makes the United States of America great is that at our best, we don't tolerate our diversity, we celebrate our diversity.
It. Oh my God, lib pornography.
Because we're all in this together. Where are we? At Democracy Center.
Why did I know you were going to start singing that? Why did I fucking know that you were going to start singing High School Musical? Why have you even seen High School Musical?
I have. I saw it.
Why? Why have you seen it multiple times?
Because it was big when we were little. It was a little bit like for you.
You were already bigger, okay? You're born.
No, I wasn't. I was in elementary school. What are you talking about?
When High School Musical came out?
Yes. And we did little auditions. Yeah.
How were you not a theater kid?
I wasn't a theater kid.
How were you not?
I've never even been to a stage.
Are you even a real fan? Sing Breaking Free right now. Lock in.
We're breaking free with Soren. Now it's you.
No, I'm not singing this with you.
What do you mean?
Not when I'm sick. I can't do it justice. Okay, like Vanessa Hudgens could. You know, Zac Efron didn't actually sing in that.
You know that their on-screen chemistry came alive and that they actually probably did it?
They did date for years.
Did they?
Yes.
You're going to say that that's all made up. You're going to say that that's whatever.
No, they did it for years.
Okay.
She also dated Austin Butler, who played Elvis.
Austin Butler?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Did you know that Austin Butler said something weird and then Timothy Chalamet laughed at him?
No.
Okay.
Care to share with the class? What did he say or what?
I don't quite remember. I just remember that he said something that was like...
Yeah, sure you don't remember. You just don't want to look like you care about this petty bullshit.
I just remember that there was something and Timothy Chalamet laughed.
I won't tell anybody that you have a subscription to Page 6, okay?
What's Page 6? I don't even know that. I've never heard of it.
Of course you don't. Of course you never heard of it. Yeah, he doesn't have any idea what...
I listen to Joe Rogan. I listen to The Saint and the Sinner.
So you're a red pill.
Why you say that?
Saint and Sinner's a red pill podcast.
How do you know who The Saint and the Sinner is?
Because I watched Farrah go on his podcast, and then he freaked out because she said the word Negro or something. And he tried to pretend like she said the N-word.
Oh, we got her. Guys, we got her. Wait, he freaked out?
He was like pearl clutching that, pretending like she had said like the N-word or something. She and Jasmine Jafar went on.
What's Farah's ethnic background?
She's Arab. She's like Arab. No, actually, she's Muslim Indian, I think. I can't remember.
Whoa, you think that's Arab?
No, that's why I said, wait, she's Indian.
But you said Arab, so you think Muslim Arab. That's what you think.
I thought that, but I'm saying I think it's Indian.
All right. Well, you know, not all Arabs are Muslim either.
Yeah. Some are Christian. Why?
Muslim is a religion.
I know. That's why I said she's Arab. And then I was like, wait, I know she's Muslim. And then I was thinking, like, she actually might be Indian.
You know Gandhi was racist?
No shit.
What do you mean no shit? Don't act like you knew that.
You know George Washington had slaves?
It's not the same thing. People know that. People don't know about the Gandhi thing.
Says who? Would it be surprising for anyone to learn that like these people were racist in some way?
Uh-huh.
Outside, at this exact moment, are dozens and dozens of ICE agents. Donald Trump, you think it's coincidental?
Yeah.
Donald Trump and his minions, Tom Homan, tough guy.
Boo.
Coley decided, coincidentally or not, that this was a location to advance ICE arrests. Indiscriminate? Perhaps. We'll find out later. It was certainly indiscriminate when a 15-year-old...
It's not indiscriminate. It's discriminate. That's the problem of it. It's not indiscriminate. It's discriminate. Okay?
Okay.
So when you discriminate, that's when you're being selective about when to do things, when to do deployments. Like you're discriminating against people based on their ethnicity, or you're discriminating with people. Like, so saying that it's indiscriminate in this context, I think that there are things that are indiscriminate, but I think that their decision to show up to his rally was highly discriminate.
It seems like a pedantic point.
It just doesn't seem
this
like
is like somebody reading a news story about a war crime of like a free fire zone, and it describes this indiscriminate firing, and you raise your hand and say, aha, it says indiscriminate. But notice that every single time they shot into that field and they fired a bullet, that was an intentional decision. So they intended to do that. So really this was intentional and discriminate when you know what's being said and you're just being a pedantic fuck.
All right, just press play then.
Do you accept what I just said?
No, just press play.
Why don't you accept it?
You don't need to know why. I just, because sometimes you piss me off.
You know, earlier in this conversation, my refusal to answer your question was like led to you doing like a victory dance and being like, "Yay, I won!" Clearly, it's viewpoint discrimination or whatever, because you couldn't come up with another reason fast enough before I gave you my other answer. So yeah, I'm gonna take the W on this. I think you know exactly what the fuck I mean.
Disabled boy had a gun put to his head in Los Angeles.
Seems fine.
Fine.
Yeah, you conceded. Take the L.
I don't know what to say. I mean, he got it wrong. He said the wrong word. He should have said it was highly discriminate.
And go to school just a few days ago. I met with it. I don't need to belabor this, except I want to level set. People are scared. People are fearful.
They are.
You had a United States senator that was thrown down to the ground.
True.
In a federal building.
Remember this? This was Senator Padilla. Yep.
J.D. Vance's name is Alex Padilla, not Jose Padilla.
That was another thing that
Well, that's an own by Gavin, because J.D. Vance did say that, and that shows that he's racist.
Okay, maybe.
Right? Why would you call someone whose name is Jose Alex?
I think he called him Alex, not.
Fuck.
You got that completely reversed.
But like that is racism. I think it's a kind of racism.
Sure, that's how he intended it, right? And I can easily believe that that's how JD Vance intended it. That was the other thing that conservative who's back in my chat tonight said yesterday about why it was justified to mobilize the National Guard. Because I was like, crime's at an all-time low. He was like, well, those politicians were shot recently, referring to the Minnesota politicians
Minnesota,
yeah, that were killed. And now you're talking about this violence, this guy that was pushed down in the Senate. You know, maybe this does require the National Guard to be mobilized.
It wasn't in the Senate. It was a senator who got pushed down.
There you go.
Not in the Senate. Sorry,
tomato.
Very particular today. I don't know what it is about today. I'm just today.
You're just
I
in
really
a
want to make
silly,
sure
goofy mood.
Yeah.
Where you have to like nitpick and find every single hair to split and do it live.
Yeah.
Very enjoyable viewing experience. Thank you so much.
People like it.
Lovely
People
to talk to you.
Yeah.
That's the Vice President of the United States.
Oof.
It's another museum not so far away from us. Talks about those 53 days.
Someone said his hand movements are very, very like calculated, and now I can't unsee it.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
Every single thing that he does, I'm like just watching.
Far away from us. Talks about those 53 days.
Oh yeah.
Some of you know what I'm referring to. Wake up, America. This is serious.
Wake up.
Wake up to what's going on. Wake up to the fear, the anxiety. Wake up to what's happening, not just here in Los Angeles, where we saw our streets militarized. We saw our due process rights thrown out the window. You heard the word disappeared. I was with a 12-year-old boy born in Oxnard, California, whose mother and father were disappeared. 20 years going to the same packing facility every single day, didn't even know how to get back into his own home, into his own house. Had no brothers and sisters. He has now disappeared in an attempt to find his parents. That's Trump's America. That's the moment we're living in. So these are sober times. And so I'm deeply grateful to all of you for standing up and for being here today. I'm grateful for all the elected officials that are here, members of Congress, not just our 2 U.S. senators, to members of the California legislature for having the courage of their convictions, for standing tall and standing firm, to recognize today is Liberation Day in the state of California. And as Senator Schiff said,
You're such a lib.
Trump, you have poked the bear, and we will punch back. Here's the good thing about California, folks. We're the size of 21 state populations combined. We're the 4th largest economy in the world. We're not a small, isolated state. I know they say don't mess with Texas. Well, don't mess with the great Golden State. And so we're here with our state of mind, with the clarity of our purpose and conviction, to recognize that we need to reconcile the world we're living in. We do have agency. We're not bystanders in this world. We can shape the future, and that's what we intend to do today. We're here because Donald Trump, on January 6th, tried to light democracy on fire, tried to wreck this country.
No need for the National Guard in that instance.
No need for the National Guard there. Can you turn off subtitles real quick just so everyone can see the name of the act that he's pushing? I love the name of this. The Election Rigging Response Act. Love the name, love the optics. Let's keep it clean, keep it simple. Just get to the actual message that you want to send and make the legislation match that. They have big, beautiful bill. We have Election Rigging Response Act. I love it.
Tried to steal an election, as Alex just said, by trying to dial in for 11, almost 12,000 votes. And here we are, in open and plain sight, before one vote is cast in the 2026 midterm election. And here he is once again trying to rig the system. He doesn't play by a different set of rules. He doesn't believe in the rules. And as a consequence, we need to disabuse ourselves of the way things have been done. It's not good enough to just hold hands, have a candlelight vigil, and talk about the way the world should be. We have got to recognize...
Which honestly, I was kind of expecting. I'm not going to lie. There's been lots of different moments where it's been a lot of talk and then not action. You know, Cory Booker being an example of somebody who is all talk, no fucking action. But it's refreshing to actually see Gavin Newsom take a stand and then follow through as far as pushing legislation to match what he is saying and what he has been saying.
He's in a unique position that I would be very envious of if I were a member of Congress as a Democrat, because he can actually do stuff. And he's in a position as a Democratic leader and as an actual executive in the state of California to do something. And so he had the opportunity and he is trying to do something. Now, will it succeed? I don't know that it will succeed, but I like that he's trying. And I think that everyone can get on board that we need more fight among our Democrats.
But he's positioning himself for a 2028 race. This is good, though, because even if he's doing that, then he's building up a record that he wants to show to voters. And he obviously believes that, like, the thing that is going to help him get to the White House in 2028 is showing Democratic constituents and then the general public who's going to vote that, yeah, I actually was in opposition to Trump the entire time that he was in office.
Which is good. It's
not just going to run on like, oh, here's my record, or like, here's what I plan to do or whatever. He's like already taking action.
The cards that have been dealt. And we have got to meet
Can we please have someone else? I hope so, because I don't like Newsom very much. But if there's more of this, then that could change, obviously.
Fire with fire. And we've got to be held to a higher level of accountability. So that's what this is about. It's not complicated. We're doing this in reaction to a president of the United States that called a sitting governor of the state of Texas and said, find me 5 seats. We're doing it in reaction to that act. We're doing it mindful of our higher angels and better angels. We're doing it mindful that we want to model better behavior, as we've been doing for 15 years in the state of California with our independent redistricting commission. But we cannot unilaterally disarm.
True.
We can't stand back and watch this democracy disappear.
What?
We can't stand back and watch this.
You misspoke.
Watch this democracy?
Could this man really be president? I don't know.
Democracy
He's tripping over his words like Biden.
District, all across this country, not just in Texas, but in Missouri, where J.D. Vance went just a week ago, in Indiana, in places like Ohio, in places like Florida. We need to stand.
So somebody put, funny, the only thing he could think to do is be less democratic. And then they put, is it, or is it just more fire? So how do you respond to that?
Yeah, no, I think it's totally within keeping of what the Supreme Court said is allowed. The Supreme Court said that redistricting is a political question. So a political question is one that is resolved by the political branches of government. And given that the Supreme Court said that this is allowed and that the people who decide these questions are the various different states and Congress if it wants to. And given the fact that Democrats overall want to have a response that gets independent commissions, then there is nothing, absolutely nothing inconsistent about saying, hey, we're in favor of independent districting as a overall in terms of our democratic values, but everyone needs to do it. We can't just unilaterally disarm. We can't fight with our hands behind our back. And the best way to get to total end of political partisan gerrymandering is to have a unified solution. But that's never going to happen if the Republicans get all the benefits from partisan gerrymandering and none of the costs. They have to face some cost. And when the Supreme Court says, hey, this is a political question, what do you expect? I don't think that it's like not in keeping with our responsibilities to like just refrain from doing something the Supreme Court said that the state governments are allowed to do.
They said it's always been allowed. That's the problem.
Hang on. So if it's always been allowed, if you're saying it's always been allowed, then basically you're saying we've always been in this mess. And that's my point. It's like, we've been in this mess. We're in this hole. We've already had to deal with decades of Republican gerrymandering, not just on a federal level, but on a state level. Like, look at the Wisconsin state proportions. It's fucking insane how long that this has happened. So anyone who thinks that this is like something new that Democrats are doing, this is completely in reaction to Republicans gone overboard. And it was Democrats fighting in Rucho versus Common Cause to get rid of partisan gerrymandering. It was Democrats who were pushing legislation to get rid of partisan gerrymandering. But we're not going to unilaterally disarm. And in the face of unprecedented Republican assaults with respect to partisan gerrymandering, and when the Supreme Court says it's a political question, why shouldn't the Democrats do this as an end goal to try to get rid of partisan gerrymandering on the whole, which will never happen if Republicans get all the benefits from partisan gerrymandering and none of the costs?
They haven't responded, but I have to assume, well, they said they have it in my state. My state benefited from independent redistricting, but I would assume that the follow-up to that would be that, so in order to oppose Republicans, you're willing to disenfranchise voters in your own state. It's
not disenfranchising them, because the Supreme Court has said that disenfranchising would consist of making a racial gerrymandering. Disenfranchising would consist of getting rid of one person, one vote.
Right, but you don't agree with the Supreme Court's interpretation of this, correct?
Okay, but when I agree with Marbury versus Madison, and Marbury versus Madison is, the Supreme Court says it is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. And so when the Supreme Court says, for example, that there is criminal immunity for presidents, I'm going to fight against that in the courts. I'm going to argue for them to overturn it in the courts. But as a state of the law, they are the final word on what the law means. They are the final word about what the First Amendment means. And so,
okay, but we know that you have an opinion outside of it, and you didn't answer my question. I'm saying you don't agree with it. No, you don't agree with it.
I don't agree with the decision.
Okay, that's my point. And what they're saying is this sort of malicious compliance in order to get a better, more favorable political outcome, or at the very least maybe challenge gerrymandering down the line. In the meantime, by fighting fire with fire, that includes doing something that is unethical, or something that you already agree is like unethical.
No, I think it's unethical.
But like it's a kind of like the ends justify the means. The means are unethical, but the ends will be justified.
Hang on. So I only think it's unethical to do partisan gerrymandering if there is a sort of if there's equality across the country, that people generally don't do this, and then a state does it, right? That's what so if there's a norm or law which has as a baseline no partisan gerrymandering, I would say implementing it in your state would be like wrong. But if there is no norm, and if the Supreme Court has let loose the dogs of war, I no longer think it's unethical. Now it is the norm, right? The norm in this country is partisan gerrymandering. That's the norm. So there's no longer a norm against partisan gerrymandering. There's only maybe we can make it the norm. We can only make it the norm if we have Democrats in Congress to make it the norm. That's the only way we're going to make it the norm, because right now it has not been the norm for decades and decades. So we're not going against the norm by implementing partisan gerrymandering.
So if back when, like in the Jim Crow South, in order to oppose, in order to like try to fight for racial equality, you would be okay with this sort of tactic of fighting fire with fire. And if there was an opportunity for a black business or like black people to discriminate against white people on the basis of their race as like a show of force against, like basically to do some sort of reverse discrimination to prove a point, you would be in support of that tactic.
No, not necessarily. Depends on the situation.
Depends on the situation. Okay.
So there could be acts in and of themselves that I think are wrong. This isn't one of them, right? So like, I would say breaking the law and violating the Constitution on purpose, that is an act in and of itself that's like probably wrong. And I will almost, it would have to be a high threshold to violate it. I could say that, independent racial discrimination by a private person by itself is wrong. But I don't think that of partisan gerrymandering. I think partisan gerrymandering is wrong given a set of constraints. And those constraints are the notion that there's either a norm against partisan gerrymandering, which there isn't anymore or ever, or where there's a law against partisan gerrymandering. Then I would say it's wrong. But
so in response to that, they say, so there's no problem with it. Everyone should do it. Because I think there is a problem with it. It's cementing two parties.
So it really is super simple. I say partisan gerrymandering is wrong if there's a universal norm against it across the country, or if there's a law against it across the country. But when there is no norm against it, and when it's a political question that is designated to be resolved by the various political branches of the country, then why is it wrong? Right? It's the same thing. Like, for example, if the Supreme Court, people make this argument, if one party packed the Supreme Court, would it be wrong to unpack it, to pass a law to change the amount of members of the Supreme Court? Imagine if someone said, okay, well, one party packed the Supreme Court, and then you're not allowed to respond with a statute, even though it's legal to do, right? At that point, why wouldn't you do it? You get me?
I do, but I wonder if they get you.
Yeah.
We'll watch a little bit more of this.
Up, not just California. Other blue states need to stand up. We need to be firm in our resolve.
I think in this instance, what you're demonstrating is that, hey, if you're going to do this, Democrats are going to fight fire with fire, and it's going to be a race to the bottom for you. So stop while you're ahead and either mutually disarm or stop, because every single time that you do it, we're going to attempt to do it, right?
This is assuming that there's something inherently wrong always.
Wait, no. I'm saying that. I'm not reading the commentary. I'm saying why I support it. Why I actually think that it's a good strategy, because he's fighting fire with fire. So he's like, they're doing that in Texas. We're going to do this in California to oppose it. And it sends a signal to every single Republican legislature that is considering doing this to gain an advantage in the midterms that, hey, it's actually going to be a race to the bottom, because everywhere that you attempt to do that, there's going to be blue states that attempt to do it even harder and will have more force behind them, because California is a bigger state than even Texas, And so then at that point, and they've already put on the table, but we could mutually disarm and then have none of this. So if you don't like it, you can't say, hey, well, it's not fair when you do it, because obviously if they're doing it themselves, they're not in a position to cast stones. So from there, the choices for them moving forward are, okay, you can do this, but just know that every single blue state could start subsequently responding with partisan gerrymandering out the ass that would actually yield more Democratic seats than if they hadn't done this, or if they had agreed to independent redistricting.
Yeah, so I think that there's that sort of pragmatic outlook to it, and I think that that's perfectly fine. I also just don't think that there's a self-standing principle that says partisan gerrymandering is inherently wrong. I think partisan gerrymandering is wrong if there is a law against it and if there is a norm against it. But if there is, we're in a world in which there is no norm, and in fact the norm is to do partisan gerrymandering. That is the norm. Then I don't see why we would commit ourselves to an obligation to not partisan gerrymandering. It's the same thing with the Electoral College, right? I don't like the Electoral College. I think that we should get rid of the Electoral College, right? I think it's a bad idea to have the Electoral College, but that's the system we have right now. And the Supreme, that is in our Constitution. We're allowed to do it. The Electoral College is the way we do it. And so would I be like, oh, okay, don't participate in the Electoral College and just grant all of your electors to the person who wins the popular vote? I wouldn't be in favor of that unless we had a threshold to get to 270 or something, because by itself, I think that it's silly to play a different game when that game has been stamped into law and there is no norm against it. So just because you're against the system in some context doesn't mean that you can't, when the context is different and when there is no norm, when the norm is actually the opposite, when the Supreme Court, an independent judiciary, has already co-signed this as a political question, why would you unilaterally disarm, especially when one of your goals in implementing this is to impose a cost on political gerrymandering to Republicans and ultimately to get rid of it in the first, and in the end, in the long run. So it just doesn't make sense, right? Because none of us, I don't have a principle that self-standing political gerrymandering is wrong. My position that it's wrong is in context of the American system and when there's a global solution. That's when I think it's wrong, not when in isolation. And so anyone who says you have to be against something in every single instance of it,
I don't think that's what they're saying. They're saying I see a problem with it on a basic level. It's keeping the power in power.
But that's true. That's true of so many parts of our system, right? There are so many parts of our system that benefit incumbents or benefit the party in power at the time.
But you know where they're coming at it from. It's like when you go to these debates and you're like, the issue that you have with the illegal immigration is that it's illegal first and foremost, right? So if you dislike people breaking the law, then you should oppose these actions because they are breaking the law in response to broken laws.
There's a threshold.
I'm steel manning their argument. You're yelling at me.
You're pissing me the fuck off. So yes, there are some things that I would not
it's so easy.
say the Democrats do in response. So for example, don't break the law in response. I haven't been in favor of weaponizing the DOJ. I haven't been in favor of political.
That's not what my point was, but you fucking interrupted me and started jumping down my throat, assuming that it was. If you just let me fucking finish, I could explain to you what I was trying to get at. So what I was saying, I'm trying to. So what I was saying is, you use that point in those conversations, right?
What point in what conversations?
You weren't even listening to me before you started fucking seeing red and going off. Okay, I'll restart. The point that you use in these debates as it pertains to illegal immigration and pointing out that the mass deportations, the profiling, everything that Donald Trump is doing is completely flagrantly illegal and unconstitutional. You take it back to first principles and you say, the reason why you're opposed to illegal immigration is precisely because what? It's illegal. So you don't like seeing the law subverted. So how is it that you can say, I don't like illegal immigration because it's illegal and I'm concerned first and foremost with upholding the law, but then turn around and support these immigration policies from this president because he is breaking the law in order to, quote, in the name of restoring law and order? But that's inherently a contradiction, right? That's the point that you use in those
against lawbreaking. Yes, that is a point that I use. Yes.
Okay. I'm not saying that this is a criminal action. I accept everything that you've said as far as characterizing it as like, you really don't have like a principled stake in it. I'm steel manning this person. I'm assuming that where they're coming from it is kind of like where you're coming from in that argument, which is that if the reason why partisan gerrymandering to you, even though you've already clarified that it's not, but maybe to other people, is that it entrenches power in a way that's and subverts democracy because you are you're using power to further entrench it by virtue of, your existing rule, right? That in and of itself is undemocratic. And so even if it's legally permissible, even if the Supreme Court has said that it's fine to do it, that you should abstain from doing it because it's a wrong regardless.
Yeah, so
I'm saying that that's where they're coming from. So why are you going, you're pissing me the fuck off? Why is that so triggering?
Because it is triggering for me because like you're just repeating something that I've addressed, which is I think partisan gerrymandering is incorrect in the context of there being some established norm against it or some law against it, and where there is no ability, basically, that norm that a norm that's established where there's no ability for one party to get the benefits and none of the costs of that system. So in the context of a situation where there is such a norm or there is such a law, I would be against that gerrymandering for reasons that you've stated. But in the context where we don't have an established norm or law against partisan gerrymandering, I'm okay with us using that tactic when it has the stamp of approval of the Supreme Court and where there's no norm or established law against it. And in that context, using it in a way that's allowed by the law, unlike the situation where Trump is illegally rendering people to other countries or violating due process where there is laws against that, there are norms against that. It's different in this context because the established norm is partisan gerrymandering, A-OK. That's the established norm. And I'm trying to get rid of that norm, and I'm trying to get rid of that norm by the only way possible. The only way possible to get rid of that norm to implement a law that makes it so that it's gone is to have Democrats win Congress. And in response to a massive gerrymander, it would be the height of stupidity for Democrats to unilaterally disarm for no reason, because there is no self-standing principle that is partisan gerrymandering is wrong in every case. No one should hold to that principle. If you have a principle that is partisan gerrymandering is always wrong, what a stupid principle. Like, that's just a dumb principle to hold. You're a stupid person for saying, I will always oppose partisan gerrymandering in every circumstance, no matter what. No one should support that principle.
Just gonna draw some people in your chat. Just steel manning BTW. Stop hiding behind the chatter and just take the position. Is there something in your fucking ears, Paradox Frequency? I've already said that I agree with Pisco. I don't agree with this person. I have the same stance on gerrymandering that he does. I don't see it, or like I see it the same way. And then fucking bad enchilada. We're going off legally permissible, Aaron. Stick to that. It's not hard to follow along. I hate these debate bro tactics. I was not using, if that was my fucking position, I would say it was my fucking position. That's not my fucking position. He is triggered because I'm attempting to steel man a chatter who is not responding fast enough to his arguments. Okay? That's not my position, but he's projecting onto me because he's so bothered by someone in my fucking chat. Okay?
I overreacted. I'm sorry. All right.
So this whole time that you were yapping and being like, it's fucking stupid, I was like tuning you out. I wasn't even fucking listening because I already agreed with you. You were preaching to the choir. I was just trying to see, once I steel manned, if there was any substantive response that you had that differed from what you'd already fucking said, and there wasn't. But that's fine. Well, I agree with you.
Hey guys, we are all friends here. And what just happened, this is part of how people talk. This is normal. This is very normal. You can press play on the video now.
I use debate bro tactics to further the conversation. No, this is my fucking podcast. I'll do that all fucking day if I want. If you don't want to, if you don't like it, don't watch. Turn it off.
Wow.
We'll be just press playing over here, and you could be, hit next. Just press an X.
We need to put back. So we're here in that light. And I'm grateful to have remarkable partners in the legislature. It's a tall task. We're asking them for 2/3 of a legislative consent, but this is the difference. This is the difference between what's happening in Texas and what's happening here in California. We didn't receive a phone call from the President of the United States to then quietly go in the back room and start drawing maps and legislatively try to jam them through against the consent of the people. We're doing precisely the opposite. We're working through a very transparent, temporary, and public process. We're putting the maps on the ballot, and we're giving the power to the people. This will be the first redistricting that's ever done that. That's the difference. We tried to raise the standards, and these guys are not playing by any set of rules. So this time requires us to act anew, not just think anew. And so I'm grateful to all of the remarkable leaders that have stepped up this unifying effort here in the state of California. And we'll be asking for the people on November 4th, a special election, coinciding with a lot of local municipal elections, to provide a temporary pathway for congressional maps. We will affirm our commitment to the state independent redistricting after the 2030 census, but we're asking the voters for their consent to do midterm redistricting in 2026, 2028, and 2030 for the congressional maps to respond to what's happening in Texas, to respond what Trump is trying to excite. And we'll do so in a way that also affirms our desire as a state to level the playing field all across the United States. We believe in a national independent redistricting framework.
We sure do.
And we believe that's the right goal and the right thing to pursue. And I will just state for the fact, Zoe Lofgren, who runs our California delegation, she authored the bill. Democrats unanimously supported that National Independent Redistricting Commission. Republicans were nowhere to be found. They want to rig these elections, and they want the power that gerrymandering provides, because they know what Donald Trump knows. He's going to lose the midterms. He knows de facto his presidency ends in 17 months when Speaker Jeffries is back in office. He knows it.
We're running a poll in the chat.
Why else would you try to rig the system?
Could you quick pause it real quick, Aaron?
And everyone who disagrees is stupid. Apparently, they're a fucking moron. So Pisco has to know.
Is this based? Is the poll? So we have Twitch and YouTube. Is this based? And we'll see what the results are in our chat. Is this based?
On his chat.
He's a failed president. Who else sends ICE same time having a conversation like this? Someone who's weak. Someone is broken. Someone whose weakness is masquerading as strength. The most unpopular president in modern history. An economy that's collapsing all around him. You saw the new wholesale prices going up almost a full percentage point today. Inflation is going up. Job creation
this is actually,
going down.
If you don't mind, inflation, the polling on inflation is super negative for Republicans right now. I'm not saying it's going to persist all the way to the midterms, but if they do persist, we are looking at a real huge opportunity for Democrats. Trump is underwater by like 20 plus points on inflation when he was like +7, +8 on inflation against Kamala in 2024. So these are encouraging numbers for Democrats.
So you think that because that was a big factor in the previous election that they'll be able to use it the same way?
Yeah, I think because people also list it as one of their major issues. It's the number one issue is inflation, something like 36%, and economy generally like 24, 25%. So it's the most important issue still, inflation.
He's trying to rewrite history, Smithsonian, censoring historical facts. And in the spirit of what Adam Schiff said, he's trying to put America in reverse on voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, on women's rights. He wants to bring us back to a pre-1960s world. That's what this is all about. It's about power. And I want to end on this. And we are about to give power back to the people. You have, on November 4th in California, you have the power to stand up to Trump. You have the power to declare that you support a system that is not rigged. You have the power on November 4th to stand up for people that are being bullied. You have the power to stand up for people that are being intimidated. You have the power to stand up to the rule of law. We're giving the people of this state the power to save
you should have said
democracy.
stand up for the rule of law, not stand up to the rule of law. Come on, man.
Wow. We're racking up the mistakes here. He tripped over his words. Yeah. He said indiscriminate when he was supposed to say discriminate. Now this, I don't know if he could be president. I don't know about this.
In California, but all across the United States.
Just L after L.
I hope we're waking up to this reality. Wake up, America. Wake up to what Donald Trump is doing. Wake up to his assault. Wake up to the assault on institutions and knowledge and history. Wake up to his war on science and public health. And his war against the American people. This is a guy who lays claim to want to get a Nobel Prize, sitting there and betting his needed.
So in YouTube chat, 86%. In Twitch, 92%. Overwhelming majorities of the Peace Corps audience think this is based, what's going on by Gavin. So it's a clear supermajority among our viewers that they support this action.
Among your viewers. I didn't pull mine. Speak for your own chat. Speak for your own chat. I have conscientious objectors, clearly.
To Mr. Putin, you have the power to straighten this out. And so I want to again just thank everybody for exercising not just their formal authority. Yes, that's what we're doing.
Also, keep in mind the sample size for your poll is 49 fucking votes, even though you have almost 200 people watching. Low poll participation, much like the American election.
Wait a second. How fucking dare you?
What, point out things that are true? Yeah, how dare I make an observation that is like factually grounded?
You're making fun of this very real, do you think that in the special election this year, they're going to have more than like 50% participation in the special election? Get real, Aaron.
I never said that.
This is the Green Lantern theory of YouTube chats, that you think that the chat's just going to do whatever you want.
You're just ass mad that you only got 49 votes and that I drew attention to it. Now you're defensive. It's obvious.
I'm not defensive at all. This is not defensive. Do I sound offensive?
100%. You're trying to keep it cool. You're defensive.
No.
All right. Do we have to listen to more of this platitude fest?
No, we don't. Anyway, that's the story on redistricting. Gavin is doing something that's very, very, very super based. And we support him all the way. And so does Aaron. Even Aaron, who doesn't really like Gavin that much. And me, I was very, very sour on Gavin in the first few months. We support the governor's action here. And it's on you. Call to action. Every time you see something based from the Governor Newsom, whatever, press office account.
You have to suck him off.
You have to retweet it and you have to suck him off.
We don't make the rules. That's what you have to do. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what Josiah does. So much of his videos now are just him. It's just like, it's what? No, he explicitly makes this argument. He's saying,
that's my friend.
I am praising Josiah for doing it. I think it's adorable that he does it. Why are you saying it like that?
I didn't call it adorable. That's you.
Why are you saying friend? What is this a reference to or what?
He's my friend. I don't know. He's my friend. That's like a thing.
Never heard of it. Anyway.
Okay.
He always said, like, he was praising the Flagrant Boys for turning on Trump, and he was like, yeah, they're late to it, but we want to reward good behavior, right? And then there was some other thing that he covered that a Democrat did, and he was like, I think it was Kathy Hochul's response to this or whatever. And he was like, see, this is good. You have to show that if they do, even though I have not been a fan of her, if they do things like this, you have to praise them so that they know that like the public's on their side and they continue to do more things like this. So you have to talk them through it.
You got to do it. Folks, this is a call to action for all the Peace Corps. When you see something based from Governor Gruesome Newsom, you got to retweet it. You got to push it. Okay? And this is not something...
Literally praxis.
Yeah, Newsom is not my preferred candidate right now, as of now, for the 2028 contest. It's a little early, but this is the kind of stuff I want to see. And the more we see this, the more I'm apt to support him in the primary. So be activated, be based, retweet him.
So did you see this? Indentured servitude is back in a big way, folks. Companies are increasingly trapping workers with a move that looks a lot like indentured servitude. The company will pay for training. Then when you want to leave the job, the corporation will say you owe thousands of dollars for that training unless you stay on the job. This is a thread that was created 2 days ago. The following article from Jacobin describes a nurse who switched to a better paying job at a nearby hospital only to wind up with...
Real quick? You know the Jacobin
And by pause, you mean stop talking.
Revolution? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's an inherently Marxist-Leninist term. And so I just think that we shouldn't support the Jacobin because of their...
I mean, I already canceled my TYT subscription once I found out what the Young Turks was in reference to. So way ahead of you there, brother.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect. Just getting that out of the way, of course.
Yeah.
Let me unpause now and keep talking. The following article described a nurse who switched to a better paying job at a nearby hospital only to wind up with debt collectors at her door demanding she pay her former employer back for a loan she didn't know she owed. And a cargo pilot who faced a $20,000 lawsuit over job training expenses at a commercial airline that had just fired him for refusing to fly a plane under unsafe conditions. These are examples of how millions of workers across the country are increasingly finding themselves bound by training repayment agency provisions or traps. Many of these provisions are illegal, but doing something about it requires regulators to fight corporate abuse. California's Attorney General recently got $1.53 million settlement when they stood up for trapped workers. PetSmart's doing this as well. Regulators are fighting back. Which, I mean, what partisan persuasion do you think the regulators that are willing to fight back on this are going to be? Republican or Democrat?
I think they'll probably be green.
Most likely. Yeah, probably people like Jill Stein.
I think Democrats. Let's read on from the Jacobin.
Like, it's so fucking insane. The idea that, again, you have to pay them to work. For the luxury of working for them, you owe them money for the training that's required in order to do that.
It's just like one of those multi-level things, you know, that Patrick Bet-David did, where you pay money to do the courses and to do all that stuff.
The difference is that that's bozos opting into that shit and falling for a pyramid scheme, which is predatory. And in some ways, you know, it's like in my mind, it's like you should know better, but fine, people fall for that shit. This is far worse because it's entirely silent. Like, they don't realize it until they try to leave that, again, oh shit, a debt collector's knocking on my door, and it's like not something related to a purchase that I made or something, a bill that I didn't pay off or credit card debt, something like that. No, it is like it's the fact that you were like your employer duped you into owing them money for training. So it's actually nothing like that.
So this is like modern day a form of slavery. Debt slavery. All right. Who would defend this?
Republicans. Employers argue that these clauses are a way to recoup their investment in employees who decide to leave the company prematurely. How do you feel about that? Do you stand with small business owners, these tyrants, these small business tyrants that argue that
there's a couple things.
It is my right to do this?
There's some times that I'm okay with it. This is when I'm okay with it. So those of you who have done any kind of legal background, there are law firms that will hire you out of law school and will like pay for your bar studying stuff, which can be thousands of dollars to pay for that. And it's like a benefit that they give out of grace. They have relationships with some of these organizations like Barbary or with Themis. I can never pronounce it. You know, those kinds of things. So for an industry like law, if they're giving this kind of like they're getting rid of a cost that you're going to incur anyway. And if you just decide to go to that firm for like a couple weeks and then quit, in that context, I don't have as much problem with them being like, all right, we're only going to pay this subject to you like being with us for at least half a year or something, you know? So I don't know exactly what the basis would be where I would distinguish one versus the other. I think maybe it's the fact that it's a cost you're going to have to incur anyway as a lawyer, and it's a kind of added benefit. And it's not like tons and tons and tons of money. Maybe something like that, but there's some ways in which I'm okay with it in some contexts, but not this.
Somebody is saying that Gavin Newsom endorsed this training model. If that is the case, will you still support his bid for the presidency in 2028?
No, he's a slaver.
He's literally a slaver.
Support a slaver.
Traps allow employers to use the threat of financial ruin to prevent nurses. And in this case, wait, let me back up a little bit. So last month, the California Attorney General's office announced a $1.5 billion multi-state settlement with HCA Healthcare, one of the largest for-profit hospital networks in the country, for its illegal use of traps to demand low-paid nurses pay for their $4,000 training expenses. As part of that initial lawsuit, the California Nurses Association conducted a survey finding that 40% of new nurses nationwide have been forced to sign a trap. That's insane. 40% of new nurses nationwide are being asked to pay for their own for job training. Traps allow employers.
They should definitely unionize, right? Oh,
well,
shit,
it goes on to explain why how they can't unionize.
Am I getting converted? Am I becoming like a condo boy?
It should be like a basic liberal principle.
I would never support unions ever.
Traps allowed employers to use the threat of financial ruin to prevent nurses from acting collectively to improve hospital working conditions for ourselves and our patients, says John Pasha, a cardiovascular intensive care nurse and representative for the California Nurses Association at a press conference. In short, these stay or pay contracts handcuff us to employers that exploit our callings as nurses to care for others. It's just so insane. Like liquidated damages provisions in people's contracts, cancellation fees on workers for leaving their jobs. Again, this is probably happening in states that literally have at-will employment, where they could fucking fire you for any reason that they want with zero notice. If you look at them wrong and they want to fire you, they could fucking do it. And what are you going to do? Like file a wrongful termination lawsuit? Probably not.
Yeah. The courts are always at your disposal, Mr. Winklevoss. If you don't like it, the courts are always at your disposal. That's the actor playing Larry Summers in the movie The
Social Network. I thought you didn't like that movie. I thought you said it was overrated. And now you're quoting it?
I think it's a good movie.
I like that scene. This is wrong, what you are doing here. It's not worthy of Harvard.
It's not
what Harvard. It's not what Harvard saw in you. And then he breaks their 150-year-old doorknob.
Door handle.
There you go.
Do you feel I deserve it? No. Fuck, what does he say? He's like, my attention is back in the office of Facebook where me and my colleagues are doing something you, especially not
couldn't
your
even begin to imagine, like
emotionally capable of doing. Yeah. Does that answer your condescending question? Oh God.
Oh yeah, you have my attention with the minimal amount. You're part of it, something like that.
Yes, good job.
There we go. Seen that movie way too many times. But there we go. Traps, unlike other stay or pay contracts, operate as unregulated financial product. The contracts typically extend a conditional loan to workers for job training, a form of credit lending that is mostly flown under regulators' radar, which, again, insane. It's insane that only in 2025 is this something that's like coming to light. But when you think about it for more than 30 seconds, that makes perfect fucking sense because of how terrible labor rights are in this country compared to other industrialized countries.
It's pretty bad. Everyone in Australia is in a union. No one here is.
Nope. Or to the extent that people hear union, it is definitely, you can't assume it's like a good word. They see it as like a dirty word.
I don't know why they use the term union. It has so much baggage with it. They should call it
unions.
Else.
Unions really need a rebrand.
They can't.
What should they be called?
Unions. I don't know. Like just worker organizations. Just the term union has a bunch of negative connotation. Yeah.
No, stupid name. You got to do better than that.
Worker gangs, worker co-op. I think it's different.
Okay, so remember this from a few days ago? White House partnering with PragerU.
Oh God. Okay. So, isn't he dead?
Dennis Prager. Unfortunately, he is very much alive. So, but when
I'm wishing him well. I'm wishing him well.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not.
You want a fellow commentator to die?
Here's what I'll say. That if I could construct a game and Dennis Prager was in it and I was in it, I would shave a few years off my character's life to give his characters a disease in this game. Hypothetically, of course. That's what I'm saying.
Shit.
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't support that. I don't support that. I support
You don't support
democracy.
games with dark timelines or storylines?
You're acting like it's metaphoric, but basically you're saying you hate Dennis Prager.
Correct. Was that unclear?
He's Jewish. Is that why?
Absolutely not. That's one of the reasons why
Well,
I still have some love in my heart for
I
him.
have to so the love that you have in your heart for him is because he's Jewish?
Right, of course. Okay, this. So this is one of their kids' videos on Christopher Columbus, okay? This isn't something new, my understanding. These were just like some old ones that I dug up. So the Trump administration is now seeking to replace PBS with Prager University, a far-right propaganda organization that isn't actually a university. One of their kids' videos has Christopher Columbus telling them that slavery was no big deal and better than being killed. Let us watch.
Slavery?
Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? Before you judge, you must ask yourself, what did the culture and society of the time treat as no big deal?
Wait a second.
Slavery is as old
Wait,
as
wait,
time.
whoa. Guys, did you hear that music?
What's
That's the music my editor uses. They're using the music that my editor uses for my shorts. Wait, play it again. No.
That's your biggest concern here. Not the fact that the White House has just partnered with this fucking PragerU to generate revisionist propaganda for children.
Wait.
You're more concerned.
Press play.
You are more concerned that your editor is using the same music in this.
That's the music I use. Wait, just press it near the end. We'll get to the slavery
The
stuff.
culture and society of the time
It's the exact same music. It's the exact same music.
Slavery is as old as time.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Slavery is as old as time. Can we just say, is this a big deal?
I think it is a little bit. Yeah. Wait, the music thing? No.
Slavery is as old as time, and everyone does it. Why do they make him sound like this?
This is literally how he sounded.
How the fuck do you? He's an Italian guy.
I trust I trust PragerU would not ever use a voice or accent. It's 19 seconds. There's not much more to watch.
Talking like this, Christopher Columbus. Wait, no, press play. See what he sounds like.
Taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left. Being
Ezio
taken as a slave
Auditore.
is better than being killed, no?
Being a slave
Before
is
you
better than-
judge, you must ask yourself, what did the
You're
culture
doing anything but paying attention to the content of this? Do you have any fucking response to the content, not the fucking
it's
aesthetics
bad.
of
What do
it,
you want
not
me to say?
the music,
What do you
not
want me
the
to say?
accents? You're more offended by like the animation and everything, the wrong things.
I thought that the map was pretty good. I thought that the backpack guy was pretty good. I think that we should have Dora the Explorer like come in and just kick this Christopher Columbus guy's ass. Yeah, I don't support slavery. I don't support Christopher Columbus. Okay, I just think that he should, if they're gonna do slavery apologia, they should make it historically accurate. Is all I'm saying.
And they should not be so rude as to use the music that Pisco's editor prefers to use in his
Can't believe
shorts.
that we use the same music for our fucking shorts. But what do you think about this revisionism stuff?
Well, first
is it
off, I think
revisionism?
you should fire your editor, of course, and I think you should hit them up with like a $4,000 bill for the training that you gave them, probably. Because I have to believe that you're fine with traps, aka slavery, as you characterized it, because we're watching a video on slavery revisionism, and you're just not that upset, so you're probably fine with it.
I am upset. I think that they shouldn't do this. In fact, I think that it was wrong for them to like fuck with Sesame Street. This is way better than Sesame Street. Assassin's Creed Columbus would be a great game. Oh, it would.
This argument, though, that like you can't judge anybody because at the time that was normal, then nothing is ever morally wrong ever. If you're that morally relativistic with your assessment of literally anything.
They're supposedly like, oh, this modernist view where everything's relative. But ultimately, they want to push this moral relativism going back to their like sacred cows. Their sacred cows include people like Robert E. Lee, Christopher Columbus, pretty much every Confederate person, and the Confederate flag or the battle flag of the Army of North Virginia. I think that's right. Listen, they care about these little nuances. So yeah, as long as they're want to defend like their sacred cows, they'll have the ultimate relativist lens, and I don't support it.
So this is one, again, not a recent one. They didn't just make this. This is
What's this? Frederick
of all the PragerU propaganda you've seen, this might be the worst. Frederick Douglass takes a dig at BLM while praising the founding fathers as abolitionists and calling the Constitution a glorious liberty document. Florida is letting schools play this stuff because Florida is already like, you know, they've already been new about the the opportunities that partnering with PragerU presents.
Children, our founding fathers knew that slavery was evil and wrong, and they knew that it would do terrible harm to the nation. They wanted it to end.
You think this is racist? This like this accent that they've got going on for this?
What, just have a black guy to do a black part? What's wrong with that?
There's something about this particular accent.
Who talks like this?
Yeah, I do.
That's what they're doing?
Yeah, I do.
Prove it. Prove that it's a white guy.
Children, our founding fathers knew that slavery was evil.
Also, it's PragerU. How many black people you think work at fucking PragerU?
Let's find out. Wait. What's this clip from?
How could I even do that?
PragerU.
You know, there was a Dinesh D'Souza
Frederick Douglass voice actor.
There was a Dinesh D'Souza movie or documentary that he did where it looked like the guy that they got to play, Frederick Douglass, funnily enough, looked like a white man in blackface. Let me see if I can't find it. Hold on.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, no.
What?
Search Timothy Sandefur. Timothy Sandefur. Hang on a second. So I'm sending you a bunch of evidence. Hang on. This is reporting, guys. This is journalism. All right. So this is the IMDb. Now,
Okay.
I'll just send you the IMDb. I just sent you the so open a new tab and put in what I just sent you.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, this is just playing himself. My bad.
So you thought it might have been this clearly not black gentleman
All right, this is no
voicing
longer,
Frederick Douglass?
This is no. Hang on. I'm trying to find the cast here. So we need to find this. Maybe they have credits at the end of it.
If they do, it would not be included in this 1 minute and 18-second clip.
Hang on. Guys, we need to find this. We have to find out who played it. The voice actor is not publicly credited, it says AI. While actor Wendell Pierce provides the voice of Frederick Douglass in the documentary Becoming Frederick Douglass, this is a separate production and not related to PragerU's children's series. So they're hiding. So this is a white guy.
You sure?
I don't know. Maybe. Someone should look into this.
Here, let me see if I can't find. It was like it was Dinesh D'Souza's "Death of a Nation." While we watch this this video, I'll find it. Where this this Dinesh D'Souza movie,
That's a huge scoop. If it's a white guy,
why
like,
you think
talking like this? I mean, that's a huge scoop. No, Wendell Pierce is not the person who does this. Okay, this is someone else.
And wrong, and they knew that it would do terrible harm to the nation. They wanted it to end, but their first priority was getting all 13.
I'm just picturing. I'm just picturing this person.
White. He's white.
I love how you were like, prove that it's not a black person.
It's a white guy.
When I first said that, like, this does not sound like a black person. And now you're all on board. Okay, what made you change? You don't have any evidence. Everything you tried to search up, nothing.
My gut tells me he's white.
Colonies to unite as one country. The southern colonies were dependent on slave labor, and they wouldn't have joined a union that had banned it.
Are you okay with that?
I'm certainly not okay with slavery, but the founding fathers made a compromise to achieve something great, the making of the United States. It was America that began the conversation to end it. But Leo is correct.
Even though America that's not true, and America also had slavery far longer than like a lot of other countries.
Yeah. This is not true.
Big problems need to be approached very carefully. Have you kids heard of William Lloyd Garrison?
No. Nope.
He's an abolitionist like me, and he and I used to be friends, but we aren't any longer. We don't agree how to solve problems.
Okay.
William refuses all compromises, demands immediate change, and if he doesn't get what he wants, he likes to set things on fire.
Sounds familiar.
Wow, yeah, sounds familiar. Can you believe that this guy is ruthlessly uncompromising when it comes to chattel fucking slavery? This unreasonable motherfucker over here.
Wait a second, wait. So he's basically saying that this is like BLM?
Right.
Sounds like you know the type.
Yeah, we've got that type in our time.
So,
That
you're
type.
trying to work for change inside of the American system.
Precisely, Layla. Our system is wonderful, and the Constitution is a glorious liberty document. We just need to convince enough Americans to be true to it.
Have you ever thought to characterize the Constitution as a glorious liberty document?
I do it every day. That's my raison d'etre.
That's what I figured.
Oh, what if we did a French accent for Lafayette?
Dinesh, hold on. I cannot find it. Hold on.
Hey, kids. I mean, like, can you imagine if it's a white guy? That's a huge fucking story.
We need, does he have like a Twitter? Everybody needs.
We need to at Dennis Prager.
Yeah, okay. Like, don't stop asking Trump to release the Jeffrey Epstein client list, but Dennis
And don't
Prager
stop acting Dennis
needs.
Prager.
We need to ask him for the voice acting credit list for the PragerU animated shorts. Do not let this fall off the radar.
Oh God, I think they should be canceled if they hired a white guy to do this voice. Like, I think that's cancelable.
Okay, let's see.
Release the voice actors list.
Okay, does this look like a black person to you, or does it look like a white person in blackface?
The black guy.
Okay, are you sure? Because it doesn't look like it to me. I'll be honest.
Oh no.
One, it's a Dinesh D'Souza movie. Like,
Wait, Dinesh D'Souza made a Frederick Douglass movie. Can we react to it?
it's called Death of a Nation. He's like
Death
made a
of
bunch
Nation?
Yeah, hold on. You've
That
never seen
seemed
it?
like
It's
the
like the
most
movie
racist
poster
movie.
is
It's like a
like
sequel to
Abraham
Birth of a
Lincoln
Nation.
on one, like half of Abraham Lincoln's face, and then Donald Trump's on the other. Hold on.
Wait, we need to react.
I don't know that we could. We should do Hillary's America.
The trailer. The trailer.
This, you've never seen this?
No. What is this? What the hell? Is there a trailer we can react to?
Let's see. Is this? Yeah, Dinesh D'Souza. Okay.
All right, this is gonna be good, guys. Quality flicks. D'Souza Media.
A D'Souza joint.
Unite a country and stop slavery. Democrats smeared him.
Wait.
War
Can you pause?
against him.
Wait, they literally did the fucking gladiator shot. Look at.
Cinema.
My goodness, this is
Cinema.
fucking cinema. Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
Textbook Mistake is already doing a thing that's alluding to a better movie in your own movie, which you should never do.
Oh my God.
Assassinated him. Now their target is Trump.
America was never free.
No way.
Slavery, genocide, and war.
Donald Trump wins the presidency. So help me God.
They say he's killing America.
There will be a vote to impeach.
They say he's a racist
This was a white lash.
and a fascist.
White
Who
lash.
are the real racists?
Northern Democrats had conspired together with Southern Democrats to take away the fruit of other people's labor.
Did you know the Democrats did slavery? They did a racism?
What are you doing?
Are the real fascists?
They're the real fascists.
Both Mussolini and Hitler set up and ran welfare states.
This was done by the do-gooders, the liberals, the people who wanted to improve society.
Which party attacks our free speech?
How dare you speak against the law?
Our religious liberty and our personal safety. A nation dies when its people are not free.
There's spoilers.
You know, you ever seen that tweet from Paul Joseph Watson that's like, the right is getting better at comedy and the left is getting scared? This is an example of that. He didn't mean for it to be, but it is hilarious.
We too must fight for freedom, regardless of the price we pay.
An end in terror is preferable to a terror with no end.
The stakes could not be higher. We're talking about America, the greatest nation on earth. Lincoln saved America for the first time.
This is a documentary, by the way.
Up to us to save America a second time.
No, they really turned it around at the end there.
Have you ever
That was
seen?
sick.
Wait, hold on. He also did one called Hillary's America.
Oh, we should watch that. That's sick.
Where's the?
Why aren't we funding this?
Rubin Report. I just want a trailer. Okay, here it is.
Imagine being able.
Yeah, this came out 9 years ago. 5 million views on this trailer.
5 million.
Big
He like violated campaign finance rules and he had to go. He didn't even have to spend all day in jail. It was one of those like he had to sleep there overnight for like 6 months. And he didn't even, or like only on weekends. It was something like that.
He was given some sort of pardon or reprieve from Trump, I recall correctly.
These need to be soundboard drops. Joe already suggested that Who Are These Democrats needs to be on a soundboard. So that Who are these Democrats?
Sane walkout. That is so good. Very good. Do it again.
Cinema. This is like this is literally if Michael Scott made a movie, made a documentary about Democrats.
What if the goal of the Democratic Party?
That was Hillary Clinton.
That's Dinesh D'Souza in drag.
It's 2016.
I want you to say it.
You know, if this hadn't happened,
I want you to say it.
What? Hillary would have won. If it hadn't been. What?
No, you know what I'm asking.
What?
It's about Dinesh.
What about Dinesh?
You know what I'm gonna ask you to say.
Okay, then ask me. What are you getting at?
You know what I'm gonna ask. What should happen to Dinesh?
Oh, deportation. Immediate denaturalization and deportation. I don't fucking know. Whichever third country will take him.
Where do you think he should be sent, Aaron?
What would Drew Pavlou say in this moment? You like channel him. I'm channeling him, okay? Let's see. All right, let's see where he's from. Where will he be sent? What country will unfortunately have to take back Dinesh D'Souza?
I think you know where you want to send him.
Let's see. No, you can't go to CCOT. Okay, I have standards. Oh, he was born in India. Perfect. He's a dual citizen. So he's denaturalized here, and then he can go home to India.
That is racist. I don't support that.
Which Tim Pool said, that's not violent. You're just being asked to go home. And that's true.
I don't support this at all. But Aaron, you say whatever you want. I just don't support it.
No, he does. He's just too fucking scared to say it. Obviously, he endorses it.
Scallywag says Aaron and Drew are one. He doesn't have enough ties to the land.
No, no. I could never out racist a Democrat. See, Pisco is a Democrat, dyed in the wool. And as we just learned from these two short trailers that are nothing, pure fact, of course, because they're documentaries. Mm-hmm. They're not fiction. Mm-hmm. Democrats are the true racists, the true fascists, and he plans on taking over the whole world.
Yeah, true.
And I think Dinesh would rather be in India where he's free instead of in jail where you'd keep him. That's where you want him to be.
For
See?
Campaign finance.
Where do you think Dinesh would rather be? Free in India or in an American jail? Which is worse?
Mm-hmm.
Which is better? Do you honestly think that he would say that an American jail is better?
You said that Lindy should go back to China and Dinesh should go back to India.
And you also said that Amy Dangerfield should be deported back to Australia.
I took that back.
But you did.
She's not a citizen.
You're not disputing
that.
She's
not a citizen.
That's actually so because
it's worse.
So you're okay with mass deportation of people that haven't actually become citizens yet?
No, a single deportation.
So it makes you, and you're like less upset when Trump mass deports people that were permanent residents, or their visas had expired because they weren't citizens. So
Amy's different.
Why?
It's because of the
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I fucking thought. Okay, this. Are you sure this isn't a white man in blackface?
You're racist.
I'm asking you.
Why do you think he's in blackface? I don't think he's in blackface.
Look at this. Look at this.
At this?
Look at this.
African American man. That's not a this. You don't get to say that. See, Mexicans are the true racists.
So this doesn't look like blackface to you.
That looks like a black man. Let's enhance. That is a black man.
That's as much as I can zoom in.
You think this is a white guy?
I think it looks like a white person in black makeup. Yes.
That is not.
It's clearly a wig for one. So we already know that's not actually their hair.
That it was yeah. Okay. That's not his actual hair.
It's not his hair. Okay. And this doesn't look like, I don't know. Especially given what we just saw. Like, would we really put it past?
Massive self-report. I think this is a massive self-report. Andy says I kind of see it. No, you don't see it. You don't see it.
I see in your chat.
There's some
Looks off, TBH.
It doesn't look off at all. This looks like a It's like a noble person. It's a noble
Looks sus as fuck.
What do you think of this person on the right?
Hold on now. Come on, you guys.
No, I am not gonna expose
see it.
my audience to your racism without pushback.
I'm just skeptical, okay? All I need to see, if somebody can find the IMDb list and prove to me that this person is actually black, then we'll back off.
All right, you guys. So there's 2 homework assignments, right? Number 1, you got to push for Dennis Prager to find out who did that voice, who commissioned the person to talk like this, do that thing, and then you also have to get the Dinesh D'Souza actor for Frederick Douglass, who Aaron says looks like he's in blackface because his hair looks weird.
Yeah, I'm the racist for looking at this and thinking, something's off here. Something's off by the most truthful man to ever make a documentary, produced by none other than somebody who produced fucking Schindler's List and Jurassic Park.
Well, Schindler's List.
Okay, Ogre Boy's coming in clutch. It's a black person. Good job, Dinesh D'Souza. He passed. He didn't do blackface.
Wait, don't ever say that Ogre Boy doesn't come through on some stuff.
He comes through. Look at this. And props to Dinesh D'Souza for actually using a black actor. However,
why does that matter? Does that make him DEI?
Yeah.
I mean, this is.
Are you telling me that I shouldn't be giving props to somebody for casting a black person as Frederick Douglass?
Did you think he was going to cast like a Chinese person? You think he was going to cast a white guy as Frederick Douglass?
Well, he literally is he's making documentaries where he's arguing that the Democrats were primarily responsible for slavery. So, yeah, I wouldn't put that past him. Mm-hmm. You have more faith in Dinesh D'Souza than I do, though. This is objectively horrible makeup, though, even though it is not, in fact, a white man. It's still horrible makeup and still terrible lighting.
Search Mark Hamill makeup Star Wars holiday special. Go.
I don't want to be doing this right now. Holiday special. Okay.
Get that image. Look at this. He doesn't even look like the same guy. He looks like Ellen.
You want to say he looks like he's in blackface? Just say it.
It doesn't look like he's in blackface, but
you do want to say that. That's what you want to say.
Skywalker. This looks like Ellen.
So you think that he looks like he's in blackface? That's the only reason why you could have asked me to pull this up.
No, I'm just saying the makeup guy did a bad job.
But the makeup job here is good.
It's better. It's better than what this guy did.
Okay. Agree to disagree.
Yeah.
Did you get this from Reddit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did. Is there something wrong with looking at Reddit?
No, keep doing it and keep talking about the fact that you're a Redditor.
Star Wars subreddit? Is there something wrong with that?
No comment. So
your chatters are Redditors because they saw that too.
That's not how that works.
It is how it works.
But
how'd you
nice
find
try.
out that I saw it on Reddit?
I was looking at your chat.
How'd you know that it in Reddit?
I was looking at your chat.
How did you know? My chat? What about my chat?
Somebody said, I saw that on Reddit too, Pisco.
It was on Reddit.
And they outed you and exposed you.
I don't think it was in my.
Okay, so Jillian Michaels defended slavery.
It was on Reddit.
And we're going to go over it.
It was my chat. Oh, Jillian Michaels defended what?
Like she did.
You buried the lead. She did what?
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm distracted. Wait, no. We have to do it.
Let's do some housekeeping. Okay.
Housekeeping, yeah.
What we're here to see. So we don't have another episode of Her Take to react to, unfortunately.
No, we don't, unfortunately.
But here's what we do have is clips from who actually, there's some stuff about January 6th. You want to hear it?
Yeah, let's hear it. Why not?
This guy is a former Republican strategist who lost a bunch of weight. Because when you look at his...
You're talking about Scott?
Yeah. This used to be like really heavy. Do you know that?
A little bit heavier. Not that much heavier.
Yeah, he did. Hold on. Like... I think a lot heavier.
No, just a little.
I literally didn't even recognize him. I wouldn't have. You would have recognized him?
No.
This is just a little bit heavier, according to Pisco.
It's a little.
A little bit.
Yeah, it's an extra. It's an extra hero every day.
Maybe you should have launched it at a Capitol Police officer instead of eating it. Okay, let's see what he has to. I got this thing.
Wait, have you seen Mike Pompeo? Did we show that already?
And you called him a pedophile, yeah.
I didn't call him that.
Yes, you did. Do you want me to pull up the fucking receipt? I timestamped it in my VOD. We're getting. Yep. I get. Nope. It's no problem. It's no problem. It's no problem, Pisco. Hold on.
I prefer you didn't do that.
Why? You love bringing up that I made a joke that Lindy Lee should be fucking deported, which she should be. So we can go back and visit your, finest hour on this podcast.
I prefer you didn't.
I don't care. Let's enjoy this in the meantime.
We'll see where we are at the end of 30 days. How much progress have they made? And then Congressman can make an assessment at that point about whether this is working, and maybe it would help to extend it a little bit.
I guess I'm old enough, Scott, to remember when you were appalled, as the rest of us were, on January 6th, when he wouldn't.
Because January 6th happened. Should we not enforce the law today?
Excuse me.
Do you want murders today?
Let me finish, Scott.
January 6th equal no enforcement
Scott, I know you hate talking about
this is a silly argument.
No, let me finish before you make a point about a silly argument.
It'll be silly, but go ahead.
No, what's silly is you sitting down with Mitch McConnell over Chick-fil-A and lamenting how Donald Trump was putting all of you, including Mitch McConnell, in harm's way. But I guess now you're so.
I wasn't in harm's way. I was in Louisville.
No, your then boss, your friend Mitch McConnell certainly was. But now
January 6th was a bad day.
Can I finish?
Murders are also bad.
Can I finish?
I want murders solved.
Can I finish?
January 6th was a bad day.
Oh wow. Well, that's huge.
He wants to come out here and take pot shots at me. I'm not going to allow it.
Pot shots. I'm not going to allow it.
Scott, just let her finish. I don't even know that we've even heard the argument yet.
No, we heard it. We heard everything.
Let her talk. Let her say something.
Scott, I know you're thirsty for that Senate seat, but let me finish. What I'm going to say.
I mean, you allow this every night.
Do you support that kind of language being used against men?
Yeah. Wait. Thirsty for what? Thirsty?
For a Senate seat. That's all she said.
That's good. Yeah, thirsty.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second here. Let's just let her finish, please.
Okay.
Just 1
Listen,
second.
I know you've got the picky thing going on, but here's what I'm going to say.
What are you thirsty for? Some kind of relevance out here?
No, actually.
I don't know what you.
Do you like that response, that retort?
This is like weird. Everything's turned into like a Twitch panel. You know?
For a living.
Really? I elect a lot of Democrats. Let me finish my thought.
The Twitch polization of
which is that on
media.
January 6th, he could have deployed the National Guard. He chose not to.
Yep, true.
Wow.
Good point.
But when I say I don't think about politics when I think of the Kennedy Center honors, it's because usually when the honorees are announced, you don't.
What are the Kennedy Center honors or what?
I don't know.
See the president.
Trump, I'll host Kennedy honors show after woke passed. That's what this says here.
Doing a press conference at the Kennedy Center. He's not on the stage hosting the thing. He's sitting in a box and he's waving and laughing and clapping. And George Bush did it. Donald Trump did not do it. Barack Obama did it. Joe Biden did it. Presidents have done it, and it has come and gone, and people don't think of this as a political thing. They think of this as a celebration of American art.
There are people in there that can't stand him and reject his endorsement. It's not partisan at all, actually. I mean, you said yourself, you've got country singers and Gloria Gaynor, who's associated with the gay community. I mean, there's absolutely...
We don't know what Gloria Gaynor's politics are, just to
okay,
be
but
super
the
clear.
Rolling Stones hate him. Elton John hates him. They've come out and said, we hate him. We reject his endorsement.
But when I say, I don't...
This is leading into the segment about fucking slavery.
Oh, no, Jillian. Girl, come on. We want her to do well.
Yeah.
We want her to do well.
I don't. Maybe you do.
Yeah.
Have you looked at some of the things that are being reviewed?
Yeah, slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay.
Like, he's
not whitewashing slavery.
So he's not?
He's not. No.
Okay.
He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you look at slavery...
I really love when Jillian is outside of her element. She really, really just shines.
Let's break this down. Did other races have slaves?
I'm sure.
Yes.
So you're gonna white knight for Jillian.
Maybe that's what she means.
So is that what she? White knighting is literally like going above and beyond for somebody who doesn't fucking deserve it, particularly a woman. So you are. So you're white knighting.
I'm giving charity to someone who is maybe not amazing with her words.
Okay.
And maybe she's just saying that.
This is the host of Her Take.
She hosts Her Take. We watch Her Take.
We love Her Take here.
Yeah, we do love Her Take.
Talk about the facts.
Slavery in America was.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans owned slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is that?
I cannot believe. Yeah, Richie Torres literally outflanking fucking Jillian.
Richie Torres, and we all know that Aaron loves Richie Torres.
I love Richie Torres, you guys, but not as much as Pisco loves Jillian, who he is currently defending in this exchange. So let's continue.
You're defending Richie?
Yep.
Years old.
White people were the slave owners.
See how easy that was? I can just own it. Yeah, I'm siding with Richie if he's saying that, that stat is not true.
I'm siding with Richie. I'm also siding with Richie. I just want to make sure that we're white. I mean, sorry. You
just want to make sure we're white? What was that? What was that? What was that?
You got the white knight into my head. I didn't mean white. I just meant steel manning. Sorry. Just press play.
Yeah, she's clearly talking about how the Arabs took the South Sudanese as slaves. Surely that's what she meant, right? Do you endorse it? Being maximally charitable. It's a reasonable conclusion, right?
Mm-hmm. The first race to try to end slavery? Well, what's controversial?
I'm very surprised.
This is an extraordinary exercise in historical revisionism.
I'm really surprised.
Revisionism. Do you realize that?
Jillian, I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate
slavery.
Who was the beneficiary of slavery and
I'm
who
not.
was not.
What I'm trying to tell you is
in
that
the context of American history.
Only
in the context of American history. What are you saying is incorrect by saying that it was white people oppressing black people?
Every single thing is like, oh no, this is all because white people bad. And that's just not.
Oh, no.
Teaching slavery is basically all you're trying to get across is that white people are bad. So maybe we shouldn't talk about it or teach it.
Were bad. But does that explain everything, though? It's not because they're white that they had slaves, right?
So that's the takeaway from a lesson about slavery, is that white people were bad. So you're actually proving her right. That's what your agenda is to get that through the minds of the youth in America.
Listen, I think that she's floundering. I'm trying to give her a lifeline.
Why are you doing this?
I'm just trying to see it from every different perspective.
The liberals surrender hands. There it is. There it is.
The truth. Like, for example, every single exhibit, I have a list of every single one.
This is the hill you die on. This is where you think it's important to steel man, Jillian. Okay.
Listen.
I see where your priorities are at. Okay.
Whiteness is integral into the institution of slavery in America. It is. And we have to recognize that. Jillian needs to just be educated, all right? Just a matter of education.
I think you're being educated currently by all these truth nukes that she's dropping, and you can't handle it, and neither can this panel, who is clearly triggered that she is repeating the lie that only 2% of my people had.
Wait, is that a lie?
Of course it's a fucking lie. It's not true. No.
How many more percentage? Get the percentage. Ask Grok.
Grossly misleading about slave ownership, because I prepare for this podcast that we do together. I know that's a foreign concept for you, but I actually do prepare things beforehand.
I did too.
Okay, why did you ask me that question about why I had this ready?
All right, just go down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this. The claim, only 1.6% of U.S. citizens owned slaves in 1860. As former Confederate monuments were being removed in the South this month, an old claim seeking to downplay the extent of slave ownership began to recirculate online. On July 11th, a Facebook user shared a screenshot of a 2019 tweet that claims that only 1.6% of U.S. citizens owned slaves in 1860. The post came a day after a statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee was removed in Charlottesville, Virginia, the site of a violent white supremacist rally in 2017. So you can stop basing your hate for an entire race for the actions of a mere 1.6%. The 2019 Twitter post says, "Am I right?" Not exactly. PolitiFact and Snopes have previously evaluated similar claims that popped up in 2017 and 2019. Curious. Data archived from the 1860 census shows that 1.6% is slightly off. But historians say the bigger issue is that measuring slaveholders as a percentage of the total population is misleading. Hold on. They included children in the stat. They included people that wouldn't have owned, they wouldn't have owned anything in the stat.
So it's misleading, but not wrong.
Can I just finish this?
Yeah.
But historians say the bigger issue is that measuring slaveholders as a percentage of the total population is misleading, because slavery was illegal in most states by that point. Where it was still legal, slavery was far more widespread than the number in the post indicates, they said. You can use stats to demonstrate a lot of things that aren't relevant or true. When you search for context, the context very quickly arrives in terms of what was actually going on. The user who posted the original tweet and the Facebook user who shared it on July 11th did not respond to requests for comment. I can't believe they actually reached out to them.
They did, yeah. I mean, that's what journalists do.
In 1860, slavery was still legal. In 15, well, you don't really need comments for the person who like posted this or whatever if you're just debunking it.
Half of the states had slavery at the time of the 1860 election. In 1860, yep.
And slaves represented nearly a third of the population in those slaveholding states. At the time, the total U.S. population was about 31.4 million, including more than 3.9 million slaves. That left about 27.5 million free people in the U.S., according to the census data from that time. The U.S. had 395,216 slaveholders at the time, so about 1.4% of free people were classified as slave owners from the 1868 census, according to data archive.
It's less.
That's slightly different from the 1.6 in the July 11th Facebook post. Historians, though, say...
So better for white people.
Do you think Jillian was correct when she made that assertion?
No. Well, no, she was overestimated. It's more...
So she was... She was actually being... She was like being too charitable, you mean? By saying 2%. She was actually slandering like a percentage of white people.
Just go. Just give. It's a meme. I'm just memeing. Just read it.
No, that's what you're arguing. So, okay.
I'm not arguing anything. I think it is misleading. This entire time you've been defending Jillian, and then I'm trying to get through this, and you can't help yourself but interrupt going, it's true though. But it's true though. But it's true. Actually, it's true. So. Well, how do you think I feel when you do things like this?
Great. Because when I do it, it's in service of amazing points. And when you do it, it's in service of memes, as you say.
Well, not always. Sometimes I have a point.
After this, we're going to watch you call Mike Pompeo a pedophile. So just hold on. Hold your horses.
We don't have to
Historians say that stat is hugely misleading since it both wrongly factors in the entirety of the non-slave owning states and ignores that families owned and had power over slaves, not just one individual adult. Using total population as a reference point also included babies and children, for example, said a history professor at Columbia University.
Yeah,
doing so is clearly designed to make that form of property seem marginal. It wasn't. Pisco disagrees with that historian's opinion, though, because this is just about the facts. This is just about the facts. And actually, Jillian was overstating the extent to which slavery occurred in 1860. Evaluating the share of households that own slaves in seceding states is a much more effective means, says a history professor at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill.
This is changing the denominator to hold households and also to only include states in which slavery was legal. I think that is more accurate, correct?
Remember when you said, I just want to make sure we're white?
That was a sentence fragment. I meant white knight. I shouldn't have said white knight. I meant to say steel man. But you put in my head, it's actually your fault. You said white knighting, and so that's what my mind was thinking. But I meant to say steel manning. But this historian is correct. We should look at households of the seceding states that own slaves. And when you get that, I think I've done research on this before. I think it's something like 20%. And that's, I think, much more representative. Oh, look, it says 20%.
In 1860, nearly 20% of households owned slaves, he said. To break it down about how many U.S. citizens own slaves is absurd, he said in an email. If you only focus on who technically owned slaves, though, a better metric would be to evaluate the proportion of slave owners in the 15 states where slavery was still legal in 1860. Arizona state's Schermerhorn said about 5% of people in those states were considered slaveholders. The data shows that's nearly 3 times higher than the number shared in the post. But they said even that minimizes the number of white people who benefited from slavery. For example, the patriarch of a family might have counted as the slave owner in the census, but other members of the household had authority to commit violence with impunity on enslaved people, he said. Slaves were also rented out, so while a slave owner was only counted once, other people and businesses, including railroad companies, could benefit from slavery as well. So, missing context based on their research.
Oh, I totally agree. I think this is trying to whitewash slavery and white people.
I think it's just trying to be accurate and trying to make sure that we're not teaching, the American children to hate white people.
So now you're memeing.
Okay, that reminds me. Let's see this clip where you call Pompeo a pedophile.
Pompeo I never OD'd on a Zempic.
Jesus, he really, really liked that drug. Oh my God. I wouldn't have recognized him if you just showed me the photo on the right.
I didn't see it. Yeah. You would be like, who's that? Who's that pedophile? Oh no. Oh, he said he looked like one. I didn't say he looked like one. I mean, who's that guy with a shirt?
Then why'd you back off of it?
But that's just, it was just something not connected to how he looked.
So what were you trying to say there? Clarify. Now's the opportunity.
No, it was totally random thing. It was a random thing to say. Nothing about it.
What about this reminds you of a pedo?
It's just, it's a joke. He just has a weird look on his face.
Yeah, sometimes you get a weird look on your face. Can I say that you're looking like a pedophile?
It's my
The pedo stare. The pisco pedo stare.
What's the pisco pedo stare?
What you were just
Why did
doing.
you say that? Stop. Okay,
This was 2 weeks ago, and you still don't have an answer.
I don't want to see this anymore.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to either if I was slandering a national hero like Mike Pompeo as a pedophile baselessly.
Why do you do this? You
What?
have to own. You have to own. You have to try to one up. You can't just ever be like, okay, I was wrong about this. I was wrong about that. It's like, okay, I was wrong about this, and then you have to be like, but I was right about this other thing. It doesn't matter. Who cares?
I've watched you for years, so learn from the best. And I'm talking to him right now.
Mm-hmm. So I'm the best.
At doing that, yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Can't just ever concede a point without patting yourself on the back. Yeah, you're the best at that.
I always concede.
Show the liberals to underhands.
You show them.
No, it's not my thing. I'm not a liberal. It'd be dishonest. So only you can do it.
You're not a liberal, so you don't believe in liberalism. You don't believe in freedom.
I don't believe in liberalism. I do believe in freedom.
Okay, so you believe in liberal values.
I believe in the principles of the Enlightenment.
Including liberalism?
Not that one.
Meaning freedom. So you don't believe in freedom. You don't believe in freedom of speech.
I said the principles of the Enlightenment. That's one of them.
Well, that's liberty.
And I believe in liberty. Sure.
Oh, sick. Because if you don't believe in liberty, I'm supposed to push back on that.
Are you done pushing back on that?
Well, I don't know.
I want to get back to Jillian whitewashing slavery, as you say, being very, very accurate.
I didn't say accurate.
Very technically correct, or whatever it was. She was actually. Oh yeah, she was. She's overstating it.
Misleading. But she's misleading.
But she's overstating.
Oh, overstating, but misleading.
But overstating.
People migrated from Cuba because white people bad. Not because of Castro. Yes, no, it's in there. That's what I'm saying. You don't actually know what's in there. Do you know that when you walk in the front door, the first thing you see is a gay?
What are you saying, Jillian? Jillian, what's your point here? They should invite her back.
We don't have time to litigate all of this. Is that this starts?
This has been an installation there. Is gender testing fair in sports? Does that, and then it goes on to talk about how it's complex to do gender testing in sports. It's not complex. It's basic science. That's untrue. It's XX chromosome, XY chromosome.
Oh, no.
That's sports. Is it fair to have biological...
That what a quote. It's XX chromosomes, it's XY chromosomes. That's sports.
If you take that view of XXXY, it commits you to some stuff. You're not going to like what it commits you to.
Like what?
Men can get pregnant. Men can deliver live births.
Men competing against biological women in sports. No, but why is this in the Smithsonian? So it's been completely captured.
First of all, I don't.
And it's totally partisan.
First of all, we don't have time to litigate all of this.
Of course we don't, because then you're going to lose the argument.
Yes, this is so true. So true, Jillian. Love her.
Oh no, that's the debate bro tactic, because you'll lose. Because you're getting owned.
Things racialized, just like you're trying to do to me now.
Oh,
it's like, I can't believe you're trying to suggest.
She's like, she just can't believe.
Jillian, whenever you're losing a debate, this is what you should do. You just repeat their name. Just be like, Aaron. So watch. So, Aaron, try to press me on the whole Mike Pompeo thing real quick.
So, 2 weeks ago, you called Mike Pompeo a pedophile. Just because he lost weight, or maybe because he looked fat. And I don't know which one is worse, frankly.
Aaron. So see, that's the worst thing you could do when you're losing debate is just repeat the name while they're talking over. It makes you look like you're surrendering in real time.
Do you know this from personal experience?
No, I just know debate tactics.
You're a debate bro.
No, never happened.
Just to be clear, you brought up race.
No,
this was a conversation about the arts, and you brought up race. You brought up.
But the whole point of this is that the issue
you brought up slavery, and you brought up the question of whether. You brought up whether or not.
Oh, that's another good one. Whenever someone says something like absurd,
is about race. The answer is.
You did that, right? So try the Mike Pompeo thing.
Oh yeah. So
Aaron. Keep going. I'm doing both techniques.
Okay, so you 2 weeks ago you called Mike Pompeo a pedophile.
No, you did that, Aaron. You did that. That's all you need, guys. It's so easy. If you combine the two, Yeah, it's amazing.
Of course.
I did not say
in the United States
don't
is
straw man my
about
argument
race.
because that's not what I said.
So bringing up logical fallacies, also just another.
Oh no! Don't bring up the fallacies. Is
What
that
I brought
a
up
galaxy?
And what I was talking about is that this isn't really about that. When you make every single exhibit about white imperialism when it isn't relevant at all, that is a problem. So when you're talking about Cubans leaving Cuba and you make it about white people bad, that's not accurate.
Can I just say, zooming
That's
out,
my point.
All right, we're going to move on
I
from
would say on
that.
the art.
We're gonna move on.
We're gonna move on from that.
We're gonna move on from that. Oh,
And Jillian, I bet it's cut off, but I bet she goes, so you concede, huh? So I'm right.
You concede. You concede. That's
Yeah,
so
like I said, you don't want to get into it because you know I'd BTFO you.
Okay, now do the last thing on the Mike Pompeo. We'll combine all three tactics, right?
Okay. So 2 weeks ago, you said Mike Pompeo reminded you of a pedophile for no other reason than the fact that he.
Aaron, so you did that, so you concede.
Okay, we're done here.
Okay, so you concede. It's perfect. You win every debate.
Yep. You forgot to say that I accused me of using a straw man or an ad hominem. You know, continuum fallacy.
You can add in your own flourishes. You can add in your own lines there. So you concede.
So you're correct. Like,
so you're telling me. So I'm right. So you admit I'm right. It's so good.
So it wouldn't be an episode of Just Press Play if we didn't do at least like a little bit of of Valuetainment.
Oh, nice.
So they had they had a live episode in
front of an audience.
Let's see. No, like at like a different studio. And there's like a fucking crash out over this because Adam shows up like drunk and they point that out. And then PBD scolds him for using too many like F-bombs.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Like the F slur?
Or like they're like, he smells terrible. Hold on.
Ugh. Can you imagine not like smelling good?
But you could. Let's see.
Stop.
Oh, it was right at the beginning. Okay. Wonderful. We gotta get the intro in.
Galaxy. No, it's just a fallacy. EBD. Was that Bolsonaro in the intro?
Blue.
Who's this guy?
This is like porn music. But there is a Vegas special, baby.
Patrick Bet David. Wow. Las Vegas.
Guys, a lot is going on. You need to know.
I'm going to start that way for now.
Guys.
He went to, was it Dre's? Were you at Dre's? Dragging Adam out of the club. Adam still hasn't slept. He's hammered. He smells like tequila.
Disgusting.
And vodka and a few other smells. We don't want to get into it.
But I got coffee. I got coffee. I'm okay.
But he got his coffee. He got everybody here working for him, getting him coffee, tea, napkins, back rub.
Total diva.
The biggest diva that you got. But anyway, it's good to be with you guys.
The way they just started that off by like roasting the fuck out of him. I mean, every single comment section underneath any PBD podcast episode is just we fucking hate Adam. He's so fucking annoying. Get rid of him. He like
because they're anti-Semitic, frankly.
Really?
That has something to do with it. Yes.
That has something to do with it, but it's also that Adam Sosnick is fucking insufferable most of the time on the show.
He is. Yeah, he's insufferable.
Every now and then he has his moments. Funnily enough, when we were talking earlier about the guy who claims that he sucked Obama's dick and smoked crack with him in like the 80s or whatever, when they brought that up on PBD, Adam was the one who pushed back on all of it and was like, guys, are we really going to are we going to believe this? Like, we can't just make fun of Obama for like policies or whatever.
Literally can't.
What? Okay. This part.
Why are you laughing?
Because it's just amazing. There's like gold in this episode. So there's another part where he gets mad at him for dropping F-bombs. But it's because.
Have you been to Vegas?
Huh?
Have you been to Vegas?
No. Have you?
I haven't. Yeah.
For what?
Bachelor party? No, we didn't do anything wrong or untoward.
I didn't say anything. It's legal in some areas of Nevada.
I didn't do anything. Aaron.
I never said that you did. I'm just pointing out that in some areas of Nevada.
Aaron.
You didn't point out that I did a fallacy.
Aaron.
Come on. Where's that? Say that I'm strawmanning you.
This is a straw man by implication. And you're trying to get away from it. And I'm calling your ass out.
Okay. So there's a point in this where they got mad at the Nelk boys for interviewing BB, but not because of how they did it. Not for the reason that you think.
Yeah, let's see why they got mad.
Yeah, Barry Weiss wants $250 million for the free press.
Of a month and play the clip opening and saying, what were you wrong about? And then you go into Barry Weiss, $250 million saga, saying, I don't know if it's good or not. Who knows what's going to happen there? And this leads me to the next one. I got a call. I won't disclose the name until the story comes out because I'm trying to see if this is going to be a hit piece or not. I got a call from a very well-known New York Times person that she wanted to have a conversation with me. And we came down. We ended up having a 3-hour conversation about a lot of different things. And I sat there and she says, I'm going to be recording this conversation. I said, I'm also going to be recording the conversation. No problem. So everything we talked about was all recorded that I have. Everything. And we talked about industry. What do you think about this company? What do you think about that company? What do you think about this company? What do you think about that company? Back and forth. I was told her right off the bat, everybody told me to not meet with you. I told her that she'll probably say this herself. I probably told her that 10 times. That everybody told me not to meet with you. I said, they told me it's not a good idea. They said to shun away. They said you're the worst. They said you go after people. They said you don't tell the truth. They say you lie.
PBD. Or who is he talking about?
Yes.
No fucking clue. It's a PBD analogy. It's going to go nowhere. You know how his fucking podcast goes. It's just it's like a stream of consciousness meandering. He's just like telling like a story that should be told at a dinner table, not on a podcast.
It reminds me of the wait, can you pull this up? It's Simpsons Abe stories that go nowhere. Simpsons Abe story that goes nowhere.
I bet there's going to be copyright. Because that happened with the fucking South Park thing as well.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it did, but I can trim it out after. So,
yeah. I think it's just.
I don't think I've ever seen a full episode of The Simpsons.
Oh my god!
You're just mad that you are not a millionaire from an MLM, okay? And it shows. True. You're just mad that you can't get your money up, so you you have to denigrate, a man who came to this country as a refugee.
Can we call him P from now?
He's the American dream.
He's P.
And you're a piss. Because you're Pisco. Can we just call you Piss?
Can we just call you Straight?
So that's a no? So you want to drop the stupid name calling because you know it would splash back way worse on you?
Aaron, why do you say splash back, Aaron?
Because we're talking about piss, obviously.
You're not clever.
And your mind is always in the gutter.
Your mind is in the gutter.
So I said it knowing that you would have to draw attention to it because you cannot let anything go.
Your mind is in the gutter. Aaron, your mind's in the gutter. Press play.
They say you exaggerate. How could you? Who said that? I'm not going to give you a single name. But all I'm telling you is people that I trust that I have a relationship with, they don't trust you. But I'm willing to sit down with everybody and have a very basic rule. You'll always have access to me if you're respectful to me. The moment you exaggerate and misrepresent what I said, you'll never get a hold of me. It's very simple how I work. If I can't get a hold of you,
I always would. If I had access to PBD, I would always want to have access to him. So I would never do anything to jeopardize that. I would certainly never pull up a Simpsons clip and compare him to that.
To who? To that. Oh, yeah. Well, he's not going to see this, so we're good.
Have a relationship together, and then you want me to be accessible to you. I'll always be accessible to you. The moment you take that for granted, you don't need...
Accessible? Wait. Go back. Go back.
Now, whose mind is really in the gutter?
This is.
And then you want me to be accessible to you. I'll always be accessible to you. The moment you take that for granted, we don't need a relationship. I'm moving on and going to a different place. And this applies to people in the media space because the media people all talk to each other, but for whatever reason, it is very nasty and ugly in this space. It's so ugly and nasty in a very different way because everyone's like, well, that guy's podcast is scrolling down and this guy's podcast is this and that guy's stream is and that guy's everyone's talking like that. Nelk boys.
Oh.
Sit down and interview. Okay. And even at the beginning of their interview, they're like, oh my God.
Even the way that he delivers his sentences, just
Nelk boys.
Perfect time to pause and swallow. Like there's no space between the end of the sentence and the start of the next one.
Nelk boys.
Nelk boys. Pause. Pregnant pause. And then gets back into it. Like one more time.
And that guy's streaming and that guy's everyone's talking like that. Nelk boys. Sit down and interview BB. Okay. And even at the beginning of their interview, they're like, "Oh my God, I don't even know what we're doing here. We're way over our head, and should we do this? Should we not do this?" And by the way, historically, they've been one of the best to bring eyeballs of the youth to President Trump. They get a lot of credit for doing this. And even during COVID, they were one of the first guys that did an interview. The video got like 6, 7, 8 million views. Within 24 hours, YouTube took it down. That was back in the days when interviews of Trump would be taken down. And they did a big interview. So they've done a very good job over the years. Dana White's been a very big supporter of these guys. Behind closed doors, cameras on, cameras off, they're freaking great to be around. Okay, these guys. Especially Kyle, really like him. Steiny's funny as well, to be around these guys. They interview Bibi. Right after interviewing Bibi, the mob goes after them. How could you? How dare you? You doing softball questions, this, that. And here's what they had to say, Rob, if you don't mind playing this clip. Play the clip.
It's a good point. Someone said having Netanyahu on is like having modern-day Hitler.
No, I saw that.
Honestly, guys, I'll be honest. I'm here.
Honestly, good point.
Good point.
Honestly,
drink sip of wine.
Good point.
Good point, guys.
So this is the issue that they had with the podcast.
They call the modern day Hitler, but this isn't the podcast. This is the after show. That's not even the podcast.
Sorry.
With their coverage.
With their coverage.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's good.
Perfect.
It's a good point.
What's a good point?
We're here to
Adam,
to be honest, guys.
Adam's pissed.
Good.
Adam's drunk too.
What else?
What's a good point?
Rob, let it keep playing.
That was the end of the clip.
That was the end of it?
Yes, sir.
So they say this, comparing Netanyahu to Hitler, and they're saying that's a good point because the market is reacting to them in a very, very hardcore way. Then they get Bassem Youssef, which we've had him on. It's so funny. The other day, people showed a clip of Bassem Youssef when he was on the podcast. He had come with terrible back pain. Middle of the podcast, I'm lifting up his shirt. I'm putting we got him a icy hot thing to put on. I'm putting, what do you call it, stuff for the pain to go in. And afterwards, I cook up.
Did PBD personally service Bassem Youssef when he went on the podcast?
Gave him a fucking back.
The way he described it, he was like, I had to personally
lift his shirt up and
put the icy hot on the lower lumbar region.
Back, yeah.
A nice meal and bring a masseuse to give him a nice massage on
Bring him a masseuse? Are we talking about Bassem or Adam? Because at the beginning they were saying he was the diva that requires all of this.
All this stuff. Bassem Youssef goes on, and this is the clip when they're together at the podcast, and here's how they open it up. Okay? Here's how they open it up. You can go back a little bit. Press play.
We should have.
Someone says your Dono link might be inactive.
All right, just fix it.
Okay.
50,000, 100,000 times harder, but something we can't get back, and we'll probably always
of course, but I know you can't get back this like trip in Israel, but I'm just telling you, this was like part of a much bigger propaganda effort, right? And a country that spends $150 million on its image, they are covering something. They when they spread all of this propaganda, it's like, we're not starving people in Gaza.
You can pause that right there. You can pause it right there. If somebody wants to watch the rest, they can watch the rest. By the way, they spend 150. We probably spend tens of billions of dollars to make our image clean. Every country.
Tens. Oh, okay. For a second, I thought they were talking about PPD. He means the United States. Fine.
PPD spends billions of dollars.
I mean, if he had that much, I could see him pursuing some fucking boneheaded strategy like that.
What's the lowest your voice? Can you do this accent? Like, can you try to do this?
No, I can't even attempt to. Sorry, no.
You couldn't try to do this?
No.
Like this?
No. Don't want to be embarrassed by you, obviously.
Yeah.
That is.
You gonna maintain that the rest of the
Not in only one country that does it or not. But here's what I would tell you. The point I want to make to you guys is the following. And this is specifically going to the Nell crew, all of them, all the crew there. Dude, you don't have to apologize. Honestly, you guys don't have to apologize. You guys have done very good work. Very. And you're in the process of learning. You're interviewing people.
Thank you for the follow.
You don't need to sit there and worry about the mob. FYI, the mob is going to come after you in such ways to make you get on your knees and convince you that you're going to lose all your customers. You're not going to lose your customers. You guys are loved. People love you guys. You truly.
I love you guys. I'm telling you this. I am your father now, and I'm telling you that I love you. You don't disappoint me.
Are loved. The audience, who is the happy dad. If you're drinking, if somebody drinks beer here, go buy the Happy Dad beer because these guys are good guys. They're very good.
If somebody drinks beer here, go buy the Happy Dad beer.
I don't know what the.
Is he saying like go buy a beer for the Happy Dad, or is he saying there's a type of beer for Happy Dads?
Happy beer for dads. Or maybe he's saying he's
good
daddy.
guys at what they do. Very. They're trying to do their best. Young guys come.
Very good guys. Good boys, you might even say. Good milk boys.
They're good. They're like 30. They're like 35.
They're 30-year-old boys.
Yeah.
Like you.
I'm not 30.
Sorry, you're a 29-year-old boy.
No. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Coming up, openly talking about the stuff they're doing. These are good guys. But this next phase we're going to, all of these guys that are coming up, God forbid you do an interview that somebody's not happy with. Be very, very careful trying to win over the mob. You're not going to. Let me say it again. There's different formats of, like, even for us, a part of the market, how they look at it. It's so funny when they come and see us. They're like, whoa, you guys got 11-acre land here on the airport? Yes. You guys.
He was just spitting facts, and he doesn't care about you. You're part of the mob, so shut the fuck up, okay? Peace go. Peace go. Peace go. Peace go. Peace go. No, peace go. Peace go. You don't want to get into this because you'll lose, okay? You'll lose, and you know that.
Okay, we don't.
And he's not going to fall for your ad homs, and he's not going to listen to the mob, and he's not going to be dissuaded by haters like you that are just trying to keep the Nelk boys down.
Okay, just press play.
You know, it would be a better world if everyone could just ignore you. Oh, nothing to say. That's what I thought. You're just so you're stunned. Okay, you have nothing to say because you know you'll lose. So just shut up. Just stop. Just concede already. Okay, you're conceding. I'm pressing play.
As leasters, no, we own this place. How do you guys have 164 employees? What do they do here? 163 on any given day. We're at 164 now. How do you guys have 164 full-time employees? You guys just had 30 people 20 years ago. Last time I came. You guys were in an office in Boca 3 years ago when I came. What's going on with now? You guys have a cigar lounge. Now you guys got a platinum lounge. Now you guys got another. Now, what are you guys doing behind closed doors? We're building a business.
What are the Nelk boys doing behind closed doors, do you think?
What are they?
Let's ponder.
This is what we're doing.
Let's ponder.
And our method of what we're going to, we have the business owner audience. We have entrepreneurs audience. We understand to small business owners because, to me, I believe the backbone of America is small business owners. It's very hard to build a company. We're at a shop here, okay, in Vegas. The two owners are here. First thing I said is I want to see what the back looks like. They got a beautiful podcast studio here. I go to the back. All the people have been so nice to us, okay? Adam's put the entire crew to work.
I thought he was just about to put them down and say, this would never happen at the PBD studio. I really thought he was about to say, see, it's unprofessional. Just because it looked nice at first did not mean that they were up to,
you know. What's unprofessional? Having this many bottles on your fucking set. Look at the laptops out. This is not needed.
He's tri-wielding his beverages. He's at low. You heard the night that they had the night before, okay?
Oh, that's
tequila, weed, all sorts of booze. Okay, he needs. What is this like?
To the Adam part. This
muscle
is
milk.
He's just monologuing. He's Abe Simpson.
How come you'll listen to her take, but you cannot? You can't handle the genius.
I struggle with the concept of our own show sometimes. I'm just gonna be honest with that. it's
I do as well, but for different reasons than you. I'm on almost hour 4 of talking to you.
Fundamentally flawed. It's fundamentally.
It's hard.
flawed.
It's not. It's like a marathon. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Upset at Adam. They're so respectful to us. They're so nice to us. There's about 11 employees I met. That's hard.
Thank you for the $10, bad enchilada.
Hard cost. This is hard. This is not easy. They have to make this thing work and make money doing this. All this camera, all this stuff is. This is hard. So we, like our audience, understand how hard it is to grow a business. Pay salary, have benefits, keep people happy. You lose somebody.
Oh, wait, sorry. Those two from Biased as Fuck. Sorry, not Bad Enchilada.
You're muted.
You hired them. You trained them.
I got a dono. Your audience doesn't care about me reading out my donos.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's dead air, and I'm just sitting here like randomly.
They have your beautiful face to look at. Don't even worry.
Thanks.
I put a good thing together. I just want anybody and everybody that's in the media space. We agree, disagree. I don't care if you're Sagar and his partner. I want to say Crystal is his wife's name.
Oh my God!
His wife. Oh wow, he doesn't even know the lore. He doesn't even know that that's Kyle Kalinski's lady.
And like, come on.
The disrespect here.
It's super disrespectful.
Kyle Kulinski, who we've had on before, and he was good when we had him on. It's not easy to build a business. It's not easy for any one of them, from the left, the right, the center, no matter what part you are. But the direction people are going to next, the currency they're going to be looking at is whether you're fair, whether you're consistent, whether you have.
I don't even know why he bothers having 3 co-hosts sometimes when he just goes off this long.
Who listens to this schlock?
627,000 people.
Right, okay. Yeah, he's captured something.
He's got views. He's
got
news.
lightning in a bottle. He's
And what do you have? Do you have that many views on your VODs after that? I didn't fucking think. Peace go. Stop. Just stop.
Aaron.
Peace go. No.
Press play. Do you concede? Press play.
Ability to reason, and you're willing to talk to anybody and everybody, and that's what you're doing. If you all of a sudden get arrested by the comment section, welcome to miserable life. Because the mob then realizes, ooh, we got a whole.
Welcome to miserable life. Another soundboard drop. That would be amazing.
Welcome to miserable life. Press play.
Hold them. We scared them. We control you. Nope, you can't do that. We're going to send our audience and go in the comment section to bash PBD Podcast and comments because what Pat said about Muslims and also go in the comment section. You won't move us. Go and Nelk boys and scare the crap out of them. Don't let him move you. Your voice is
having
important.
a stroke.
You've done good work.
He's having a stroke. Wait, press play.
And you say this isn't entertaining.
Press play. He's having a stroke.
Go and Nelk boys and scare the crap out of him. Don't let him move you. Your voice is important.
What the fuck is wrong with
that was priceless advice. You didn't hear what he said? Do I have to go back a third time?
You won't move us.
It was clear as day.
Go and Nelk boys and scare the crap out of him. Don't let him move you. Your voice is important. You've done good work.
Am I? Was this Iranian or something? Is this a different language? Because English is not his first language. Like, genuinely, what was that?
I don't know. You had a stroke.
Whatever. Welcome to miserable life. This is the opposite of miserable life. Viewing this podcast
is welcoming me to
beautiful. Life is beautiful. Watching this.
Don't let him move you. Go Nelk boys and scare the crap out of him. Don't let him move you. Your voice is important. You've done good work, and you're gonna get better.
He's wasted. He's stroking.
It's just gonna get better.
I can't believe he was calling Adam out earlier in this.
He hit that Ed and Eddie's.
He's impersonating Cenk. Don't do Cenk dirty like that.
A 35-year-old Kyle.
Wait, just one more time.
Yeah,
one more time. We'll move on.
Go Nelk boys and scare the crap out of him. Don't let him move you. Your voice is important. You've done good work, and you're gonna get better. It's just gonna get better. A 35-year-old Kyle.
It's just gonna get better. You have to try. You have to trust the process, okay? If I bring you PVD, trust the fucking process that you will eventually. This was rare form, okay? This is rare form, even even for PVD. Okay.
A 40-year-old Kyle. John in the back. The
No, I'm not gonna do it one more time. I'm not gonna do it. We're gonna keep going.
CEO doing a phenomenal job. These guys are doing good work, but I think on a media space, where we're going to next, it's going to be a very interesting race, and it'll come down to, you know what? Oh, when I watch PBD Podcast, they sell shirts and they sell Medex and they sell consulting. Yeah.
Medex. That's how it translates. I'm trying to say Menect, their app.
We sell our businesses instead of taking sponsorship money.
Yeah, they do.
So we're not owned by anybody else.
Bingo.
We do it because our loyalty is to the truth and the customers. That's what we want to do. If you don't like us and walk away, we're also okay with that. You'll come back. We understand business. We've been around. We got thick skin.
He has such used car salesman energy, man. Nothing's going to get him down.
That's why we threw a tampon on Anna Kasparian, because we have thick skin.
There's a massive opening right now in a marketplace with media, and it'll be very, very interesting. There's going to be...
Wait, did anyone happen to catch what the caption said when he gave that stunning advice to the Nelk boys?
No, what did it say?
No, I'm just curious. It might not have even been able to translate it. It might have literally just picked...
It reminds me of that noise no matter from, in Mortal Kombat, there's search real quick. It'll be 2 seconds. Mortal Kombat Raiden yell. Mortal Kombat Raiden, Raiden.
Raiden scream, maybe?
Yeah, scream, yeah.
It's like a Wilhelm scream. but for Mortal Kombat.
This is what it sounded like to me.
The $5
No. Yeah, maybe this. I don't know. Yeah.
Fun. Here's a compilation of the various crazy yells from Raiden.
Okay.
Raiden.
That's what it sounded like.
Okay, I'm hearing it now.
Raiden wins.
Is that it?
That's what I hear.
Where they go, they tear the house down and they leave and they blame the company. This happened in insurance a lot. Every time I interviewed a guy that wanted a job that bashed their previous 3 companies, I'm going to be the 4th. Any girl you ever date that trashes the previous 3 boyfriends, you're going to be the 4th.
About? I can't even follow
Any guy you date that bashes his previous 3 girlfriends,
Obviously, he's talking about
I don't know what he's saying. I don't know what he's talking about.
What part of don't you understand? Come on.
you're going to be the 4th very soon. That's how this works. No one is perfect. Everyone's trying to figure this thing out. And on any given day, anyone's going to fall into some kind of a scandal. Well, let me tell you.
Nobody's perfect. Whom amongst us hasn't accidentally
again and again
interviewed modern day Hitler on our podcast?
Modern day Hitler. I want to see Adam's reaction to modern day Hitler. He's
you need to be patient. The build-ups are clearly fucking worth it. Did that not just
play a Hitler background?
What?
The Nazi red background?
So red is now Hitler background.
Yeah.
Do people pay you for these opinions?
They actually do. They super chat me.
What happened? They just got money from Qatar. They got money from Saudi. They got money from Mossad or Israel. No, they're funded. All right, we'll see. Pump the brakes. Let's see what happens here as more of the stories come out. But I hope Barry gets $250 million that she wants. But Barry, realistically, on a $6 million revenue, with that number,
we're tying it back in with the previous subject for some reason.
She was talking
for 2024.
About Barry Weiss.
I know, right before, the free press.
And that's the run rate.
But I'm saying, like, this meandering stream of consciousness, like ramble, for whatever reason, has got reverted back to the previous subject, and we're also giving advice to Barry again.
Did you say that he looks like the Shah? Did you say that?
No, why?
I'm just wondering if you said it.
Okay.
As of December 31st, a $30 million company, which is a very hard thing to do.
Apparently the captions just avoid the gibberish altogether. It's too high level. They didn't just, People
still are willing to pay $250 million for a $30 million company. That means you need to write a book on sales and negotiation, period. And I would buy it. Because you sold the company for what? A bigger valuation than it's really worth. And there's nothing wrong with that. But business comps, it's a different market we're in today. And I'm so excited about the next 10 years. I am so excited about the next 10 years.
Who cares?
It's like, who asked, dude? No one. He's taking this again. The Nelk Boy's getting criticism for interviewing BB. He's taking personally for some reason. Out of nowhere, he's like, I'm so proud. I'm not even mad. Like, what?
Some real nasty things happen the next 10 years. And the next 10 years, we're also going to see some people that nobody expected to come to the top, to come out of nowhere and become the cream of the crop. And then everyone's going to target that company. You'll see. Be patient. It's coming to a city near you.
See, that's the advice you need to take. Be patient, okay?
It's coming to a city near me. I didn't follow, but we can press play. Let's get to the Adam part.
Do you think? Have you ever wondered if this is the experience people have watching your stream, where you're going through like a legal brief?
Maybe it's possible.
Possible, maybe.
That's how business and capitalism works. That's what's going to be taking place. Adam, I think you want to say something.
Yeah, I love that entire perspective. So most people are
I love that whole perspective.
All that.
Always has to start off with a glaze, like the good little bitch that he is for PBD.
Yeah. Other people's opinions. Most people are imprisoned by other people's thoughts and feelings. Most people are trying to keep up with the Joneses.
Yeah, like you're sheeple, Pisco. He's calling you out right now. Say that you feel proud and that you're unbothered by what
Alex Jones, the Joneses. They're trying to keep up with the Joneses.
You've never heard that phrase?
No, I've never heard it.
Okay, weird.
I've heard of Jonestown.
Free yourself from the prison of what other people think. I've learned this the hard way. The hardest thing to do is not give a flip about what other people have to say. Let's put these things in order.
He will drop this in just a bit, and it's going to land him in trouble.
Who's the woman on the right? Is that
Martha Stewart?
Is that Martha Stewart?
Yes. No way. Can you believe that a woman who was once in prison for insider trading would get herself involved in a fucking business scheme after she was released? Unbelievable.
Stewart is part of the fucking holy shit.
Part of my
Doesn't give a
next.
flip.
Number one, keyboard warriors. Adam, you suck.
He's so mad about that.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me.
Wait, what did PBD say? He's got a smirk on his face. You just interrupted him to say something.
Yeah, he loves interrupting.
So he's calling out the haters.
At this point,
But some of them are right about
doesn't
you.
matter.
I'm just kidding.
Doesn't matter to me.
Some of them are right.
But some of them are right about you. I'm just kidding.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Because he's trying to appeal to the comments. He's doing the thing of I'm gonna appeal to the comments, and he's trying to.
No, he's literally doing the opposite. Oh, you mean PBD? You mean PBD? Right.
PBD's trying to leverage himself in opposition to Adam as a heel. He's trying to be like, I'm with you guys, comments. So he's actually he cares a lot about what his audience says.
Obviously. He said he cares about the truth and his customers. First and foremost. That's it. No one else. Certainly not Adam. Doesn't matter how many times he fucking services PBD. No matter how many icy hot patches he puts on his lower back.
Number two, see how many friends I have?
Dude, he was so proud of it. He thought he like knows he cooked it that way. Watch PBD's face. After that, he was like smiling.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me.
Look,
number two, see how many
biting his lip and shit. He's so happy. Because he went for low hanging fruit. Okay.
I have friends that go, I can't believe you voted for Trump. I can't believe you would sit down with Nick Fuentes. I can't believe that you would associate with Andrew Tate. I can't believe that you would talk to Candace Owens.
These crazy friends of his that don't like that he sits down with neo-Nazis and votes for fascists. Oh, yeah, so judgmental, so toxic.
Shut the fuck up.
So he's literally saying you should surround yourself. It should have been shut the flip up, obviously.
Yeah, because he has to be consistent. He said he started with flip, and now he's dropping F-bombs.
So what's toxic apparently is it's not toxic for you to surround yourself exclusively with yes men. That's who you need in your life. People that just uncritically agree with you and praise you for every single thing that you do, endlessly affirm and hug box you. Right? This is like man on the right, apparently. The guy who's like, these fucking woke triggered PC libs who can't handle the fucking truth or whatever. He loves to be loved. He does.
This is what we do. We talk to people. We hear the truth. The last thing that's liberating is your closest friends and family.
We hear the truth that Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens have to offer. And you don't like it, you can go flip yourself, okay?
There's friends and family who are like, why do you do this? Why do you travel?
I want to hear him talk about Netanyahu being Hitler.
It's coming up if you just be patient.
Okay, all right.
I can't even bring myself to imitate PBD. No, I'm not.
Why do you have to go this? Why do you do this? You could also shut the F up. Because this is what we do. Thank God I'm going to give PBD a shout out.
Have you ever seen that? It's like a Reddit post from r/meth, and it's like my girlfriend's like, please stop doing meth, and it's like, it's them just like celebrating doing meth anyway.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure you don't. Yeah, you're not a Reddit user, so you don't know.
I don't look at Reddit.
That we have a leader with a backbone who says, don't apologize. We had a situation recently where they want you to apologize. No, you don't have to.
I also think it's really, really toxic, this attitude of like, who cares what anybody fucking says? Don't listen to anybody else. Just you do you, man. You can never do wrong.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even about, it's not a question. You care about what other people think of you. It's a matter of like, can you admit it or not? You know?
Yeah.
This is what we do. When you have conviction and you stand for something, you don't have to go anywhere. As far as what the Nelk boys did.
Oh, I remembered what the post was. It's a guy and it was like, my neighbor, will you stop doing, like, are you still doing meth? And it is like me, and it's a gif of Joe Biden going, will you shut the hell up, man?
Will you shut the hell up,
That was the post.
I think they're great. I think Kyle's a nice dude. They should have done better. To read a comment and say, wow, we interviewed Bibi Netanyahu, the modern day Hitler.
I guess maybe one of the Nelk boys is named Kyle.
Oh, no. And he's like, okay, that's a good criticism. Let's see what Adam says.
Comment and say, wow, we interviewed Bibi Netanyahu, the modern day Hitler. Okay, that's fair. Really, bro? Is that actuality the reality? Bibi Netanyahu is the modern day Hitler. Modern day Hitler.
Correct.
You agree?
Are you
with that?
freaking kidding me? And
Sure. Yeah. I definitely would not oppose that characterization. What would you call what's going on? Here's what it is. It's this.
Show it to me. Wait, blow it up.
It's on here.
My religious neighbor. You should get off heroin. Will you shut up, man?
This is Adam right now. You should replace heroin with you should stop interviewing neo-Nazis uncritically. You should stop voting for Republicans. You should stop just, maybe you should, quit traveling. Like, he said to stop traveling or something like that.
Not everyone is Hitler, okay?
Qasim Youssef.
I never said everyone was Hitler. I said Bibi Netanyahu could be compared to Hitler very, very easily. Sure.
Well, yeah, you could compare Joe Biden to Hitler. You could compare Trump to Hitler.
Yep. As far as their complicity in this genocide, I would not hesitate to. Maybe you would?
To call them Hitler?
To compare them or say that their complicity in this genocide is Hitler-esque.
You called him Hitler. Hang on.
Go on all these podcasts and criticize Israel. Why can't Bassem Youssef go back to Egypt? Why can't he go back to the country that he's from? Because in the country you're from, you can't criticize the government. You can't criticize the government in Iran. You can't criticize the government.
He's from Egypt. Why is he saying Iran?
Of Egypt. You can't criticize.
Okay, I think he realized that.
Oh no.
Government of Syria. You'll end up dead. You can criticize the government in Israel, no problem. And to the whole camp that goes, well, you can't criticize Israel. What's the one country you can't criticize? Are you fucking kidding me?
Adam,
all I hear,
at this point, bro.
Sorry.
This
all
is the third
hear,
time, man. It's like
sorry.
We had dinner last night talking about
this. Upsets me because all I hear.
I understand.
No. Because all I hear is that you can't criticize Israel, and all I hear are "F you,
I don't care.
Jew,
No.
kill yourself."
These are two separate things.
I'm sorry. I'm fired up here. But when half the world hates you, deal with it.
He said, "I'm sorry," and PBD's not having it. He's fucking pissed. He's like, "What the?"
PBD is
because he's out of line.
This is performative. This is performative from PBD.
He scolds them or he will openly criticize or mock them, which he already did in this podcast earlier, which would never fly in the reverse direction. Every single episode. So he'll say I hate to do this live or whatever. It's like, no, you don't. You love doing it live.
He loves doing this performative thing because he wants to play for the audience. That's what he's doing.
And get tough because the whole notion that Israel can't be criticized, the whole notion that Bibi Netanyahu can't be criticized, that's all they do.
I think you've branched over into. Go ahead, Vinny.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing, Adam, and I understand where you're coming from, and I get your passion.
I'm sorry about that.
You're the angry patriot at this point, but I don't think it's that. I think it's when you want to criticize Israel, there's two labels. You're anti-Semitic, means you hate all Jews, or you support Hamas. That is a big problem because the moment you can't say, wait a minute, there are
Vinny kind of spitting here a little bit.
Starving kids in Gaza. They are shooting.
I mean, that certainly is the that certainly is a dynamic on the right. Not gonna lie.
So you like Vinny? You like Vinny?
Vinny's has his moments. Okay, even a broken clock, right? Twice a day. On the Epstein thing, also he holds the line on the Epstein thing being completely unacceptable that Trump won't release it. Yeah, he went on Piers Morgan and argued for it as well.
Fire on people that are just trying to get food. Those kids aren't terrorists. And to have an attitude like, well, they're going to grow up to hate Jews and they're going to want to kill Jews. Let's just shoot them. That's the problem. It's not.
Do you actually disagree with that?
Let me think about it.
Okay. I've given you time. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think that there's some things to say. I think that.
Why won't you just fucking agree with Vinny? You're comfortable agreeing with Jillian fucking Michaels, but not Vinny? Jesus, why?
I think Vinny is a controversial figure. And I think most objective scholars of what's going on. Sorry, I'm doing the Grok thing, the AI thing. Anyway, it's a little bit.
If you were really doing the Grok thing, you would say Mecca. You'd go. What was it? Mecca Hitler.
Wait, what did he say?
Kill the boar.
King without time. I forget what they said. Pass the mustache. That makes me a Nazi. Pass the mustache. I think that there is a kind of reflexive, anti-Semitic critique whenever you criticize Israel among certain circles, or that you support Hamas. I do think that that's a thing. But
wait, you mean the accusation, or you're saying that any criticism of Israel has a strain? Oh, I thought you were saying I think any criticism of Israel underlying it has a strain of anti-Semitism. Okay, definitely disagree with that.
The accusation. So I agree with that.
So you agree? So you agree with Vinny
Yeah, on some stuff. Yeah, on some stuff.
on this specifically? You agree with Vinny?
No, some of those things.
Why are you such a fucking pussy? I don't understand why you can't just agree sometimes.
That's belittling language that you just used.
It is because you genuinely piss me off when you're this evasive about agreeing with somebody.
Listen, Vinny's right about some stuff in this particular point in time.
We're such a fucking weasel.
You're a weasel. No, you are.
I can't handle these debate tactics. I concede. Okay, so I'm close to throwing up. Close. Not quite there yet.
That if you can't criticize without being labeled and sticking up for the children and the innocent people,
because he didn't even say like, oh, you can't even say that the U.S. government is a Zionist occupied government without being called an anti-Semite. He's actually saying, he's like literally saying, people are trying to draw attention to starving children, and you're getting shouted down by people that are like, stop feeling bad because they grew up to be terrorists.
He's unironically less anti-Semitic than Anna Kasparian.
Well, that's the disconnect. It's not all Jews.
Vinny,
no, he kind of believes in like the Messiah. I don't know that he's ever done the Zog shit, but he basically does like everything, but that leads up. No, he's never done that either. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know.
You know?
Yeah.
You're right, and he's right.
Yes.
But it's not Hitler.
Oh, no, I'm not agreeing to that.
He literally never said that. All he did was say, it's bullshit that you're accused of either loving Hamas or being an anti-Semite when you criticize Israel's policies or actions.
You can't call Netanyahu Hitler, can you?
Yes, you can. According to PBD, no. So you agree with PBD on that? You're probably closer to PBD on that than you'd like to admit, though.
On Hitler?
On that, you find the comparison to be a bit distasteful.
I don't think you need to compare him to Hitler. Maybe.
Who would you compare him to?
I don't know. Himmler?
Why is that more appropriate?
Just press play. This is a joke. I haven't thought about it.
No, I'm not agreeing to that.
What are we?
Pisco thinks you can't call Stephen Miller a Nazi because he's Jewish. Remember when he said that? I do remember when he said that. Do you still feel this way?
Yeah. I do, yeah.
Okay.
I want to make sure you qualify that.
Oh, yeah.
We're not talking about Hitler.
Absolutely not.
We are talking about
just
somebody who is a true believer in his cause. His name is Bibi, and it's not your cause.
Yes.
And you can disagree with them.
Yes.
But to all of a sudden...
No. It's his cause. It's his truth. It's Bibi's truth, what's happening in Gaza. So you have to...
These guys become the biggest postmodernists whenever it suits them. So it's all...
We've seen a lot of that tonight.
That's his truth. You have to let him say his truth. Who's to say? Yeah.
I mean, this is what happens when you have to cling on, when you have an audience that is filled with conspiracy theorists, anti-Semites, and people that hate Israel for that are not based and are just genuinely hateful, right? And don't like how cuck they are when it comes to the Epstein shit, which they are. But that has more to do with the fact that they're like MAGA simps, right? But they also have like a boomer base and probably donors that are like pro-Israel to appeal to that they can't alienate. So they're constantly having to like...
pretty well. I mean, they're walking the line better than Live and Learn was walking the socialist line. So props to them.
Have that category as here.
No, that's
what's going on.
No, that's a horrible comparison.
And by the way, over here, last night, my son, we go to, I don't want to say where we had dinner. So last night we have dinner. We're doing a convention here. There's going to be around 10,000 people here. I was just at the award ceremony in the morning. Quick shout out to Maral Tikran and the whole crew. Phenomenal job on the opening video. I went to watch the opening video at 7 a.m. with my daughter, Senna, who is my number one road dog. She was there with me just watching it. And then we came here. And
I heard daughter, and then he said dog.
No, he's like, my daughter is the number one road dog.
Oh.
I just haven't heard that phrase before. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I just don't. I've never heard.
Wasn't Senna like a male race car driver?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's included in that portrait that he has hanging in his thinking room.
Oh, with him and like Gandhi and Lincoln or whatever.
Yeah, it was MLK, it was Albert Einstein, it was the Shah, it was Tupac.
Malcolm X?
Malcolm X is there. No, I think no. Yeah, it was MLK and Tupac.
Yeah,
and he was there obviously, but like a race car driver was there for some reason, and I think it's Senna. I think that's his name.
And then we came here. But
so if he named his daughter after that, that's interesting.
Last night, we're at this place, we're having dinner. How cool was that conversation at dinner?
Amazing.
It was like, and Tico is standing just going like this and watching Tom. And by the way, listening to Tom.
Why does this look deep fried all of a sudden? This is like, do you see this color? It looks terrible.
I don't like the color.
Looks like highly saturated. He's like orange. It doesn't help that they're in a literal red room.
Dinners. I'm telling you, you get so much smarter just listening to Tom with his experience of faith, and then Adam and Tom talking about, you know, what it is to be a Jew and Christianity, and then you jumping in there and just back and forth, all of us. It was such a great dinner.
Beautiful.
That's a regular thing for us. The reason why I'm getting upset at Adam is I'm asking specifically, stop dropping F-bombs. I've asked him so many times. I don't like it.
My bad, sir.
Because when I do other things, guest says it, guest says it.
Could you imagine having to have this fucking dynamic, not just with your boss, but with your like podcast co-host boss, and you constantly have to go like reaffirm them, say things like PBD is my boy? That would be just fucking humiliating, right? If you had to like relentlessly affirm somebody to stay on their good side. What am I doing? Pisco.
So now you're attacking me. So now you're attacking me. You're attacking Hutch. And everyone just caught you in 4K.
I believe that's called an ad hom. So say it by name.
That's what you're doing right now. So we just caught you.
That's an ad hom. Oh, actually, what you're doing is an ad hom.
Totally caught you. We just caught you, and everyone saw it. And you think it's gonna work, and it's not gonna work.
And you have nothing to worry about.
I caught you.
Because Hutch is your boy, and the bond's too strong.
He is my boy. The bond is too strong, and guess what? We caught your ass. We caught you.
Who's we?
Me and everyone else. Me and everyone else. We just caught you real time in 5K, and it's obvious for everyone to see. You were just because Hutch is my boy. We got you.
We know. We know Hutch is your boy. Because of how often you say it. Like Adam, who has to reaffirm this for PBD.
There's nothing wrong with reaffirming one's brotherly affection. There's nothing wrong.
Not at all. Beautiful, in fact. You should do it more.
Beautiful. I should. I will.
You know, I don't even think you've said it once over the span of this episode. So go forth. Go ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
You're getting crushed right now.
Go ahead.
You know you're getting crushed right now. You know you're getting crushed right now.
I'm just waiting for you to say Hutch is my boy. I just don't know. I need to hear you say it. I need to make sure that he's your boy. I'm starting to doubt that he's your boy.
You don't need to hear shit.
The longer that you put it off, the more I'm like, is Hutch Pisco's, is he even his boy anymore?
See, so what you're doing right now, it's obvious to everyone what's going on. It's so obvious.
How have you done this hand gesture when you're trying to make a point, like before Trump became president? Did you always do that? Because he does that a lot.
I did it first. And everyone can see you're now trying to distract because you got caught. And guess what? Hutch is my boy. Always has.
There it is. Beautiful. Thank you. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you.
Press play. And don't ever try that shit again.
That was like a hole in one.
That's it. Kids are watching us. People want to put their kids in front of this. I'm not a fan of that. I've told you this hundreds of times privately. Now you're forcing me to say it to you publicly.
That's fair. That's fair.
Don't do that to me after I just had a conversation with you.
You're absolutely right.
All right. So,
and I'll say one thing.
Yeah.
I apologize.
I know
I tried to say
but
a few times.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He just wants him to just like accept the apology and stop. And he's like, no.
This is what you do. This is the kind of abusive behavior you behave in, by the way. PBD can't let it go. And it's just like he has to keep pushing, like, pushing the dagger in.
Yeah. Then why don't you call me out?
I just did.
Why do you put up with this abusive dynamic then?
I just did.
You always you're the first thing you do is throw up the liberal surrender hands to get me off your back. That's the kind of man you are.
I just did. And everyone saw it. I'm laying down the law. That's what's happening. And Adam.
Oh, is that what's happening right now, chat? Let's start up a poll. Can we do a poll in your chat to see who's like? Did Pisco just lay down the law, you guys?
We're not doing a poll.
Well, the sample size is probably only going to be like 49 people. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. And I'm sure if they overwhelmingly agreed with you that what Gavin Newsom's doing is based, right? Then I'm sure they're going to overwhelmingly agree that you're laying down the law right now.
You did that.
And you're calling me out. You're holding me to account.
I'm holding you to account. And
you're the fucking man.
Listen.
Yeah, you're doing the damn thing. Look at you. Look at you go.
You're doing the damn thing. You're doing the damn thing, and I'm not going to let you do that at all. Ever. Press play.
I apologize.
You gotta.
I'll do my own poll. Don't worry.
Victory.
Because the targeting's not going to change.
True that.
Yeah, I'm at.
What? You had victory, so it should be safe if I do a poll.
Well, you can do a poll
right now. Where my position is very simple. Yesterday, you know what's one of the conversations we had about Christians, Jews, and Muslims? How long does it take to become a Muslim? What was the number?
30 seconds. They ask you to say a prayer that directs you to some things, and then they say, okay, now come along with me on the journey.
How long does it take to be a Christian?
Similarly, 30 seconds, you understand who Christ is, you accept that, and then you go on a journey.
How long does it take to become a Jew?
How long?
Years. Years? It takes a while. I think they ask you to go to classes and things like this.
No, so realistically, how long does it take to become a Jew?
It actually takes a few years. The Jews do not evangelize.
Yeah,
no Jews trying to
actually think about it. When is the last time a Jew came to you talking to you about becoming a Jew?
Never.
Never with me.
Never.
And I've been around a lot of them.
Well, I'd like to talk to you guys.
By the way, I had a guy, a friend of mine, I won't say his name, but he's Muslim. He came, I brought him to the house.
I don't like the way this...
a meal. We sat down, we gave him food.
I don't like
We had a great conversation together. And then he takes out a backpack full of Qurans and books, and he gives it to me. He says, I want to talk to you about a religion of...
He can, and he's an Iranian Christian, so you can't even be like, oh, but he can say it. That he's like alluding to like a fucking terrorist or what.
Wait, I didn't know he was a Christian.
Islam,
religion of peace.
In my house.
Try to pitch you Islam in your house.
By the way, I respect it. I don't say it in a negative way. I respect the fact that you have the audacity to come to my house after I feed you to tell me about your religion. That's never happened to me with Jews. So, what do Jews
This is a pro-Jewish statement, by the way.
Oh, BBD.
Jews have never done that to me, I guess, but the day that they do it.
Cancel him. He's trying to appeal to this anti-Semitic online commenter class. He is 100%.
He just affirmed his love for Jews.
No, but he's doing it in parentheses. You know this.
There's literally a short that he put on his channel where he's like saying why he loves Jews, and it's literally just like Protocols of Zion shit.
Oh no. wait.
I just put like PBG podcast Jews. Hold on. Yeah.
Dude,
how Jewish people excel in business.
Wait, show it.
Let's see.
I remember one time I'm talking to this Jewish guy who had dealerships, was 35 years old, showed me $6 million of cash, and I've never seen that kind of money before at 21. I said, how the hell do you have $6 million of cash? That's crazy. He says, let me tell you one thing about Jews, on why most Jews have money. When one Jew makes money, 5 Jews make money. We make money together. He said, capitalism, if you really want to make a lot of money, as long as everybody around you makes money and you make money, you're going to be fine. If you're the only person that makes money and people around you don't make money, you're not going to be fine. I remember one time I'm talking to this Jewish guy.
Beautiful sense of it. And you think that this man's an anti-Semite. Give me a break.
Wait, he had Dan Bilzerian on? That guy's like the biggest
yes, he did.
Hater of Jews that there is.
Why, after such a dramatic event that happened to Jews, okay, with the intentions of wanting to eliminate every single Jew on the face of the planet, right? This is what Hitler's vision was, right? Why is it years later, after a crisis like that, what values and principles helped Jews pretty much own Hollywood, do well in business?
Wow.
He's just saying Jews own Hollywood. What's the big deal?
Oh, my God.
Life.
Oh, I'll tell you. I have the answer for it. Yeah. They didn't see themselves as victims.
Interviewing our fave, Dennis Prager.
Most paralyzing thing in black life, what the left is doing to blacks. The left hates you,
the blacks.
Just you. No, they don't hate you. They have contempt for you. Telling you you're a victim is paralyzing. Jews did not walk around thinking they're victims even after the Holocaust.
Why not?
Because they knew.
So all Dennis is saying is that blacks have a victim mindset, unlike Jews.
He's saying it's their own fault.
Even after the Holocaust.
It is completely self-destructive.
How did they know?
I don't know. It's a great... well, maybe because of the Jewish tradition has always been, we take responsibility for our own suffering.
Unlike the blacks. Any other bangers?
Yeah. This is not good.
This one, they control many things. The Jewish lobby or the CIA caused the fall of Iran. Hollywood. They did this shit as well.
This is bad.
Vision and outcome, what are they trying to do? You know, maybe they want to control media. Maybe they want to control, by the way, would I be surprised if the Jewish community goes and tries to buy up 50 podcasts the next 3 years? I would not be surprised. Would I be surprised
if the Jews try to control even more media? He said.
Oh my God, he's doing it.
This is a man who, how can he be anti-Semitic? He's very, very pro-Israel, and he got upset at the comparison of Bibi Netanyahu to Hitler, so obviously it can't be an anti-Semite. But this is a guy who, again, he is so clueless. He has no idea that he's walking into tropes. I genuinely... it's like.
Do you think he's too stupid to be anti-Semitic?
No, I didn't say that at all. You can definitely, those two things are not mutually exclusive. If anything, they're correlated. They're correlated. But what I'm saying is that I wouldn't be surprised if he genuinely thinks he's being complimentary towards Jewish people.
The Jewish people, yeah.
Be surprised if Qatar goes and buys.
I mean, I showed you where he said that like Bibi was inspired by the media or like by Hitler to be able to trick the world into letting them do. So this is like that same guy, remember?
Yeah.
No. Would I be surprised if Russia goes? Would I be surprised if some new Soros of the other side gets started and buys podcasts that the messaging is what? Pro-America. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This is what's going to happen. This is the direction we're going. The next
a new Soros is rising, and he won't be a leftist this time.
This time he won't.
Or like the next time.
Telling you, the next 5-10 years, back in the days, they had something called the Oklahoma Land Rush. You're going to see the media rush the next 5 to 10 years for influence. And
is he about to finish the sentence by saying, and the Jews are going to get to it first?
We should track these predictions, by the way.
How do you mean? Oh, like if this... Yeah, of course. These are what we call safe bets.
A lot of people are going to get dropped and destroyed because a lot of people will slow down because of money, fame, bad habits, cocaine, drugs, gambling, dumb shit, and some of the people...
Is there
dumb
a
shit.
single episode he's not on cocaine? I feel like they're all
he
on
used to be a bodyguard for a cocaine dealer. It's on his Wikipedia page.
No way.
Yes. Hold on.
Patrick Bet-David.
No, I put Davidson.
Oh, no.
During his early adulthood, he lived a lifestyle which he said was focused on partying before joining the United States Army. He claimed to have briefly worked as a bodyguard for a leading LA cocaine dealer. This period, according to Bet-David, contributed to his worldview. That's very ominous and very, very vague. I'm sure it did contribute to his worldview. Bet-David said after his time in the U.S. Army, he reconnected with a high school friend who reintroduced him to Christianity. This is the same guy who, again, he based the community college that he decided to go to, which is Santa Barbara Community College, because Arnold Schwarzenegger went there. He was influenced.
That's kind of cute, though. That's cute.
Why? It's like the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard.
People like Arnold.
Yeah, for his brain, for his mind, for his academic pursuits.
Have you seen Batman and Robin? What a great movie.
I've seen Kindergarten Cop.
I see you. It's not the tumor.
And
right?
Yeah, I've seen Terminator.
Just paying a little bit of money and they're going to walk away. The race for media is going to be very, very interesting the next 5 or 10 years. All right, let's go to the next story. The next story has nothing to do with media. It has to do with you guys making babies. It's very simple.
Oh my God. Okay. Wait, did I miss the part where he says like kids? He was
what
like
killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age. I think it was a meteor, guys.
He was like, he said at one point in this that kids watch the show. Kids watch PBD. Yeah, the kids watch PBD.
This is why they're all so stupid.
PBS? More. Who needs PBS? You just need PBD.
The new generation. Did you know that Gen Z doesn't drink alcohol and doesn't have sex?
I think I did know that. Yeah, or they're having sex later than like previous generations.
Why is Gen Z so stunted?
The alcohol thing I've not seen.
Well, I just saw someone talking about it, so maybe they're wrong.
Which is so funny because there's this mythos surrounding Gen Z that these fucking amoral, godless TikTok teens that don't have any Christian values and are just fucking whoever they want. They believe in hypergamy and all of this, even though none of the stats bear that out because Zoomers, have less sex or are actually struggling to be able to fucking get laid.
They're down bad. They can't get laid.
$1 billion job offer from Meta. Wait for that one. We'll talk about it. This next one is dedicated to my oldest son who's 13 years old. Kids who get smartphones before 13 years old face skyrocketing risks, study warns. I like the fact that my kids don't have phones and they're 13. Parents, we will talk about this because we're at dinner last night having sushi.
Did you have a phone at 13?
Yeah, I had a flip phone in elementary school, 5th grade.
I did too, but all it was is to call my parents if I needed something. That was it. Couldn't do anything else. Couldn't even send text.
Then I got texting in middle school, I think.
Wow. But yeah, that was me as well, I think. You used to have to pay per text. And if you accidentally clicked the internet on your phone, it was back because you'd have to fucking pay for it.
Yep.
The table right next to us. What did you see, Vinny? 3, 4 iPads, kids sitting there.
One kid had a freaking he had an antenna, headphones.
They've never seen iPad babies before. at a restaurant.
And the parents are just getting drunk.
Completely checked out. The kid might as well have been on Mars.
And this is the one story that Adam really wanted to talk about. Don't know why. Sex toy infiltrates second WNBA game.
Nice.
Fever star Sophie Cunningham weighs in.
Again, kids watch the show, apparently. Let's talk about no F-bombs, and we can talk about sex toys. Completely fine.
This is really disgraceful that you would throw a dildo out in...
It is fucking disgusting, and they keep doing that, and like the coverage surrounding it is not like, wow, this is like as gross as throwing a fucking tampon out at these women or whatever. It's just like, oh look, they're doing this thing. He.
Ever since that Liberty game I saw with Josiah, I'm actually like, I'm gonna get into the WNBA a little bit more because I think that the basketball that we saw was really awesome. It was really fun, and the energy of the crowd, the energy for the Liberty game, even though they really sort of lost near the third quarter, second half of third quarter, and it was kind of like very sloppy. The energy there was better than some like
NBA games.
Other NBA games I've been to, yeah.
Damn. Okay, yeah, he did say that kids watch the show.
I've asked them so many times. I don't like it.
My bad, sir.
Here.
Because when I do other things, guest says it. Kids are watching us. People want to put their kids in front of us.
How did we miss this? Yeah, he did say, I knew I heard it. He said kids watch the fucking show.
I'm not a fan of that. I've told you this hundreds of times privately. Now you're forcing me to say it to you publicly.
That's fair.
Yeah, this is a family-friendly program, Adam. Please. Mm-hmm. Even though, again, you can talk about the dildos being thrown, but you can't say the fuck, apparently.
Do that to me after I just had a conversation with you.
You're absolutely right.
All right. So,
and I'll say one thing.
Yeah.
I apologize.
I know
I tried to say flip a few times.
But guess what?
And I apologize.
The only thing, okay, that was...
Can they just censor it? Can they just censor it after? Like,
no, because they do it live.
Oh, it's a live
and kids
show.
are watching live.
Yeah.
They're tuning into PBD live.
I'm going to raid into you, okay? So everyone, I have to go to bed, but you're going to
Liberals surrender hands.
Aaron for a little bit on Twitch. So everyone just give Straight Array a follow. Really appreciate you guys watching.
And YouTube.
And on YouTube, is redirecting on YouTube. So continue watching some PBD with Aaron, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. But thank you guys so much for chilling and watching our coverage. Hope you had fun.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Amazing. Ooh, double Aaron. Let's get rid of it here as well. Look at that raid. Raid of 48 on Twitch. How are we doing, viewers? How are we doing, guys? Make a wish. What should I wish for? I wish to go back and watch PBD stumble over his words one more time. Or whatever the fuck he was trying to say. But I will do quick chill now that I've got you guys watching. If you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me already, you should go ahead and do that. That we can know when I go live, which is every single day at varying times. And you can also subscribe to me if you want to support the channel. Get access to ad-free experience, cute emotes, and whatnot. And you can also gift subs throughout the chat. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream or subscribe to me and hit the bell. That way you can know when I go live. If you're interested in my past VODs, I timestamp them. That way you can skip around to the segment that you want to see. You don't have to watch the whole thing to know where and when I talk about what I do. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat, which actually might not work. I need to update it, apparently. Or I will drop it right now. Or my YouTube description box. I'm at straighterage__ on everything. So, okay, guys, what are we even doing next? What are we doing? Do I even have anything? Let's see. I want to see this Hunter Biden thing. Apparently Hunter Biden's being sued for some reason. Based on a thing that he said last time.
Do you know what's really fun?
Hunter Biden apologizes. This was 18 hours ago. Let's see what he's up to. Perfect.
Gentlemen, the day of presidential litigation has arrived.
Did you end up watching the Alyssa Slotkin interview on Breaking Points? Ooh, no, I didn't actually. Fuck. Here, let's do this, and then I'll actually do that because I literally don't know what else to do.
It's lawsuit time. In my hand is a legal demand letter addressed to Mr. Hunter Biden from the First Lady of the United States, demanding a retraction of Channel 5.
I actually should have done it with fucking Pisco because he hasn't seen it either. Are you allowed to react to an excerpt from an HBO show? What do you think? Probably not, right?
Video.
I can probably look at it off screen though.
Hunter Biden returns, in which Mr. Biden here makes some speculative comments about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein, Melania Trump, and Donald Trump.
Okay, well, they knew each other well. They spent an enormous time together. According to his biographer, is that Jeffrey Epstein introduced Melania. That's how Melania and the First Lady and the President met.
I looked into this a little bit more, and I actually played a clip for Pisco on stream a couple of weeks ago where they say this, and this is not entirely true. I think this is contested, but there are some that claim that this is true.
Epstein made the intro.
Yeah, according to Michael Wolff. And so I only can go by what people are saying, and I don't know.
He didn't make these claims out of nowhere. They come from another journalist named Michael Wolff, who is a biographer that actually spoke to Jeffrey Epstein. But now here we are. And I've got $1 billion document in my hands because Mrs. Trump is seeking $1 billion in damages if we don't take the video down.
Mrs. Trump. We're talking about Melania.
And if Hunter here doesn't issue a formal apology to Mrs. Trump. So now we're here maybe to give you the platform to apologize to the First Lady for your statements that you made about her possible connection to Jeffrey Epstein.
Fuck that. That's not going to happen.
Fuck Black, fuck Quack, fuck Eddie, fuck Bad, fuck Lowe's, fuck Sada, fuck Spad, fuck O'Dilly, fuck Jay, fuck Sutter, fuck Smack, fuck the North. If the Mozzie niggas tripping, fuck Bad, fuck 3, fuck the fuck.
Well, first of all, is that what I said was what I
I mean, I really would like to see them try to sue him for this because it's not defamatory.
And seen.
Who cares about the fucking Hunter Biden story? I mean, the same amount of people that cared about that past BBD episode.
Reported and written. Primarily from Michael Wolff, but also dating back all the way to 2019, when the New York Times, I think Annie Carney and Maggie Haberman reported that sources said that Jeffrey Epstein claimed to be the person to introduce Donald Trump to Melania.
I'm sorry, I meant to say that with the Melania. Oh, Trump voice. Who gives a fuck about, what did you say? Who gives a fuck about the fucking Hunter Biden story?
That time. And then it was, I think, excerpted in a book that was published in Vanity Fair. And I think it's been repeated.
Like, multiple people have claimed this and they've not sued them. So why are they only going to come after Hunter?
By journalists and authors since then. But the primary source was the interviews that Michael Wolff has been conducting, in which he has actually taped of, I think, hours and hours and hours of interviews with Jeffrey Epstein directly. So, you know, the fact of the matter is that, you know, I don't think that these threats of a lawsuit are add up to anything other than a design distraction, because it's not about who introduced whom to who. I don't know how that's in any way rises to the level of defamation to begin with, but the fact of the matter is that this is about hundreds, if not over 1,000 minors, children who were raped by Jeffrey Epstein. And I don't believe in guilt by...
I thought he said hundreds of thousands for a second, but yeah, thousands.
...association alone, but the connections have become... they're so glaringly obvious that I think they're trying to use other things to...
Interestingly, why is it only Melania? Why isn't Trump on Truth Social all caps posting about this? Because, you know, that is strange, because he's been Streisand affecting like this whole thing, right? By just every event that he shows up to, he has to point out that he's not a fucking pedo and keeps like actively trying to shut it down. But he didn't do it with Hunter for some reason.
Distract.
Because it's Epstein? No, but Trump has not been shy about being like, stop talking about Epstein, which is the exact opposite thing you should be doing if you don't want people to talk about it. So why would he stop now?
I think they're bullies, and they think that $1 billion is going to scare me.
And you know, Hunter is the perfect person to go after to say that, because so much of the right hates Hunter. They don't want to have to be agreeing with Hunter. So if Hunter is saying these claims, they will start to take Trump's side again and start to doubt.
Which is, the fact of the matter is that if they'd like to go, I have this to say to them. If they want to sit down for a deposition and clarify the nature of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein, if the president and the first lady want to do that, and all of the known associates around them at the time of whatever time that they met, I'm more than happy to provide them the platform to be able to do it.
So if you countersue, they'd have to sit for deposition?
No, not if I countersue. If they sue me, they would have to sit for a deposition. Almost certainly, certainly.
They're not going to fucking do that.
the first lady would have to sit for deposition, and most likely the president would have to sit for deposition. And based upon Clinton versus Jones, the Supreme Court case, the president would not be exempt from having to sit down for a deposition.
And that would be a pretty big deal, right?
Well, I think the entire world would love to finally get to the bottom of the true nature of their relationship.
But a deposition with a sitting president, has it ever happened before?
Yeah, with Bill Clinton.
I've only ever seen 2 deposition videos before. There's the Jeffrey Epstein one where they ask him if he has an egg-shaped penis. Have you seen that one?
Yeah.
And then he walks out. Then have you seen the Lil Wayne deposition where he threatens the person interviewing him?
This would be bigger than the Lil Wayne deposition, I bet.
That's the most viewed deposition of all time.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
no,
anyway,
I've seen the deposition with Jeffrey Epstein, in which, again, I'm paraphrasing. I don't know the exact words that he used, but he was asked, "Were you ever in the presence of Donald Trump and underage women and minors?" And he, after not having taken the fifth on several questions before,
this clip is old, but it's only recirculating right now. He can't hate on Hunter anymore because he's too close to Epstein. I don't know. I just don't think that's not stopped him.
and after that, he
an egg-shaped penis. He said what he said.
The fifth on that question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And why do you think that might have been?
Look, I'm not an expert in any way on Jeffrey Epstein in the case and what's transpired. But I do know this. I know that Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted of child sex trafficking. Of sex trafficking, but sex trafficking of minors in particular. And Ghislaine Maxwell now, who's convicted of as being one of the and by the way, and participated in those rapes, not just procuring women and girls. We have to remember this: girls, children for Jeffrey Epstein. But participating in that sexual abuse. And she is serving, I think, 20 to 25 years and was serving in a maximum security prison. And all of a sudden...
Maybe not for long, not if Trump pardons her.
Ghislaine Maxwell, which is...
Or if her bid is, heard out by the judge that's overseeing this, because she's appealing. Because she's saying as part of that sweetheart deal that everybody else who was involved, potentially as a co-conspirator, had immunity so long as they were willing to testify. And she's like, well, why can't I be part of that deal? Which legally, she might have an argument.
Most unique, according to experts, has been in the history of the prison system, federal prison system, as a sex trafficker, has been moved to the maximum security prison to a minimum security prison, I think, in which at some point prisoners...
President Trump has sent a clear message today. Pedophiles deserve preferential treatment and their victims do not matter.
Have the right to be able to petition to be able to leave prison on during the day and check back in, kind of the way that Jeffrey Epstein served when he served his year and a half or whatever it was. He didn't spend the day in jail. He left. He got the ability to leave during the day. And I also know that people like Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino have made careers off of the Epstein case, in which they accused everyone under the sun other than Donald Trump and of being guilty of the same things Jeffrey Epstein was because of their association or the fact that they flew on a plane with him, so forth and so on. And one of the things that was their main focus in 2024 was that they were going to get into these governmental departments that had control over these quote unquote files and lists and all of the things, and they were going to release them. And all of a sudden, now they're not. And so again, what it comes back to is this: is that are we going to normalize this type of behavior in which we're just supposed to all look the other way? And that type of behavior, what I'm talking about, is the rape of children. Are we going to normalize it to the degree that say, oh, well, Donald Trump was just interested in models, whatever that means, or that it was a crazy time during the late 90s, early 2000s, or whatever? I don't know.
But that's what his followers will say. That's what all of his loyal cultists will argue if he is in any way seriously implicated in something that comes out if the files are released.
That's ultimately the question that the American people are going to have to answer.
I mean, in 2016, when the hot tape came out of him being like, yeah, you can fucking do whatever you want, grab him by the pussy. He said it was locker room talk, and all of them just nodded and said, yes, your leader, it was just locker room talk.
And I guess MAGA is going to have to come to terms with whether or not they're going to allow Donald Trump to completely liquefy reality and say there's nothing to see here, move on. And by the way, there is not a chance in hell that there is a actual legitimate cause of action as it relates to defamation for what I said and attributed it to Michael Wolff. But if they want to go through the process, they know that it's going to cost an enormous amount of money to do it. And so, that's the only thing that I got to figure out. We got to we got to figure out how that we're going to.
If I remember correctly, he was already told he was on the files, got to update the video. I mean, like, we knew that he was in the files, obviously. The more notable part of that is that Pam Bondi thought to go tell him that was the case, and their reaction since.
Pay for it.
Yeah.
But
how much do you think it would cost?
I don't know. I mean, I most likely in the high hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, to be able to do
legal fees.
Because just think about it. If you're going to try to get the president of the United States for a deposition, and all of their known associates during the time that he met Melania Trump, you're talking about a long and arduous process to be able to do that, because they are experts at drawing this out, and this is what he always does. He sues.
He has so much fucking money that's why even Harvard is like considering settling for a ridiculous amount. They've denied that it's like that $500 million settlement figure. But what wouldn't you do to get a billionaire's lawyers off your back? A lot of these, he can pretty much sue with impunity because of how much fucking money he has. And his net worth has only increased since he's taken office. He is more wealthy than ever. He is literally valued at like $5 billion right now, Donald Trump.
Everybody, and he sues them into oblivion, and he makes it so costly. But look, here's what I'm saying to the American people, is if you want to know the origin and the nature of the relationship between Donald Trump, Melania Trump, and which I have no personal knowledge of. I can only go by what has been reported. But if you want to know that nature, then let's all go figure it out together.
The connection
in a deposition,
the tip of the spear for
which
you.
They'll never do.
Well, yeah,
they'll never do it.
If you could just kind of start by telling us your name and what your connection is to Jeffrey Epstein, that'd be great.
I'm Michael Wolff, and I did.
This guy, I've never actually seen him.
Have done a series of interviews over a number of years with Jeffrey Epstein.
And when did you first come into contact with him?
Well, I had known him on a couple of instances. I was a writer for New York Magazine, the lead writer, and Jeffrey Epstein was among a group of wealthy men who tried to buy New York Magazine in 2004. So I got to know Epstein then.
He looks like a Fred Armisen character. I won't be able to unsee that now. He absolutely does. Like somebody out of like a Portlandia sketch.
Not long after that, his legal problems began, and he went to jail. And I didn't really get back in touch with him until about 2014, when he asked me to write about him, and we began to have a discussion about that. And then I began, in fact, to write about Donald Trump, and Epstein became a source, a valuable source on Trump in the late 80s and 1990s when he and when Epstein and Trump were the closest of friends.
What was the basis of their friendship?
And that characterization is based off of Jeffrey Epstein saying that he and Trump were very, very close friends for years.
In the 90s.
Women and money, status, social climbing. And in so many ways, they were very similar people. They were outsiders to Manhattan where they lived. They wanted to be insiders. They both fancied themselves as playboys, and were deeply involved in the world of models. So if you recall, models were a key part of the 1980s, 1990s.
All those women look the same at first glance surrounding him.
A key part of the
like, they all look the same, except for this woman here on the right. These four, though, they look like they could be related or identical.
1980s, 1990s.
Something about like that hair and that makeup style just making them all look the same.
Zeitgeist. supermodels, runway models, catalog models, young girls who just wanted to be models. This was the world that Epstein and Trump were very much involved in. Trump with his beauty pageants, Epstein with his connection to Victoria's Secret. This was their idea of status and sex.
And what was the process of scouting many of these models? Was it done domestically? Were they targeting people who were underage and kind of grooming them to become models when they turned 18? Or what was the typical process?
Yeah, I mean, I don't exactly know. I mean, but it was around model agents. So they both were involved in starting and backing model agencies and model representatives, and these models often came from Eastern Europe, but I think they came from anywhere. I'm not sure that they were that particular.
How did Melania Trump come to the United States?
Well, I think she as far as I know, she came on because she was a model, because that's where the business was. She was brought here by a modeling agency. This was not a big business. I mean, everybody tended to know each other, and if you had any hope of having a significant career as a model, you needed to know all of these people.
So you made the claim that Melania was introduced to Donald Trump by Epstein.
Well, I said.
Well, okay, let's see. Because a lot of his books are the things that he'll enter into them apparently can be based on like hearsay or even like hearsay of hearsay. So not all of the claims are rigorously up to like the highest standards necessarily. There is kind of like gossip that has made it into some of his books.
Said that she was introduced through that circle is what I exactly said. And they all would have known each other, and obviously Epstein knew Trump. They all knew the same model representatives. They were all frequently working together in these various guises of these modeling agencies.
Epstein didn't make the direct introduction.
I don't know exactly what the direct introduction. I think that he was at that party where they met. So I mean, again, I think it's just very important to be clear about this, that this was a circle of people who knew each other. Everyone knew everyone. Epstein had known Melania. Melania then she knew the
And apparently Melania is so confident that this is definitely not true or something to be repeated, that she has the nerve, or I shouldn't say that she feels comfortable attempting to send cease and desists to Hunter Biden for repeating that, but not this guy. Maybe they've tried to sue this guy.
That they were all working with, so that this was, again, I think circle is the right word. This was a social circle.
What specifically did Epstein tell you?
He told me volumes, so we would have to spend an enormous amount of time to do that download. But
I guess in those conversations, are there any stories or anecdotes that stick out as particularly resonant when you're discussing the relationship between the two?
Again and again and again, everything sticks out because it's obviously Donald Trump, who's the president of the United States, and it involves Jeffrey Epstein, one of the notable monsters of our time.
And as far as Epstein's role, do you think that he was some sort of blackmail agent, or do you think that he was more just an elite person with who was intent on victimizing young women?
Well, I don't know anything about blackmail, if that occurred. Nothing I ever saw with Epstein indicated that would have gone on.
And where can somebody learn more about all this stuff if they want to hear more from you and dive a little bit deeper?
Well, funny you should ask. Behind me, we have just launched a new podcast.
So defamation is that you went on a Channel 5 video and you repeated a statement that another journalist said, and that journalist actually talked to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
So really, Jeffrey Epstein is liable.
and conveniently, Jeffrey Epstein is
It goes even deeper.
Available for comment.
Yeah. This was not just sent to you; it was also sent to the Daily Beast and James Carville.
Their own, and I assume a few others that we haven't heard about. But yes, and it was so. My understanding is that it was sent to the Daily Beast. Daily Beast took down the article that
Prophetic comment Epstein told me at his Weird Lair author. What seemed like a strange remark Epstein made about his Manhattan compound took on new meaning after his downfall. And this is Michael Wolff.
reported on the podcast, the Daily Beast podcast that Michael Wolff had done.
Yeah.
But the Daily Beast did not take down the podcast. And so the podcast is still available. Whoever wants to go out and listen to it. The New York Times article from Annie Carney and Maggie Haberman from July of 2019 is still available online. You can look at it. The guy who wrote the book that was excerpted.
A lot of fun to be with inside Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump's epic bromance.
In Vanity Fair, you can still go look at it. There's a guy that I understand that is coming out with a book that makes even more connections between the two that's coming out this week, and you can go read that book. And look, this has been so widely reported and talked about. It is not in any way, particularly when I'm attributing it to the source of which I heard it from, in any way remotely in the realm of defamation, and particularly defamation of a public person,
A public figure, which is even harder to prove, let alone like malice and stuff like that.
It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. But by the way, here's what's also insane. You got man-child Don Trump Jr., who was who was waving the flag for whoever.
Donnie boy.
Whoever doesn't release the Epstein list is obviously guilty, and the Biden administration, blah 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 blah. Where are you now, Don? Donnie, where are you now? Where is your contempt for what is happening right now? Yeah. And it's just like, but look, it's like everything they do is either projection or confession. Everything. Yeah.
So what message at the end of the day do you think all this stuff sends?
I do love how much heat Hunter has for Republicans.
Well, I don't know where this is going, because I don't know if he gets over this. When I say he gets over this, I don't know if the president is able to do exactly what I just said and like sweep all of this under the rug and distract people enough that these people that truly care about children are just going to say, okay, I guess so. And people like me are going to say, okay, I'll just stop talking about it because I'm afraid of you. But I do know this, okay? And this is what I talked to you about last time, is with my, when my brother was Attorney General. And he did the Dr. Bradley case. Yeah. Okay. There is an epidemic, if not a pandemic, in this country, and globally. Okay, in the way in which adults, particularly adults that are family members and figures of authority, treat children, not just girls, but primarily, but in the majority of instances, girls, and I mean girls, from 3 years old to 18 and beyond. And what this could do, in my opinion, is make it that much harder for any little girl that is being sexually abused or raped by her stepfather or her father or her brother or her pastor in whatever mega church that they go to, or whether it's the school teacher, or whether
this will go nowhere. Maybe they're suing Hunter because they intend to say that Biden's fabricated the whole thing about Trump and Epstein. Maybe
it's the leader of the Boy Scout troop or the Girl Scout.
I think they're just anticipating that he would fold, which is just stupid.
Okay. It's going to make it that much harder for them to come forward and say, what about me? When the President of the United States and his administration has just taken the most prolific sex offender as it relates to the rape and molestation of children and said, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. That's what it does. And it's like all of this stuff of what they do is that they have basically allowed evil out from under the rock that it always hides. And you see it, not just as it relates to child rape, and not just because pedophilia, like this is like such a this loaded word that's been.
The rumors of Hunter and his dead brother's daughter ain't cute. Daughter? What are you talking about?
Used and overused, and people call people pedophilia. Child rape. Out and out, straightforward racism. The way in which we talk about the LGBTQ community. Are we okay with that as a country? That's a question that we need to ask ourselves. That's a question all MAGA needs to ask itself right now, regardless of what you think about Trump. Don't you think that we deserve the truth?
No.
Don't you think that the people that perpetrated these crimes should be held accountable?
They should. That's why the Democrats should stop getting in the way. Like, it would just be filibuster. It would be lies. It would be misdirection.
Highest level.
Hell yeah, man.
Go right. But that, Andrew, I'm saying right.
Oh, yeah.
And then I turn around and I listen to these guys, and you go on Fox News, and you know what they're going to do? Here's what they're going to do. They're going to attack me. They're going to say, he's a pedophile. His dad's a pedophile. His dad's like sniffing kids' heads. And haven't you seen those pictures? You know what the pictures are? Is of one of the pictures is of my dad holding my nephew at my brother's funeral and kissing his head. That's all they need. And they're going to show pictures of me with, with women in motels that they got off of a fucking hard drive or a laptop or whatever. And they're going to attack. And their entire
He's using this to vindicate himself on the fucking laptop shit. Love that.
Machine will spin up. And everybody on Fox News.
He seems way less sober this interview than last. No, he doesn't. He just seems more relaxed. They're on the third interview. They're totally comfortable with one another.
You'll have, Jesse Waters, who's, real man's man. And, I guarantee he's never thrown a punch in his life. And you'll go all the way to Sean Hannity, who, he's a Krav Maga, he's a fighter. Wow. You know what I mean? Like these tough guys who are all going to be protecting someone that they know did the wrong thing. And it has to do with fucking kids. Kids. I mean, Jesus Christ, you don't have to go so far other than to just look at. I mean, it was no great. It seemed like they got so much of it cut out. But just go to Netflix and watch Filthy Rich.
Mm-hmm. That's the Epstein documentary, right?
Yeah, which is just one part of it. They didn't even touch on Trump because they took it out. But just watch the lengths that they went to take young girls who had already been.
I wish this format wasn't just Hunter talking. It's boring with more of a back and forth. I really do wish, in the very, very first one, I actually thought there would be more of a back and forth. I didn't pre-screen this one.
Victimized in their lives, who had been abused.
It shows he's on his wee pedestal here.
By their parents, who have witnessed his crime, who were just totally emotionally and physically vulnerable, and just brought them into this world. Strangely enough, a lot of them, or at least a couple of them, or at least one that I know of, came from Mar-a-Lago. And identified him, this girl, and then sex trafficked her. Provided her for sex to other individuals, including themselves, including Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah. And this person just got moved to minimum security prison. She's about to get, most likely, if everybody doesn't open their eyes to this, is going to get a pardon one way or another.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. But do it, and it would be fucking political suicide, hopefully. It would at least be a thing that Democrats could, campaign on, no?
What message does it send to a little girl that escapes that? And starts to rebuild her life. And in rebuilding her life, she whether in whatever way that may be, wakes up one day and she says, I want to hold those people accountable that did that to me. In most states, there's no statutory limitation on sexual abuse of a minor. She says, I want to hold them accountable. Or whether it's a boy from a Catholic high school.
Right.
And he's now 25, and he says, I want to hold them accountable. What does it say when the President of the United States of America is moving one of the most prolific sex traffickers of minors, at least that I know of, in the history of our country, from a maximum security prison to a minimum security prison? What message does it send to those people who want to stand up against the powerful? And I'm not saying that
he wishes her well. He wishes lots of people well. That's what he said previously when asked about why he's wished her well. He just repeats himself.
It's about standing up to the powerful, just the President of the United States. But sometimes the most powerful person in your life is the one that just abused you, whether it's your father, or whether it's your priest, or whether it's your pastor.
Or Boy Scout leader.
Or your Boy Scout leader. They're all figures of authority. And the ultimate figure of authority in the United States of America is giving everybody a free pass on this? How messed up is that?
Yeah. Well, thanks again.
All right, buddy. Next time.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Next time. How adorable. How adorable. All right. Breaking points, Slotkin. Let's do it. Crystal and Sagar grill Dem Senator on Epstein, Zoran, and Israel. This was 2 weeks ago. and I've still not seen it. So let's see if this is as good, if this lives up to the hype.
Now, Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. Senator, thank you very much for joining us. We
Thanks
appreciate
for having me.
We have very
And this bitch drives me fucking crazy ever since, let me see. If I search up Slotkin, Kristi Noem, this. She literally is like, I agree with you that all of these fucking illegals should be deported. We just got to do it the right way. That's her issue with Kristi Noem. Like, that's her, I should say that's her only issue with Kristi Noem.
Chairman, thank you for being here. You know, Michigan's a border state, so we need each other. We have a very big bridge that's being inaugurated, ribbon cut in September. We need that to be fully staffed. We have a lot going on in Michigan as a northern border state, so we need each other. But what I'm concerned about is that you've taken the mandate to close off the border beyond going after, as you say, the, quote, most dangerous illegal immigrants. I'm a CIA officer. I work my entire life to protect the homeland. If someone's here illegally, they need to not be here. They've committed a crime by being here. They need to go back to wherever they're from.
Like, what the fuck, woman?
But my concern is that either through sloppiness or intent, you have gone far beyond going after the, quote, most dangerous illegal immigrants and gone into legal immigrants who were given the ability to be here, and even American citizens. And
it's like, I don't have an issue with her being like, yeah, we got to deport criminals or whatever. It's like, it's the fact that she's basically like, I want to work with you to deport these people.
When I think about that, you know, there are lots of people in this country, including me, who have families who fled.
Wow, you must really hate women then. Lol. What? Living Lily in chat. What?
This kind of environment where they have no rights, where they have no due process, where they don't have habeas corpus. So while
not that
I'll be the first to say, coming from a state that was won by Trump, that there is a mandate to do something about the border, I think it is absolute dangerous overreach to go beyond that and start picking up American citizens and people who have the legal right to be here, lawful immigrants who have done everything right. So first and foremost, do you acknowledge that your department has
just fucking like annoying to me?
Amount of time. This is the internet, so you're here, and it's important that we ask some of the questions that are animating some of the younger voters and others. I assume that's part of the reason that you're here. The first is about Jeffrey Epstein. It's a story that's really captured a lot of America's interest. So you're a former CIA officer. Do you think that Jeffrey Epstein had any connections to U.S. or Israeli?
Joking, obviously, girl. If you're joking, I'm sorry for snapping at you. I get comments like like this every now and then that are far from a joke, very, very serious, and it can be hard to tell sometimes.
Intelligence agencies.
So. Not that.
Do you give her any deference given the line she has to walk politically to remain electable? See, that's always the defense is like, can't you understand that they have to disingenuously hold these positions and in order to stay in office? But yeah, no, I have very little respect for that, in fact.
That I've ever seen or heard. But there's No, I haven't asked. But, you know, this is like a solvable question because President Trump's CIA director, John Radcliffe.
Like, she just believes that. This woman is used to work for the fucking CIA. Do we really think that she doesn't, that's just not her feelings on it genuinely?
Can answer this question, right? There is no shortage of people in this administration who can answer that question. I would be very surprised. I'm going to be honest. I know your views on it. I would be surprised. Okay. But I'm like a Middle East analyst. I was doing my time going after terrorist groups and militias in Iraq. And so I never saw it. I never heard anything about that. I, again, would be surprised, but there's an easy way to solve that problem.
Well, that's the question then. So in terms of, because I know you've expressed some concern about classified information, et cetera, in the past.
Is that really true in her district? Is there any data to suggest her constituents wouldn't support more progressive policies? Yeah, and that's another huge assumption. I don't even know if that's the line that she has to walk to you know, stay in office. To me, it's like, then just don't say anything. Then just shut the fuck up. Stop disingenuously taking positions then.
Would you be fine then with the full release of these Trump Epstein files, even if they did reveal an intelligence connection?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, like, it's such a distraction from, in my mind, like what I really care about, which is helping people like live well in Michigan. Just get it over with and get it out. And this wasn't like my issue. It's still not.
Maybe she personally does, but it sounds like if she didn't, you'd rather she hand over control to a Republican. There it is. See, if you have any heat for this Democrat and the way that she goes about conducting herself, the things that she says and does as somebody who works for the American people, is literally a public servant. then you secretly want Republicans to win. Yeah, that's not going to fly here. That's not what I want, and that's not what I said, and that's not the actual dichotomy that we're presented with here. I think that politicians should accurately represent their constituents and should be honest.
Not the thing that wakes me up in the morning and I want to work on, but I think it's okay to say it's a full distraction now in Washington. Everyone's talking about it. So just unveil it, do whatever you need to do, answer the questions, and move past it.
Well, that's the last question then. So there's some accusations here from the Republicans on Epstein here, just about, why didn't you care for over 4 years? I know you asked the question in 2020. You said, I don't care particularly about Bill Clinton, et cetera. I mean, that's somewhat understandable, but, we do have a person, very circumstances, let alone, the sex trafficking.
I think the American people are too stupid for honesty. I disagree. But even if I agreed, I would not ever tell a politician that and be like, it's fine if you lie, because the fucking unwashed masses are just so stupid, like the last thing. Politicians don't need to be incentivized or encouraged to lie. They are going to do it. So it's on the press and everybody else to force them to be as honest as they possibly can.
Organization, others. So, why don't you answer that question? Like, why is this now is the time that you do care?
Yeah, obviously, it's horrible when you have a pedophile and someone who had a literal pyramid scheme of recruiting 14 and 15-year-old girls for illegal sex. It's horrible. At the time, I sort of saw it as like one of these horrible stories that comes out every 5 months, about somebody. I think the Weinstein thing had happened. There weren't Michiganders, to my knowledge, who were involved, women, young girls who were involved. So I kind of saw it as like a horrible moment, but not particularly something that's like going to decide whether someone in my state can buy a house or get a good job. So to me, it was just like it wasn't like a strategic issue, right, for me. And then now it just is like grown. And I think there is a difference between saying some rich guy or a former politician was named in those things versus the president of the United States. That to me is apples to oranges, because one of them is leading the free world and one of them's not. So if his name is in there as it appears it is, just like deal with it and let's get on with it at this point. And, my 10-year-old nephew understands that the president is trying to dodge, trying to distract, trying to talk about other things.
This woman is it's just so uncharismatic. It is surprising to me that she was able to get elected as a Dem.
It's answering this question we get it. So it
a lot of Dems are Rizlas, don't get me wrong, but this is even I expected more from her. And this is totally a very superficial criticism. I know that. I'm just kind of shocked.
To the average person, right? To a 10-year-old, they're like, did he do something, right? So just get through it, get it out, and let's move on to real economic issues.
So then if piece of legislation comes forward, you would vote for it to support the release of the files. Sure. Okay. All right. So then let's talk about the future of the Democratic Party. And that's something you've been interested in. Democratic approval hit an all-time
she
level.
technically agreed with that, but it's the way that she went about it, she sounds so wishy-washy, and the analogy that she's using to explain why she feels that should be that way is it almost comes off like she didn't want that. She didn't want to say yes to that.
Low from the Wall Street Journal. At the same time, we've seen the rise more recently of some anti-establishment candidates, people like Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah.
Give us some of your thoughts there about the future of the Democratic Party, and particularly in the context of Mamdani's victory in New York City.
Well, I guess as a good Midwesterner and Michigander, I'm never going to say that what happens in New York City represents all of America. Sorry, we're a big country, and I would never pretend to totally understand New York City politics. I didn't particularly understand Eric Adams. I didn't particularly understand, I genuinely, right? Sure. But I think the message and the hot take out of that election is actually not terribly dissimilar from what we heard in the November election when Trump won, right? Which is people are still focused on the cost of living and not being able to achieve what they thought they could achieve, right? And then number two, people are looking for a new generation of leaders.
This is the most cowardly fucking mealy mouth shit. This way of I'm just, I'm too stupid to fucking, I'm not from New York. I couldn't possibly comment on an area that I'm not from. You can't read an article about him. Can't watch an interview. Really?
Leadership. I don't think it's hard to miss those hot takes. I can have plenty of disagreements with what I've heard Mr. Mamdani propose, and I do. But that message coming out of that election.
What do you disagree with?
Just
we're moving on to talking about Trump. Yeah, she's obviously playing stupid. It's this fake wide-eyed naivete. Suddenly, nobody is in any position to judge anybody unless they're from that region, which has never been the case. It's bitch, you worked in the fucking CIA. You clearly have no issue meddling in foreign affairs that you're not from, in regions you're not from. But we're talking about America. We're talking about one of the largest cities in America. I don't think you need to be there to have an opinion on it, which I know you have. And everybody sees through this fence-sitting shit. What's the point?
Like my family was a 4th-generation hot dog business. Like I am here because we live the American dream.
Wait, what?
It's a 4th-generation hot dog business. Like I am here.
My family was a 4th-generation hot dog business.
Because we live the American dream through capitalism.
Okay.
And
Good,
so
cool for you.
Like a lot of free stuff to me is not the answer. I don't think it's sustainable. I don't think that it actually fixes the underlying problem. But I can have.
So she doesn't think you should, actually reap any benefits from taxes, I guess. That free shit.
Those disagreements. I think this is I would be thrilled to have that conversation with him or anyone else about hey, we agree that there's an economic problem here. What we do to solve it, let's have that debate. And adults can debate and not want to kill each other.
The optics are pretty horrendous here. She's in full politician mode. Find me any time that she's spoken to the press, media, where she's not acting like this. She probably always acts. This is just who she is.
Children.
Well, let's talk then about leadership. So you just talked about that. We see a lot of that.
She asked to come onto the show. They didn't invite her. This was self-inflicted. I thought that she accepted an invitation. Why even do this?
Our show.
Props for doing it. They should be putting themselves in these environments, but Jesus.
Side of our audience is furious with Democratic leadership. Do you still support Chuck Schumer's leadership? He hasn't given an interview in about a month.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
For me, I've now served in the Senate for 6 months and the House before that. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have hard jobs, herding cats. It's not fun. I've said for a very long time, long before I got into the Senate.
Will someone please talk about how hard it is for Chuck Schumer?
Before President Biden dropped out, that we need a new generation of leadership. You can feel it and I think at this point, especially New York, right? You're looking at New York, it's I'd rather roll the dice with someone new than have the warmed over leftovers that I've already known. So I think we have a problem with that across the board.
I just find it so unacceptable. Anything other than enthusiasm for Zoran. I'm sorry, the Democratic Party is in such a terrible place. Literally 30-year lows as far as approval ratings, even though there's a historically unpopular president currently in office and they can't seem to capitalize on that to save their life. They're in no position to be casting that aside. I would absolutely 100% be saying the same thing if Democrats primarily were run by a bunch of progressives, the approval ratings were in the fucking shitter, and the people that started succeeding were moderates. I would be consistent on this if that were the case. I'd be clearly there is just not, there is something wrong here and there needs to be another strategy. And I would make it abundantly clear that those are not my politics, but first and foremost, you need to beat Republicans. So if that means that, progressivism or embracing moderates in certain races or whatever is the only way to do that, then fine, I'm here for it. But that's not the world we live in. The party is dominated by people like Slotkin, and their form of, Democrat is clearly out of style, clearly not in lockstep with the base anymore. They need to step aside and be fucking grateful that people like Zoran are actually demonstrate. There's a hope for the party still.
And I think one of the things I can do as the youngest Democratic woman in the Senate, and I'm not young, I'm just young for the Senate. To be clear,
you're young for us.
Is push on that and try to give younger leaders a voice in this party in a very real way. And to me, that's upward pressure. That pressure that you're talking about from the people is good.
So then shouldn't they endorse?
She is their future star, up and comer. Well, they want that to be the case. People like Schumer want that to be. That's why she played dumb about Schumer's unpopular. People don't like Schumer. Didn't you know he has a hard job?
What kind of a message Schumer and Jeffries shouldn't they endorse?
They're both from New York.
Mamdani, they're both New Yorkers.
Yeah.
And what kind of a message does it send if, this guy won the Democratic primary? Yeah. He is the Democratic nominee.
Yeah.
It was overwhelming. If then the centrist
because her again, really, it should just be, I guess, gun to my head in a video game. If you asked me, would I rather her give this fence sitting I don't know about Zoran because I'm not a New Yorker, I can't really say, I don't understand these things, just pretending to be a stupid little girl when she's not, obviously. I guess I would take that over outright hostility and talking shit about him, but that's not the only options here. And it really should be treated no differently than that because that is who she'd side with before she sides with Zoran supporters. And of course, when, Obama is calling Zoran Mamdani because he's smart enough to recognize that, yeah, he probably will fucking win. And it's better to be in, like, have, like, try to, what's the word? I don't, like, not capitalize, but, like, be in his good graces than it is to try to oppose him. It's futile. He's probably going to win.
Parties that we can't get behind.
Yeah, I mean, you just asked me before we started the exact same question about the Michigan Senate primary, and I'm like, Michigan Democrats don't get involved in primaries. We all are friends, so I can't speak to what they're doing. I think, I hope that they're.
She just can't do it. She just wishes that she just can't do it because she's not from there. So
meeting. I mean, if this person is
again former CIA agent BTW, can't comment on anybody else's politics. Couldn't possibly be involved. Couldn't possibly have an opinion on that. Certainly not within her own country.
Yeah,
and Hakeem Jeffries still refused to endorse him. I mean, think about it from this context. Like, let's say in 2028, a more moderate figure wins the Democratic primary, and a bunch of progressives, AOC or whoever says, we're not backing, we don't agree with you. I feel like you would have a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I will say this. The
way these people could never answer a fucking question.
The way that this party works is when there's a coalition that sticks together. That's like a numbers issue. That's a data.
This is supposed to be a fun way to end my night. I was getting infuriated.
Party works is when there's a coalition that sticks together. That's like a numbers issue.
Co-opt, that's the word that I was thinking of. That Obama is just going to try to co-opt Soren. Because that is like so much smarter than attempting to oppose him. It's not going to happen.
That's a data issue. And so I'm always going to be someone who's trying to find unity. That doesn't mean we all agree with each other. And I think I wasn't in the conversations where they met privately. What they debated, what they talked about, I don't know. But to me, we got to figure out what's common among all Democrats right now. And that's why I focus on the economy, because that is, to me, the cost of living and people not being able to achieve what their parents achieved is the existential issue of our time, is the unifying issue of like all the right wing, left wing, like Americans. I don't even think it's a Democratic Party thing. And to me, that's where I spend my time, because I think 80% of my constituents in Michigan, that's where they live, is like, I just want to be able to go to Disneyland and take my kids the way my dad took me. So that's where I focus on. I'm happy to sit down with any leader. I
just want to go to Disneyland.
Can't speak to their particular decision to endorse or not. But, I'm not endorsing in my own.
Right, but
primary.
just the last question.
He won the primary.
Right, that's my question.
That's what's different.
By 12 points. They have another election, though, yeah?
A general election. He's the Democratic nominee.
I see. I'm sorry. This is why I'm saying I don't follow New York politics. And
oh, God. Aren't CIA agents supposed to be like a little bit better at like being covert, acting, bullshitting? Because this is just abysmal shit, man.
I think you'd have to ask them. I don't know. I know that for me, whoever wins
this whole I literally don't even know how like any of this works. So like, isn't there another election, like a general, like what's a primary? Am I right?
The Democratic primary in the state of Michigan for the Senate seat that's up. That's who I will endorse, regardless of who it is.
All right, that was my last question. So I'm going to turn it to Chris now.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess I'm actually a little curious, and forgive me if this is impolite. Like, I'm curious why you wanted to talk to us.
What do you mean?
Well, like we don't.
What do you mean?
Have actually a lot of senators, especially ones who have very different ideology than us, reach out. So I'm curious.
She was probably managing operations from behind a desk for the last 15 years, not working assets. I guess so. Yeah, I guess she'd maybe never had to actually like bullshit to another human being face to face. It was exclusively like through email.
Your goal was and why you thought to come here.
Well, first of all, I think you have a good audience. I mean, right?
We agree.
If you appealed to like 4 friends on YouTube or whatever, then I probably wouldn't be here. But I think, to me, part of the problem is that people have kind of gone to their corners. And I live this, right? I live on my family farm in a town that voted heavily for Donald Trump. I've never won my town. I've never won my precinct. I've never won my neighbors. We get along, but I never won them, and I probably never will. So to me, I think that the people have gone to their corners, and like people who used to be able to talk about politics and
Slotkin has never seen the show. It is definitely the idea of a staffer that told her to do it, and she just trusted them. I'm sure she fucking reamed them afterwards.
Disagree, don't even get in the same room together. So I kind of like the idea of your show. Like, it was interesting to me when my team pitched me, right? We go through, and like, there's no hiding it. Lots of people are like, how do we evolve in this new space? You know, like that's not it's not that conversation isn't happening. It is. And I think that's good. And to the credit of lots of shows like yours.
Yeah. Thank you.
But I think your show appealed to me as I was being pitched because you guys don't agree. And like, I am very focused.
She seems to think that like, yeah, this is more of like a centrist thing, but like to the extent that they don't agree, they're willing to hash out those disagreements.
My dad was a lifelong Republican. My mom a lifelong.
You couldn't always say the same about Rising, which is our old show that they did on the Hill, where I did feel like they kind of did shy away from like too much friction and division. But on Breaking Points, I definitely do feel like it gets hashed out a bit more to the extent from what I've seen at Breaking Points.
Democrat, like Michiganders want to get back to a place where we can disagree on politics and not have.
Dude, is she getting a fucking kickback every time she mentions that she's a fucking Michigander because she's brought that up like 10 times already, and we're only 11 minutes in.
So, like bitter.
So, I hear you on the idea of like you want to talk about the economic.
You got Laura. Yeah. I used to be a huge critic of Crystal Ball.
And the unifying.
I like her now, but I didn't always like her shtick. I felt like she had just that the Hill and Rising just existed to like funnel people to the right.
Cost of living, and I think that ignores a big elephant in the room, especially when you're talking about even Zoran Mamdani. The reason Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer don't want to endorse him is because of his position on Israel. The single most viral clip that he had in that election actually wasn't about cost of living, even though that's what he wanted to make his campaign about. His opponents, Andrew Cuomo in particular, wanted to make it all about accusing him of anti-Semitism and attacking him for his views on Israel and Palestine. So the most viral moment from that entire campaign, I believe, was this moment on the debate stage. Guys, this is E1. Let me go ahead and play this for you, and then I want to get your reaction.
Mr. Mamdani. I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
Now, this was considered very controversial when he said it, and I think the results are in at this point that he didn't win in spite of his position there. He won in part because of it, including if you listen to Andrew Cuomo's numbers, he won a majority of Jewish voters inside of New York City. And so what I'm curious for your view on.
Well, she can't give her view, remember? Because she can't possibly comment on New York City politics. Let's see if she tries that answer one more time, or if she's smart enough to realize that that's going to land like a fucking turd in the bowl, and she's going to have to pivot to some other excuse.
Is while, you know, I would love to debate you on your healthcare policy. I think we need Medicare for all. You think public option, your housing policy, et cetera. I'm just being really real with you. I don't really hear what you say if you are still supporting a genocide in Gaza. And that's for me, you know, I'm speaking for myself, but I know there are millions of other people who feel the same, that you have to at least cross this sort of moral threshold. And what it indicates to people, and I think part of why, you know, Zoran won so many people in New York City, young people in particular, but Jewish New Yorkers, people across the board, is because it was a sign of, number one, okay, you're focused on New York City first and foremost. Sure. Number two, you're willing to take the heat on an issue that is really difficult for you, where you're being...
Thank you for the raid, Captain America. We are watching Crystal and Sagar grill Dem Senator Alyssa Slotkin, former CIA agent, rising star of the Democratic Party, just absolutely fucking squirm when asked the most basic questions.
Overtly smeared as an anti-Semite. And number three, there's no, you know, entrenched interest that's going to control. You have a spine, you have principles, you're willing to stand up for something. And so, you know, I'm curious for your reflections on that because of your voting record and where you've stood on this conflict.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the proudest moments that I had in my last election, where I just won on the same ballot as Donald Trump, was that I won a majority of Jewish voters in Michigan. We have a large Jewish population. And I won Dearborn Heights, and Hamtramck, the 3 Muslim-dominated cities. Trump won 2 out of the 3. So I think the thing that I would push back on is the voters...
Thank you for the follow.
The voters vote with their feet, right? We have a moment in an election where they get to decide. And there was no issue that was more difficult for me in this last, I would say 6 years, but certainly in this last election, other than this issue, because it's personal. I'm a Middle East analyst by training. And so what I tried...
Okay. It's personal because I was a CIA agent and I did Middle East analyzing. Not because she's like... You'd think that she would say, like, because I'm Muslim myself or my closest friend or someone in my family or I know someone in Gaza or I thought maybe at least Israel or something like that. No, I was a Middle East analyst.
Tried to do and why I think I managed to win both those communities is call balls and strikes literally up to this week on what's going on.
So let's talk a little bit more about that.
But I think it's important, right? If you're going to push on me, then I think like there's one of us that's had an election and had to appeal to my voters and win. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that Mr. Mamdani won or actually, I didn't know his name. I didn't know much about him until.
Oh, but I thought you didn't know anything about it. Now you're not surprised that he won. Okay, what did he do right that you support or agree with, and makes you not surprised that he won?
Won, but because I think
this tripped up there for a second, like she got her own lie, and she was like, "Oh wait, that doesn't completely contradicts. I was just playing stupid. I can't pretend like, or I can't reveal that I have any insight into what happened there."
Issue is motivating people in a very visceral and personal way.
Yeah.
But it's not the only issue that my voters in Michigan care about.
Of course.
And the online world is extremely...
Crystal never said that, but...
Extremely focused on this. But that doesn't always represent the majority. And I think if I can push back, like if we're out on the road every day in Michigan when I'm there. In some communities, that issue is the number one issue, 100%. And like, I mean, up till this morning, right? Like people texting my phone and talking about a plan, some of the things we're working.
So if the genocide were higher priority, according to like focus groups of your constituents, then maybe you'd consider changing your stance. This is not being influenced by the fact that you take like tens of thousands of dollars from AIPAC. It really just has to do with the fact that it's a low priority issue for your voters.
Working on. But I go outside the Detroit area, it's not in the top 40.
But Senator, it's not just a political issue, it's also a moral issue, is what I'm trying to get to. So let's talk about those, calling them balls and strikes, if you will. So first of all, do you accept that Israel has a policy of enforced famine and starvation in the Gaza Strip?
I think I literally put my name on a letter yesterday or last night that says like a policy of starvation, people are starting to starve. And in general, I mean, I served in places like Ramadi and Fallujah. I watched in 2004 and 2005, Al-Qaeda terrorists drag American citizens behind a vehicle until they died, right?
Okay.
Like horrible, and then string them up like a lynching.
Okay.
We still had a responsibility to get aid into Fallujah, despite the fact that...
Oh, God. Why did I think she was about to be like, even ISIS treated them better than what Israel is doing? I was like, geez, did she go that far? Like, why all the equivocation then if you're willing to say that? No. She was saying we still had to help the civilians.
That we were fighting Al-Qaeda.
She said starting, I mean, it's demonic. It is ghoulish. It is fucking bone chilling. It is like, just to hear somebody be like, okay, so they're starting to starve. And like, that's a little bit of an issue. So I'm going to write a strongly worded letter. Like, I don't even know what you say to ask of a person like this, for one. But like, it reminds me like the Pete Buttigieg thing. Like when he's like, one, he's talking very passively. Like if there's things that are going on that shock the conscience, he won't say like we have a word for that, a crime. And specifically a crime of moral turpitude, which literally means crimes that shock the conscience. But that aside, he's not going to call it illegal. Fine. Can he characterize it accurately though? No, he's like, if that's happening, and we're not going to, if that's even happening, we're not going to name who's responsible for it outside of Bibi. We can just put it all on Bibi. Like these same people that like talk about like the Green Lantern theory of politics or whatever. They sure do reverse that when it comes to Israel, because all of a sudden it just comes down to Bibi being bad, or Ben-Gvir, or Smotrich, not the entire Israeli Knesset, or not a significant portion of Israeli citizens that are on board with this shit and believe it. All of a sudden, it's just one person responsible for this, and it's Bibi Netanyahu and like nobody else. But that aside, it's just so weird for them to kind of tacitly acknowledge it, minimize it, and then being like, but what you do in that scenario is you put your arm around your friend and you tell them to cut it out, stop doing that. Could you imagine if your friend killed one person? Just one, okay? Would you be like cozying up to them to put your arm around them and say, can you stop doing that, please? Just one. Now imagine if your friend committed mass murder. Hundreds of thousands of people dead. What are we doing then?
Cells in Fallujah, and I have been clear about that.
So this is a crime against humanity. Forced starvation is a crime against humanity.
The occupying power has a responsibility to get aid into the war zone. Period.
Okay. So Lisa Slotkin signs letter saying Israel needs to stop starving kids. What does this letter actually say? Oh, let's see. Slotkin, alongside other Michigan Jewish and Muslim leaders, urged immediate humanitarian action to save the children in Gaza. Today, U.S. Senator Alyssa Slotkin called on Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff to take immediate action to prevent a further humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. The humanitarian catastrophe up until this point, fine, okay? The starvation, that's a red line. It's literally, like, what's that Community meme? Like...
I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal cruelty.
You can excuse racism.
Okay, like literally this, it's like I can excuse a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, but I draw the line at starvation. Okay, man. You do you. In a letter sent to both officials, Slotkin highlighted a joint proposal from Jewish and Muslim leaders in Michigan aimed at delivering life-saving aid to children suffering from severe food and medical supply shortages. The proposal calls for the immediate opening of all checkpoints into Gaza for the purpose of, thank you for the follow. It's just, I cannot just not comment on it. It is just so gross that it's like Jewish and Muslim leaders coming together on this. Like you have the appropriate demographics co-signing this. So now it's like politically feasible and acceptable. Because just when the Muslim leaders were calling for this, like Rashida Tlaib, that didn't fucking matter. Because we didn't also have Jewish leaders calling for it. So they say. That's obviously not true. But not Jewish leaders they were interested in listening to. But now the Jewish leaders that we can't ignore are saying it as well. So the proposal calls for the immediate opening of all checkpoints into Gaza for the purpose of distributing critical humanitarian supplies, including infant formula, clean drinking water, and medical treatment for child malnourishment. I mean, they weren't giving clean drinking water in Gaza like before October 7th, so it's not happening right now. I write with, thank you for the follow. I write with a proposal initiated by Jewish and Muslim leaders in Michigan to save the lives of children in Gaza with the humanitarian situation. And also, like, why, this is also me being nitpicky. It's just a bizarre way to construct this. Why just the children? Are innocent men and women and elderly people somehow less deserving of dignity? Or can we only say for certain that kids in Gaza are not Hamas? The women, though, I don't know. All the men, maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of men there. The elderly people. I mean, you never know who could be hiding a rocket under their wheelchair, right? With the humanitarian situation hitting a breaking point, feeding innocent children and protecting them from starvation should be a universal value, wrote Slotkin. This proposal was conceived of by a Jewish rabbi and a Muslim physician and community leader. As you know, the war in Gaza has deeply affected Michigan communities where large Muslim, Arab, and Jewish populations make their home. That is why this interfaith call to action coming out of Michigan is significant and should be implemented without delay, Slotkin continued. The letter was also sent to Israeli and United Nations officials. Kids pull at the heartstrings more. Yeah, but it's ghastly. It is disgusting. To Israeli and UN officials, including the coordinator of government activities in the territories, or KOGAT, and the leader of KOGAT is a fucking psycho. The Israeli ambassador to the U.S. and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, full text. You can download it here. I don't want to download it. I just want to see. What else is in here? Like strongly worded letters that we need like action and sanctions, not letters. Or we need to stop giving them arms. Proposals, concrete step. Conceived of. It is a testament to the scope of humanitarian catastrophe taking place in Gaza, as well as the strength of the universal values that these communities still share. To be clear, these leaders stand ready to donate or cover the full cost of these supplies to address this crisis. Wait, what? So we're footing the bill. Even though, like she just said here, which is absolutely true, they're the occupying power, so they're responsible. I mean, like, as a humanitarian gesture, that's extremely kind, right? But it's not actually their responsibility. They shouldn't have to. It shouldn't be like, and we know the thing that's not, it's like not for lack of money. It's not that. They have the money. They just don't want to feed these people. They're choosing not to. They have the food. They don't want to distribute it. That's the issue. It's not a matter of like, we don't have enough money. In Michigan, we have the organizational capacity to coordinate fundraising and/or collections of such donations effectively, such that funding for this process should not be an issue. Like this whole, oh, we'll take it off your hands for you if it's just like too much on your plate. What we are asking for is a consistent IDF-approved green light for these critical supplies. Yeah, like I don't really give a fuck if the IDF approves of feeding kids or not. Kind of just need to feed the kids and everybody who's starving. For these critical supplies to be permitted to reach mothers and children in Gaza. Again, I guess there's no innocent man in Gaza. Without delay, and regardless of the status of the ceasefire negotiations, we urge this administration to use its significant influence to ensure this happens without delay. Oh, kill me. In a video game in Minecraft. Let's see. I'm going to find this quote from the leader of Kogat. Like, this is who they're talking to. Do I even need to say how insane BB is? Don't need to do that. Or anybody who's part of the Likud party. So this is the head of Kogat, who's responsible for the well-being of Palestinians in all occupied territories. You wanted hell, you will get hell. The coordinator of the government in the territories, Major General Ghassan Alian, speaking to Hamas and the residents of Gaza. Okay, critical point. And the residents of Gaza. He is not just addressing terrorists. Okay, I can't show this, but I'll play the audio. It says, kidnapping, torturing, and murdering children, women, and elderly isn't human. There is no justification. Hamas became ISIS, and the citizens of Gaza are celebrating instead of being horrified. Human beasts are dealt with accordingly. Israel has imposed a total blockade on Gaza. No electricity, no water, just damage. You wanted hell, you will get hell. This is October 10th, 2023. They openly and proudly say this. Again, responsible for the well-being of Palestinians in the occupied territories. That message was for all the residents of Gaza. No food, no water, no electricities. You're human animals. You are less than human. That's who we're trying to appeal to here. This guy, Kogat coordinator, CC, Israeli ambassador to the United States. Second on that list, Kogat coordinator, Major General Ghassan Alian. Yeah, good luck.
So, by the law of war. So, in addition, do you accept that the Israeli plan, as reported by Haaretz, as discussed openly by ministers like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, as backed by the President of the United States, is forced ethnic cleansing?
I think we have, as recently as yesterday, the Prime Minister of Israel talking about forced migration into certain areas and then potentially out of the country. Mm-hmm. That is not legal. That is not on any international standard since World War II. And I've been clear about that. So I would ask for a little bit of an open mind.
Well, what I
give me credit for existing and for enforcing existing laws. Give me credit for the bare minimum.
I would ask is, listen,
like, can you be open to the fact that I've already said these people shouldn't be fucking starved? Not these people, the children and women. Men, kind of a big question mark there, I guess.
A YouTuber, I have my words, that's all I have. Yeah. But you're a United States Senator. Mm-hmm. Like you have,
that's the thing. Being more precise, claiming to support existing laws. And when they break those laws, I will have you know that I sent a strongly worded letter to the murderous psychopaths conducting this genocide. Thank you very much. Can't go unsaid.
But you have power. So what are you going to do? Because so far what we've seen, I mean, you voted for some of the aid that's been used to massacre children and innocents. You know, you have backed Israel, as far as I can tell, you know, from your voting record at almost every turn. You voted for a definition of anti-Semitism that would, you know, codify anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. You voted as a member of the House to sanction the ICC for indicting Benjamin Netanyahu, who you just admitted is a war criminal, you know, by your own words. So are you going to join Senator Angus King, Senator Bernie Sanders in saying no more aid to this country that is committing war crimes against innocent civilians?
I think the first thing, if you're asking about what to do with power, and I would offer that right now Democrats own nothing in Washington. So don't play powerless.
Okay. So because Democrats don't have majority, look at their face, man. So because Democrats don't have control of the Senate or Congress, they are off the hook. They can't do anything. You can just morally discharge that all to Republicans, apparently, and you can have no heat for Democrats. And I guess we're also going to ignore that 2023 Democratic administration was in charge and overseeing this. So.
With me, you're a United States Senator. There are things you can do.
In terms of who runs our foreign policy, I just think it's interesting, right, that there was a ton of protests when Democrats were in charge.
There was a protest in Manhattan.
Like, you just admitted that you know that, like, kids are starving, and the most you did was, like, send a letter, and you're getting a little bit of pushback, and, like, can't you do more? And she's like, what am I supposed to do? I'm just one person. Like, if you really, and that's true, okay? It's true. You're one person, you need numbers to do these things, right? But this idea that, like, you have not exhausted everything that you can do. You're way late to it, for one. You don't want to do these things. You don't care about doing these things. You're doing these things because it's gotten to a point that it's so bad you cannot ignore it. But if you actually cared about this, your behavior would resemble Rashida Tlaib's a lot more than like your own record so far.
And yesterday.
Okay. I think it's fair to say, just to be honest, that back and forth, like the number of protests that go on now versus...
You think since they don't have power, they do virtue signal votes for optics, but they don't even do that. That's the other thing. Like, she just pointed out that, like, you voted for everything. So, like, and then she's like, what do you want me to do? Well, I think not voting for those things could have been a start, right?
Before.
Well, they were part of your political coalition.
Well, that's
right?
I mean, Senator Slotkin,
that's fair.
Obviously, I'm here.
Yeah.
I was very upset over the Biden administration policy. And as you can tell, I'm very upset over the Trump administration policy. Yeah. So let's deal not in strawman, but meet in here and now.
Terms of what, so the tools that I have, the tools that we have in general, to me, the most important thing is a pressurized campaign to get aid into people who are starving. That to me is the number one, because that's the one is urgent and today. And that.
But will you?
Oh, but you can't do anything, right? Why are we doing this? But you don't have the majority. So why are you going to bother doing that? Because you can't do anything. Because your hands are tied. Because you can't fucking do anything. Because you don't have power.
Cut off aid to Israel so long as they're committing crimes against humanity.
There is a difference between a weapon to protect a country from incoming missiles versus other type. Offensive and defensive weapons are different.
So would you support offensive weapons ban? Like, would you stop any offensive aid to Israel?
Well, no. Slow down. And she knows that when you give any country defensive weapons, you are enabling them to behave even more insane when it comes to their offensive. If you're gonna, like, this is so basic. Does it even need to be said or explained or put into words? People know what I'm talking about, right? Like, who do you think feels more empowered to act like however they please? Somebody who has a gun or somebody who doesn't have a gun?
Israel?
That certainly, to me, would be a place to look, but I'm not going to cut off a blanket next sale on a defensive weapon that comes through. No.
I also reject that because, for example, if, Senator Slotkin, if you were asked to support defensive weapons for
Iran or Russia, suddenly we're going to drop this is just about protecting civilians at all costs. I really hate to do this, but, you know.
Iran, defensive weapons for Russia.
You're still incentivizing them to be the antagonizer if you're willing to defend them for any and every action that they take. Yep. Not just like, and that defense doesn't just extend to like paying lip service. It's like continuing to fund them, continuing to veto Security Council resolutions that could put at the UN that could put a stop to this. Not enforcing Leahy laws, not calling for arms embargoes because they are a frequent violator of human rights and have been for years.
You wouldn't back that.
No, but Iran, but
they're defensive. They're just protecting civilians, right? So how is it different?
But because Israel being shot at.
Well, so is Russia.
So is Iran.
Russia.
Ukraine's shooting at Russia right now.
I'm sorry. This is the difference between allies, partners, and adversaries.
Why is it an ally then? What are they doing right now which just makes it an ally?
I think allied relationship.
I love how she shifted the goalpost. So like they're being shot at, and then they're like, okay, well these countries are being shot at, and now we shift the goalpost to, well, they're not allies. But I thought we cared about safeguarding civilians regardless of politics, allyship, adversarial relationships. I thought we have an obligation to help people just no matter what. So why no Iron Dome for Iran? Why no Iron Dome for Russia?
It's just like Lithuania right now. Like an allied relationship or a partner relationship is a long-standing relationship of information sharing and diplomacy. And that is, to me, it's not a like every day we decide Lithuania is our ally or not. We're allied or not. And sometimes we have big breaks with allies, right? Sometimes we have.
Okay, is that going to happen here?
Difficult moments with allies. Sometimes it goes the wrong way with allies. But an allied relationship is a long-term relationship.
It's hard for me to understand why we should ally. Like, I'm sure you believe in or claim to believe in liberal human rights. Why would we ally with a nation that is committing a genocide and live streaming it?
Can I ask, literally, like this? I think about this from the mirror image way because I do not support the things that Donald Trump is doing, right? But I'm an American. So do I want other countries to look at America and be like, we can't stand Donald Trump, so we're going to end any longstanding relationship we have with the American people. We're going to cut off any support we give them on information sharing or intelligence sharing. Like, we are not just our elected leaders. And I think that's the thing that's been lost.
We're a representative democracy, right, girl? So we kind of are. Our elected leaders are a reflection of American society, right? So that's not irrational for them to do. You can say it's not strategic. You can say it's not fair. You can say you disagree with the strategy, but you can't say it's not a reflection of the country or like what? We're not just our elected leader. Wait, what are you even saying right now?
Do you so B'Tselem and another Israeli human rights organization.
And if that's the case, okay, Hamas doesn't speak for all Palestinians, so why aren't we doing more to help them?
And joined the global consensus, Amnesty International, some 800 scholars. There was a piece from an Israeli scholar in the New York Times in saying this is a genocide. Do you accept? Even Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday came out and said it's a genocide. Do you accept that? And if you do, I mean, what responsibility does a United States senator have? This is a nation that, we send every year billions of dollars to aid that you have, voted for and supported. Like, what responsibility does a United States senator have to prevent genocide and to stop genocide that we see ongoing?
We have a responsibility up till today to ensure that food is getting in.
Is it a genocide?
People don't starve. I don't know that I'd use that term.
Why?
But it is violating the law of war.
I don't know that I'd use that term.
Why don't you use the term though?
Because I think, it's, to me, do I think it's ethnic cleansing, which is what I think of in genocide? I don't know if it meets that definition.
They're announcing it.
That is the stupidest answer she could have given. It's unambiguously that they're calling for ethnic cleansing. If that's your threshold for calling it genocide, why aren't you calling it genocide? What? Wait, she just fucked herself so hard. She didn't need to do that. She could have said it's a war still. People die all the time. War is hell. Why would you say that? That's like literally the worst answer she could have given if she was trying to spin it from this angle. How does AIPAC feel like, again, they are just cutting checks left and right to these people. Do they even fucking vet them? Jesus Christ.
Say it earlier that it was ethnic cleansing. He said that they wanted to force it. I mean, this is open from the Israeli government. Like, they're saying it. Their Minister of National Security, they come out and they're like, we don't need shells. We need shells, not food. And we need to encourage migration. They're saying
you're not going to get me to support what the Israeli government is saying right now. Right. I think the point I was trying to make is it's not just...
Yeah, she did say earlier that that's what they're fucking doing. She tries to distance herself from AIPAC later. Yeah, that's the clip that I saw. She was like, they never endorsed me. And it's like, yeah, but you were happy to take their fucking money, weren't you?
About, like, we have relationships with nations over time, regardless of who their leaders are.
Like, again, how have you not memorized the, like, Zionist talking points, the Hasbara? Like, even I could do this better than her by saying, like, listen, Hamas started this war on October 7th before there was a fucking ceasefire. If they didn't want this, they shouldn't have done, like, that. Those are the talking points that you use to fight the genocide accusations. You don't say the prerequisite is ethnic cleansing, and you certainly don't say when that's explicitly the plan, and you don't say that when you've already said in the same interview that that's what's happening?
We have really tough moments. We have easier moments, but that doesn't. So I'm not willing to say that like.
Or you relativize it and you bring up like this many number of people died in fucking Hiroshima. We don't call that a genocide. This many people died in Fallujah when we're trying to get at ISIS and the Taliban. We didn't call that a genocide. Or all of these hundreds of thousands of people starved in Yemen. Like, we funded the Saudis. No one's calling that a genocide.
Hate.
You do that shit.
Everything ever.
Sure,
into
but
the,
so
the future.
even if you accept that they're committing a genocide, you still wouldn't cut off their aid?
I think that defensive aid and offensive aid are different things. And I think at this point,
so
what
if
they're
Nazi
doing
Germany,
every single day
if Nazi Germany said we want defensive.
Okay. Here's the thing. And I know this frustration because, okay, I've been vegan for over 10 years. So there's balancing, there's like the objective fact of the matter, right? Like, is it like the first question is it accurate to like compare like things to the Holocaust, right? And then there's a second question of like whether or not it's pragmatic. In this is, I think, the first misstep from Crystal. I don't think that with a senator like this, somebody who's being like this much of a fence sitter, you can like go down the like Holocaust or like Nazi comparison routes and expect it to be fruitful, because they'll get into the how dare you territory and you can't compare it to anything and it's exceptional, like just political correctness bullshit. And that would happen with veganism, because I would see people try to talk about like there's an animal holocaust going on and it just falls flat. The first thing that starts happening is it turns into a debate about, is that true? Is that sensitive or whatever? And unless you have the time and space to explain the similarities and why you feel it's an apt thing, and you can get away from it being like, oh, it's insensitive or whatever, you shouldn't do it. And look how much time is left on this. They have like just a few minutes left to do it. So no, she's not wrong. You could make the comparison, but it's so inflammatory that it will actually, and if you're trying to get fence sitters, you will have people more sympathetic to her because you've crossed a red line about a comparison that they don't want to hear. Then there's also trying to balance that against like, well, how do we destigmatize it if we're like constantly protecting it? But I'm not saying that the comparison can't be made. I just wouldn't have done it here.
Of aid. I mean, it's just you have to see where they're all weapons that are being shipped. You know, in another context,
the weapons that they're using right now, I mean, to be honest, if you look at what's happening on the ground, the military part of this conflict is, for the most part, over. What they are doing, every single day is around aid, and they are hurting people around the delivery of aid.
Over 1,000 people who were starving people just trying to get aid.
That is
I
not
know you know this.
That's not high intensity bombs. That's not the weapons that that we were talking about 2 years ago. It's just not. I'm sorry. Every single day, the military reports that I read, they are traditional, like, this is a military that has a bad strategy. It is not the bombs that we were seeing 2 years ago.
It's not a military that has a bad strategy.
They don't I mean, there's no strategy, but to the extent that they have a strategy, they are trying to intentionally inflict harm on this population and kill them, in whole or in part, aka a genocide. It's not an accident.
Strategy is forced starvation and ethnic cleansing. That's their strategy, and they're accomplishing it very effectively with the full backing of the United States government, including, sadly, Democrats. Well, and so a couple more questions that I know you have to run.
There's also moments where they like Sagar did it too, where I was like, no, let her speak, like put her on the defensive, let her talk more, like they're explaining. But I really wish that like on that, like Crystal should have like pushed one more time on something to fucking let her dig herself deeper.
You know, I'm curious why you condemned Rashida Tlaib for using the rally chant, you know, from the river to the sea, something she said for her evokes equal rights. And you have not condemned Randy Fine, who said that Gazans should, quote, starve away, who floated that the Gaza Strip should be nuked, who called Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and Soran as well, called them Muslim terrorists.
That Randy Fine dude is a fucking sick, depraved psychopath who should not be near public office.
Where is the concern over him?
I have no problem condemning Randy Fine, who I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know who that person is. I have no problem condemning.
How do you not know who Randy Fine is?
Someone who talks like that.
Senator, we have to ask your last question because your staff is telling us. Do you think AIPAC should register as a foreign lobby?
I don't know the answer to that. I think that...
I just don't know anything, really.
I know plenty of people who think they should. You know, I don't...
It's kind of a cop-out answer, don't you think?
I mean,
isn't it just... How do you just... Again, how can you not lie better? It's your job. I don't get it. It's like, it's morally repugnant, but then I'm like offended that she can't even lie better. Why can't you do it? Why are you so caught off guard? Why is all you have? I don't know. Can't you spin better lies? Again, your former CIA, bitch. What? Fucking disgraceful.
Literally, I just guess I'd have to look at the definition. I certainly have had my tough moments with that organization. And
so you stop.
Oh, have you?
You gotta get your facts straight. I have not been endorsed by AIPAC. I have not. I'm sorry. I was the first Jew.
I've not been endorsed. I just took their money, sweaty. Get it right next time.
Elected to the Senate that was not endorsed by any Jewish group. AIPAC, J Street.
You've been the recipient of their funds.
In 2018, when I first ran, people who were members, yes. But I've not been endorsed since then. And I just got to be honest. Like, I think that this is where facts really matter. I've had very, very difficult conversations with my colleagues in that organization.
Facts matter. Can't say whether or not it's a genocide. Like, we can't. We have to obfuscate like every other, supposed fact in this conversation. Can't answer that directly or head on. We do have to establish, though, she was never technically endorsed by AIPAC. She just took their money.
Organization and made a choice back in 2021. So that was the first time I was up for re-election. So I understand that there's a sort of like, again, cornered position, but to me, like, I call balls and strikes as someone who served in the Middle East.
I have one more question I have to ask you. We do the show. I really do my best to try to uphold, basic human rights, Palestinian humanity, oppose the killing of innocent civilians wherever that happens. And I have to tell you, I feel really guilty that I'm not doing enough. I think all the time about, I'm a mom, I think all the time about those moms who can't feed their babies. Mm-hmm. Those babies are starving to death. And I just want to know, you're a United States Senator, you did vote for some of the bombs that were dropped on refugee camps. When kids have been sniped in the head, tents firebombed, people set on fire. The entire Gaza Strip turned into rubble. And now we're seeing these emaciated bodies of babies starving to death every day. And I know what you can do. Does it eat you up? Does it eat you up? Do you think, what more can I do? Do you regret any of your votes? Do you regret any sort of complicity?
Let me tell you what I was working on this morning. A group of Jewish rabbis and Muslim community leaders came together with a proposal that we are working on just getting, if we can't get other aid in, at least get baby formula and nutritional supplements for children in. Let that be.
This is totally man-made. This is not like a natural disaster. It's not an accident. It is within our control. It's there. It's a choice. And you are making a choice right now, woman. Am I on Discord? Yeah, I'm at Straight on Discord.
Never has a problem. No one's trying to eat baby formula other than a baby, right? That is the proposal that I've been working on all night and this morning. So in terms of what we're trying to do, there's not a moment that goes by that this isn't something that I'm working on and something that my own community, not online, but my own community has practical things that they want to do. They're willing to raise the money. They're willing to buy the formula.
This is, give me a second. I have to switch it to make sure I don't show anything I can't. So this is Randy Fine. Somebody asks, I can't show the full thing. But they replied, you should be ashamed of yourself. How do you sleep at night? It's a dead infant under the rubble in Gaza. Quite well, actually. Thanks for the pic. Or him saying, Gaza must be destroyed. There is no suffering adequate for these animals. May the streets of Gaza overflow with. You can see that. I don't even know if I could say that out loud. And you can read that. Blank them all. Hashtag no mercy. Hashtag bombs away. This person has political power. This person holds political office. She doesn't know who this person is, apparently.
They're willing to do whatever we need to do to get it shipped in. That's how I spend my time.
But you're not willing to cut off aid to Israel.
That to me is the most effective thing that I can do today.
This is not a question. Your staff is telling us you absolutely have to go. So we appreciate your time. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay. This sounds like, kill it. No more. Oh my God. Infuriating. Give me a second. Let me find This article that I wanted to show really quick before I head off for the night. Let's see. I only had it open on my Chrome on my phone. Let's see. So a few days ago, there was a airstrike that killed journalists in Gaza. They're part of Al Jazeera. Israeli strike kills Al Jazeera's Anas al-Sharif, who left a final message from Gaza. So Al Jazeera journalist Anas al-Sharif was killed in a targeted Israeli airstrike in Gaza City on Sunday alongside 4 of his colleagues. Before his death, the 28-year-old had prepared a final message to be released posthumously. Let's see. Is this the full transcript to it? Let's see. This is not the full statement, though. Did they publish the full statement? They keep just like they're only publishing the like if this word's reached you, like Israel's killed me, but they haven't. Let's see. Okay, this is the full statement. Yeah, if these words reach you, Israel succeeded in killing me, the last words of a journalist killed in Gaza. This is my will and final message. If these words reach you, know that Israel has succeeded in killing me and silencing my voice. First, peace be upon you and Allah's mercy and blessings. Allah knows I gave every effort and all my strength to be a support and a voice for my people ever since I opened my eyes to life in the alleys and streets of the Jabalia refugee camp. My hope was that Allah would extend my life so I could return with my family and loved ones to our original town of occupied Ascalon, but Allah's will came first and his decree is final. I have lived through pain in all its details, tasted suffering and lost many times, yet I never once hesitated to convey the truth as it is, without distortion or falsification, so that Allah may bear witness against those who stayed silent, those who accepted our killing, those who choked our breath, and whose hearts were unmoved by the scattered remains of our children and women, doing nothing to stop the massacre that our people have faced for more than a year and a half. I entrust you with Palestine, the jewel in the crown of the Muslim world, the heartbeat of every free person in this world. I entrust you with its people, with its wronged and innocent children who never had the time to dream or live in safety and peace. Their pure bodies were crushed under thousands of tons of Israeli bombs and missiles, torn apart and scattered across the walls. I urge you not to let the chains silence you, nor borders restrain you. Be bridges toward the liberation of the land and its people, until the sun of dignity and freedom rises over our stolen homeland. I entrust you to take care of my family. I entrust you with my beloved daughter, Sham, the light of my eyes, whom I never got the chance to watch grow up as I had dreamed. I entrust you with my dear son, Salah, whom I wish to support and accompany through life until he grew strong enough to carry my burden and continue the mission. I entrust you with my beloved mother, whose blessed prayers brought me to where I am, whose supplications were my fortress, and whose light guided my path. I pray that Allah grant her strength and rewards her on my behalf with the best of rewards. I also entrust you with my lifelong companion, my beloved wife, Salah, or Bayan, from whom the war separated me for many long days and months. Yet she remained faithful to her bond, steadfast as the trunk of an olive tree that does not bend, patient, trusting in Allah, and carrying the responsibility in my absence with all her strength and faith. I urge you to stand by them, to be their support after Allah Almighty. If I die steadfast for my principles. I testify before Allah that I am content with his decree, certain of meeting him, and assured that what is with Allah is better and everlasting. O Allah, accept me among the martyrs, forgive my past and future sins, and make my blood a light that illuminates the path of freedom for my people and my family. Forgive me if I have fallen short, and pray for me with mercy, for I have kept my promise and never changed or betrayed it. Do not forget Gaza, and do not forget me in your sincere prayers for forgiveness and acceptance. That will be played in its entirety on approximately 0 mainstream American media outlets, unfortunately. But where are we going? Where are we going? It's almost 2:48. And with that, thank you for watching me tonight. I'm at @_, on everything. You should give me a follow or subscribe to me on Twitch or YouTube, wherever you're watching. If you're watching on YouTube, liking the stream would really help. If you want to donate to me, you can follow the donation link pins in my Twitch chat or YouTube description. And I'll be back tomorrow, or I guess today, since it's almost 3 in the morning. At some point, don't know what we're covering yet. But let's see, who is live? Who is live? Sorry, I suggested something so depressing to end on. Oh, what can you do? What can you do? Let's see. The Slotkin interview was good, though. I had meant to see that. No one is live on YouTube. So YouTube, your night ends here. Go to bed. It's way too late. And on Twitch, what's happening? Thank you for the follow. On Twitch, who's up? Who's up? Let's go to... Let's see. A lot of people are up on Twitch. To watch ads? Give me a break. I'm like trying to see who's covering what and what are people covering? What are we doing? I'm like, what am I getting? Getting follows. Getting follows. Okay. Let's go to Relevant Thought. It's been a minute since I've rated him. Let's see what the hell. Late night gaming. Later. Raid Gus. He's still on his waiting screen. If he weren't on his waiting screen, I would, but everybody will just leave. Have fun. See you tomorrow, guys. Bye.
This is a Mastiff competing at a dog agility contest.